Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Escobar. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, May 21st. It is 9:33 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. Joining me this morning is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and I believe joining us virtually is Board Member Nicole Morgan. As you can see, we're also being joined this morning by our Chief Deputy Karen Mogus and Eric Ekdahl, our Chief Counsel Michael Loffer, our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her this morning is Margie Argel and Elizabeth Carrillo. As you can see, this is actually a hybrid meeting with both virtual and in-person components. If you're joining us virtually, you're either viewing us through our customary webcast on YouTube Live, or the Cali PA website. But if you intend on commenting on today's workshop, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There's a link at the top of the agenda and instructions on how to get onto the platform. But if you're having any challenges getting onto the platform, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it is your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone in the room here, good morning. Good to see you all. We're here in Thermal, California at the Coachella Valley High School. Please do just a couple announcements for us. Observe the exits. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out and await further direction. Also, please do silence any phones just so that we have an uninterrupted discussion this morning. And if you intend on speaking this morning, you need to sign up, and there is a QR code at the side of the room in order to do so. But if you're having any challenges, please do just go to the clerk of the board, and she can help get you signed up to speak. With that, we have some quick board business to do, and then we will get into our workshop here. Quickly, our first item of board business is consideration of the adoption of the May 6th board meeting minutes. And I look to my fellow board colleagues if they have any adjustments to those meetings minutes or would like to have a motion.
Move adoption of the minutes.
Second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
And Chair Escobar.
Aye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you as well. And the board meeting minutes are adopted. Well, good morning, everyone. That brings us to our significant item today, which is our Salton Sea workshop. This workshop is being held in person again here at Coachella Valley High School in Thermal, California. We're happy to be in the Salton Sea region again this year for this workshop. Remote attendees, again, can participate via Zoom. And again, if you're having any challenges, just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov. This workshop is being recorded and will be available on our Salton Sea website at waterboards.ca.gov/SaltonSea. There's also additional materials there. We're providing live interpretation available in Spanish for this item that is accessible in all of the viewing locations and formats. For those watching the workshop online but not planning to comment, the English live stream is available on YouTube Live, and in both Spanish and English streams can be found on the Cali PA website, which is at video.calipa.ca.gov. If you're joining us via Zoom and would like to listen in Spanish, click the interpretation globe button in the meeting controls at the bottom of your screen, choose Spanish and mute original audio. There's only one set of slides which include both English and Spanish. If you're joining us in person here in the Coachella Valley High School, we have headsets available from the interpreter station with Spanish audio on channel 4. If you need a headset, please do just raise your hand and we'll bring one to you. We ask that all participants in the workshop speak slowly and pause occasionally to allow the interpreters to accurately capture your remarks. This applies to both English and Spanish speakers. I will now pause so the interpreters may share these instructions in Spanish on the main channel before moving to the Spanish audio channel. Okay. This workshop is being held in accordance with a public notice dated April 16th, 2025, As this is a workshop, the board will not take any formal action, and there will be no sworn testimony or cross-examination of participants. However, the board members may ask clarifying questions of the speakers after receiving updates and comments at this workshop. The board may also provide direction to staff regarding future tasks or actions. The purpose of today's workshop is for the board to receive oral comments on the status of the Salton Sea Management Program, including a report from the California Natural Resources Agency on their progress implementing the program during 2024. The due date for submittal of written comments was by 12 p.m. on May 12th. And now just a little explanation of today's proceeding. Today's workshop will include multiple presentations and speakers, beginning with opening remarks from Wade Crowfoot, Secretary of the California Natural Resources Agency. We will then open it up for any tribal or elected officials or their designated representatives who may be in attendance today to speak. Following those comments, we will hear presentations from the State Water Board staff and then the Salton Sea Management Program team. Following those presentations, we will move into a public comment period and then an afternoon break. The time estimated on the day of agenda may be shortened if needed to keep us on track. When we return from break, we will move from the panel portion of the workshop, beginning with we will move to the panel portion of the workshop, beginning with a panel on the Salton Sea Management Program data collection and management, followed by a panel titled The 10-Year Plan, 6 Years In, Adapting to Challenges and Accelerating the Work Ahead. After the panels are finished, there will be another public comment period to close out today's workshop. There are 2 opportunities to provide public comment today, one before lunch at around noon, and one in the early evening, immediately following the last panel, beginning at approximately 5. The first public comment period will prioritize comments by community members and community organizations. Those wishing to provide oral comments in person or on Zoom must fill out the online speaker card if you haven't already. The form is available in Spanish and English. If you're a community member or associated with a community organization and would like to speak first, you can add community member or community organization in your name. If you are attending in person and are unable to use this form, please just let a staff member know. Comments can be provided in English or Spanish and will be interpreted by our live interpretation team. Speakers will be called upon in the order that the speaker card was received. When called upon to comment, please speak into the microphone and state your name and the organization if you so choose before your comments. Participants may also have someone share their comments on their behalf. In order to ensure that all participants have an opportunity to speak, commenters will be limited to 3 minutes, but I will be pretty generous with folks' time if they're needing additional. With that, we can move on to the workshop and would like to invite up for some opening remarks Secretary Wade Crowfoot from the California Natural Resources Agency.
Well, thanks so much, Chair and members of the board. And I should say to you, Chair Escobar, welcome home. I know that you are a son of the Coachella Valley, and I find it really meaningful that the Water Board has held its annual meeting in person to discuss the Salton Sea whenever possible. So big thanks for being there. I wish I was there with you. I'm actually flying down tonight to help mark a milestone I'll mention in just a little bit. But I'll just first of all say I really appreciate the partnership that the Water Board and the Natural Resources Agency that I lead have had. For everyone's understanding, the Water Board plays this important regulatory role in helping hold our agency accountable for stabilizing, restoring the Salton Sea. We know that the sea has undergone significant impacts with reduced inflows over time, and our agency is responsible for helping mitigate or address those impacts. So we've been on a journey together over the last several years, the Water Board providing insight and importantly, oversight over our efforts. Our program within our agency called the Salton Sea Management Program that you'll hear today, really the coordinator, the driver of progress to inundate exposed playa or lake bed, to limit dust emissions that impact air quality and public health, and then also by inundating and by restoring portions of the sea, providing really important environmental habitat. I learned early on in this job that the Salton Sea is a really important stopover on the so-called Pacific Flyway, which are birds migrating from the far north to south of California. And I also learned that some people consider this the largest migration of life every year on planet Earth. And the Salton Sea is a critical rest stop, if you will, for these birds. And so the work we're doing in the Salton Sea, first and foremost, is about protecting people and, of course, protecting nature and fish and wildlife. So I'm really glad and proud to report on progress, or sort of highlight some thumbnailed progress. Over the last several years, we've done a lot of work, and that has included listening more and better with impacted communities and groups in the region about what their needs are and what the opportunities are, and then organizing ourselves, really building up this management program to get things done at the sea. I think for a very long time, there's been a lot of talk about what needs to happen at the sea and less action. And so I'm proud to share today just a high-level update on some key action. In many ways, it's a year of firsts at the sea, despite the fact that we in the Newsom administration have been at it for 6 or 7 years. We broke ground on the first major expansion project at the southern end of the Salton Sea. So people know that as the species conservation habitat, this area at the mouth of the New River to inundate areas that are high priorities because of the emissivity of dust, the ability of the playa to turn into dust, and then also its benefit as habitat. So for the first time ever, we are actually turning on those projects, filling up this project with water, which is really exciting. We did a first phase several months ago that there's already water at work suppressing dust and providing habitat. And then tomorrow, we'll actually mark a milestone when we begin to fill another portion of this very large project, which we call, this portion we call the East Pond, with water. So all told, there'll be 3 square miles of lake bed that will be inundated and that have been designed not only to suppress dust, but to provide habitat for a range of fish and wildlife. Really excited about that because it demonstrates what we're able to achieve when we put our minds to it. On permitting, we're glad to report that the program finalized its first programmatic planning and regulatory compliance document with federal partners. Now that's a mouthful, but what it basically means is it's a big planning document that anticipates the projects that will happen at the sea over the next decade and enables streamlined approvals for federal permits to get those projects done. The challenge in the past has been if we take each of these projects as a one-off and go through all of the required planning and permitting, it takes a long time and is super expensive even to get to the point where we're actually getting the project on the ground. So this programmatic approach to federal compliance through the NEPA, the National Environmental Planning Act, is a really big deal and a first. We also saw the highest amount of funding of any year in the program's history in 2024. That included a first ever major federal commitment. This is that $175 million materialized of a total $245 million commitment. That was a big accomplishment we talked about last year, is getting the federal government to recognize its responsibility in supporting the stabilization and restoration of the sea. So more federal money than ever, which is a big deal. And then an additional $160 million from California voters through the climate bond that was approved this past November. So we know we need to continue to raise more funding, public funding, to enable more of these restoration projects, but a great milestone in that this is the most amount of money we've ever brought in a single year. On the community engagement side, we finalized our community needs report, which is a public, transparent report where we went out and listened to the community around specifically what are the needs of communities next to and around the sea, and how do we benefit, how do we generate projects at the sea? Because again, we have a legal responsibility on these projects. How do we ensure that they're multi-benefit so they meet a variety of needs? We also didn't stop there, and working with a consultant, the consultant gathered all of the needs beyond sort of the jurisdiction of our work at the sea, but all of the needs that local communities have, so that we can connect with other state agencies, whether it's transportation or parks or health and human services, to help identify what are the needs of communities in the region. We think that's a big deal. We welcome the creation of the Salton Sea Conservancy, which is the first state conservancy in over 15 years. The state already has 10 conservancies. So think the Coastal Conservancy or the Tahoe Conservancy, the San Diego River Conservancy. Well, now, thanks to state legislation authored by Senator Padilla, signed by the governor, we have a Salton Sea Conservancy. And it's meant to be essentially the entity that is implementing, ultimately operating and maintaining the projects that we're building right now, including that species conservation habitat. And our team has been working to stand up this new conservancy by January of next year. And we have a proposed piece of the budget that's being discussed in Sacramento right now around beginning to fund that conservancy. The whole idea of the conservancies is get local leaders shaping the operations and management of these projects. So we're really excited that there's going to be more local focus and local control of how these projects operate in coming years and decades. And then on long-range planning, major progress between the Federal Army Corps of Engineers, the Salton Sea Authority, and our Salton Sea Management Program in our agency, all about this feasibility study that the Army Corps is going to do. The Army Corps of Engineers is a major source of federal funding for projects or efforts like the Salton Sea, but in order to enable that funding, the Corps needs to do a very sophisticated feasibility study. So the Salton Sea Authority has been driving this with our agency towards getting that feasibility study done, which is really like, what is the long-term plan for the sea? Chair Escobar and board members, as you know, you've been managing our achievement of this decadal goal of restoration and inundation of lake bed, which is essentially a target, an acreage target for us to achieve this decade. But we also have to contemplate what is the future of the sea, particularly given limited inflow. And this long-range plan that manifests in this feasibility study with the Army Corps is just that. And so we're really glad that that's moved forward, and you'll hear more from my colleagues on that. So I'll always say, over the last few years anyways, that I am really proud of our progress. We now have an institutionalized entity that's making tangible progress. I hope we're more connected with communities than ever to help shape the projects that are happening. We're drawing in more funding and we're getting more projects on the ground. I just want to give a special thank you to our team, the Salton Sea Management Program. Joe Shea is now our Assistant Secretary for Salton Sea. He and Samantha Arthur, who is here in Sacramento, are leading this program, but then led by Mario Llanos and so many others within the program. Folks are committed, passionate, focused on getting this work done and continuing to progress. So Chair, thanks so much for the opportunity to provide the outline of our progress. We're all ears on ways that we can improve, and we do this work recognizing that it's urgent, it's necessary for the region. Thanks for the opportunity to share thoughts.
Thank you for those opening remarks and the leadership, Secretary Crowfoot. The board has been holding these workshops for about a decade now. The stipulated order was adopted in 2017, and so I joined the board myself in 2017, and there has been a growing momentum, and I really feel that we're at a moment now where we're able to kind of turn the page on the narrative of the sea being a place where progress isn't being seen and a lot of frustration. Although we're still not meeting acreage targets, to your point, we have a lot of momentum right now and have a full program. I remember the days of Bruce Wilcox coming in, and he was almost a kind of a one-man program at that point. But his foundation, the work that has been building up these last years, live on, and it's incredible to see. And to your point, especially with now a conservancy here being created at this time, I think we can all collectively see a long-term future and vision here. But as to your point, we still have a lot of work to do. But I know that as folks consider the Colorado River and the needs there, the Salton Sea is part of the discussion, and it's because of the advocacy of community members, because of Kevin Kelly at IID, prior and current leadership at IID. And again, throughout the community, that the Salton Sea continues to be a focus and what brings us here. And so it is good to be home. thank you as well for, again, your leadership in all of this. And I look forward to the updates today and continuing to hear from folks. To your point, the complex needs at the sea, which, water is so critical and central in what brings us here, but there's so much other activity happening and so much needed investment given the inequities in this valley. So just thank you again, Secretary. Much appreciated. And look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Okay. Now I would like to pivot to tribal or elected officials and looking to my board clerk if we have any that are currently signed up. Seeing none? Okay. Well, great. Then we can continue on. And now I would like to invite Stephanie Hollistage to kick us off here with the staff presentation. Good to see you.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Hi, everyone. I'm Stephanie Holstage. I'm a senior environmental scientist with the State Water Board, and I'm just going to give a brief overview of the Water Board's role in the Salton Sea Management Program. Go ahead to the next slide, please. Here's just an overview of what I'm going to talk about. So I'm going to go over the agenda, conditions at the sea, background of board actions, the stipulated order, and then just a brief overview of CNRE's annual report and long-range plan. Next slide, thanks. So here's just a brief overview of our agenda. After my presentation, the Salton Sea Management Program team will provide their Phase 1 update, and then we'll move into a public comment period. The first public comment period will prioritize community members and community organizations, and then we'll move into a break. And when we come back from break, we'll have two panels. The first one is Salton Sea Management Program data collection and management, and the second panel is 10-year plan, 6 years in, adapting to challenges and accelerating the work ahead. Both of the panels will have presentations followed by a board Q&A, and then we'll move into a final public comment period and close out the workshop. Next slide, please. So just a brief overview of current conditions at the Salton Sea. So the estimated amount of exposed playa is about 22,400 acres or 35 square miles, which is shown on the graphic on the left. The peak outline shows where the shoreline was in 2002, and then the tan shows where the exposed playa is currently. Additionally, the current elevation of the sea is about 241 feet below mean sea level. Between the current water elevation in comparison to the elevation in 2003, there's been a drop of about 13 feet. The chart on the right provides a visual demonstrating the decline in water surface elevation from 2003 to present. Next slide. Here's a timeline that shows some of the history and background on the Water Board's involvement in the Salton Sea over time. So beginning in 2002, with the Water Board approving a long-term water transfer of conserved agricultural water from the Imperial Irrigation District, or IID, to San Diego County Water Authority, Coachella Valley Water District, and Metropolitan Water District of Southern California for a 45-year transfer with an option for a 30-year renewal period. The long-term transfer was revised shortly after it was approved to require IID to supply 15 years of mitigation water to the Salton Sea to maintain the salinity level, while a regional solution was developed to address public health and environmental concerns. IID filed the petition for a long-term water transfer in anticipation of the Quantification Settlement Agreement, or QSA. In order to stay within California's allocation of Colorado River water, California's Colorado River water users created and finalized the QSA in 2003. And it's a collection of agreements intended to settle disputes over Colorado River use within California. The QSA allowed for the long-term water transfer of conserved water from IID to urban use, and then also prompted the state to undertake the restoration and mitigation efforts at the sea. In 2014, IID filed a petition with the Water Board seeking modification of that long-term transfer since the 15-year mitigation water period was coming to an end, and there was still no plan or solution yet in place to address the decreasing water levels or restoration at the sea. Following IID's petition in 2015, the Salton Sea Task Force was created and included members from the Governor's Office, California Natural Resources Agency, as well as the State Water Board, among others. As part of that task force, the board monitored and assessed progress on implementation of the Salton Sea Management Program and held multiple public workshops between 2015 and 2017. In 2017, IID filed a motion with the State Water Board, which prompted a draft stipulated order to be developed for consideration. As a result, the board adopted an order, which is referred to as the stipulated order, and amended the long-term transfer order to include specific annual acreage milestones to address public health and environmental concerns during phase 1 of the Salton Sea Management Program, which is 2018 through 2028. These milestones coincide with the acreage targets within phase 1 of the SSMP, and then it created other requirements such as the annual report and the State Water Board workshops, the first of which was in 2019. Next slide, please. I'll just go over some of the key conditions in that order. So condition 24 of the order includes annual acreage milestones for habitat and dust suppression projects during the 10 years. So both the table and the graphic here demonstrate the annual milestones from 2018 through 2028, as well as the cumulative totals. As shown in the highlighted text there, for 2024, the annual acreage milestones were 2,700 acres, and then the cumulative milestones up to this point is 14,200 acres. The cumulative total at the end of 2028 should be 29,800 acres. And then condition 25 of the order require that no less than 50% of the acreage totals provide habitat benefits for fish and wildlife species that depend on the Salton Sea ecosystem. Next slide. And then condition 26 of the stipulated order states that CNRA will develop subsequent 10-year phases of the SSMP. And then it also required CNRA to complete a long-term plan by no later than December 31st, 2022. CNRA did publicly release a draft long-range plan in December 2022, and then had a 45-day comment period, compiled and responded to comments, and released the final long-range plan in March 2024. Next slide. Condition 24 of the stipulated order is the reason that we're all here today. The State Water Board, as part of its oversight role, was selected to hold these annual public workshops during phase 1 of the SSMP to provide transparency and a public forum for interested parties to provide input on the progress of the state's restoration efforts at the sea. The order states that the workshop and the progress report should be completed by March 31st of each year. For the previous 2 years, and again this year, the workshop was delayed to allow sufficient time for review of the annual report by members of the public and water board staff, and to allow for more meaningful engagement ahead of these workshops. Next slide. Condition 28 of the order requires a progress report be submitted to CNRA by CNRA to the Water Board. The annual report needs to cover these 6 topics that are listed on this slide. So completed projects and milestones achieved, amount of acreage of completed projects, upcoming projects, status of financial resources and permits, and then any anticipated departures from the annual milestone targets, and progress towards development of the long-term plan. Next slide. CNRA submitted their annual report to the Water Board on March 28th, 2025, ahead of the end of March deadline set in the order. It's released in English and Spanish and is available on their webpage. In addition to the 6 required topics that I mentioned in the previous slide, CNRA provides information related to project delivery, planning, partnerships, and community engagement that occurred throughout 2024, as well as next steps in the SSMP. CNRA will go into more information about their annual report in their presentation, but just this is a condensed version of their project table from their annual report. So the table shows the annual and cumulative acreage milestones, habitat acres completed, interim dust suppression acres completed, and then cumulative reported acres. For 2024, CNRA indicates in their annual report that they're reporting 3,225 cumulative acres thus far. Next slide. As part of the workshop, written comments were solicited and were due by May 12th. There were 2 comment letters that were submitted for today's workshop. The comments received will be listed on the State Water Board Salton Sea webpage, and these comment letters are public and available by request. We also have a new FTP site that's listed on our webpage where you can access all previous public comments for water board workshops, Salt and Sea Management Program workshops. Next slide. And then we have a new frequently asked questions document that goes over some of the state agency roles at the Salton Sea. If you're interested in learning more, you can visit it, view it on our webpage, and it's also, if you're here in person, there's copies available in the lobby. Next slide. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, I believe here we have a presentation from the California Natural Resources Agency. I'll give a moment for folks to swap out. Well, good morning. Great to see you all. Really glad to have you here.
All right. Good morning. Thank you so much to the State Water Board for hosting us today and for your oversight of our program. We are so excited to be here today in Coachella with you all and just want to express deep appreciation for holding this workshop here today. I also want to extend thanks to members of the community who are taking time out of their day to be here. We know that there's a lot of information that we're going to cover here today. This presentation is obviously, a lot of information. We are reporting on information that we are required to report on to the Water Board. But to the extent things are not making sense to folks in the audience, we're moving too quickly, we're not covering something enough, feel free to grab any of us in the hallway and we can follow up with you after this meeting too and walk through things because we understand there's a lot to cover. My name is Joe Shea and I serve as Assistant Secretary for Salton Sea Policy at the California Natural Resources Agency. I'm relatively new to this role, but I have attended these workshops for the past several years as someone who really has a deep interest and long been interested in the work to advance a brighter future for the Salton Sea region. And that's all to say that I am eager to get to our presentations today. And so with that, I think we can go to the next slide. Awesome. This presentation this morning is going to cover a snapshot of our progress over the past year, detail our community engagement efforts, and outline where we are headed next. And we can go to the next slide. I'm joined here today with my incredibly talented colleagues from the Natural Resources Agency, Mario Llanos and Miguel Hernandez, the Department of Water Resources, Yvonne Wilhoff, and the Department of Fish and Wildlife, Tanya Marshall. Together, our agency and departments make up the Salton Sea Management Program. We can go to the next slide. As you know, we are focused on advancing both short and long-term restoration efforts at the Salton Sea in partnership with Salton Sea communities. We can go to the next slide. And as Secretary Crowfoot mentioned, and as is articulated here on the slides, this past year has been one of historic firsts for our program. Got water flowing into our first major habitat restoration project. We've seen historic levels of funding. We've streamlined permitting at the state, federal level, and we've also strengthened our connection to the communities we serve to better fulfill our program responsibilities. Now, some of these actions, like filling the East Pond that Secretary Crowfoot mentioned of our Species Conservation Habitat Project, are not captured in our annual report, but we did our best to provide visuals in the coming slides because these actions happened so recently and we want to provide as much up-to-date information as possible. Additionally, just want to point out that, as you know, we are set to begin filling the East Pond expansion tomorrow, and we also anticipate starting construction on the adjacent expansion pond to the East Pond in the coming weeks. But I don't want to shortchange the information on the slide before us. This is the most annual acreage we've ever reported to the Water Board. And I say this with full awareness that we have much more work to do, much more work to do. But I also want to recognize that in order to reach our required acreage targets, we need to continue reaching new year-over-year highs for our program. I think we can do this. We did it last year. We're on track to do it again next year. For more information on exactly what we are reporting for this year, I'm going to hand it to my colleague, Mario Llanos, to go into a little bit more detail. Mario?
Thank you. Next slide, please. Good morning. Mario Llanos, Deputy Assistant Secretary for California Natural Resources Agency, working in the Salt and Sea Management Program. It's a pleasure to be here with you all to discuss our annual report and our projects for this portion of the presentation. So one requirement of the State Water Board order is to produce an annual report detailing the previous year's work. The annual report pictured here was released in March in English and Spanish and details the SSMP's work from 2024. It can be found on our website at www.saltandsea.ca.gov. Aside from the photo just being a great picture of the lake with the mountains in the background, it's very significant in that in 2024, due to the boat ramp at the Species Conservation Habitat Project, agencies were able to safely get a boat onto the lake and resume surveys and collecting data. We also have some hard copies in the lobby in the front there. Next slide. So in the next series of slides, my colleagues and I will discuss ongoing and upcoming projects in development. Next slide, please. A critical component to timely completion and success of our SSMP project remains land access. We like to show this slide to show the checkerboard land ownership in the areas around the sea where projects are to be implemented. Timely temporary encroachment permits for initial recon and surveying and land access easements to construct are needed by one or more landowners for each project. The state owns very little, State owns very little land and almost no land where we are constructing or plan to construct projects. This has proven to be a major obstacle in delivering projects. I'll note that the Salt and Sea Commitments Agreement, which was signed in 2022 between Department of Interior, the State, Coachella Valley Water District, and IID, this agreement outlined the creation of programmatic land access agreements with landowners such as federal partners, IID, and Coachella Valley Water District. While we have developed a programmatic land access agreement with reclamation, it's not so simple to do with entities such as IID, where we have multiple restoration projects envisioned and each are unique. In most cases, multiple agreements between state and each landowner are needed per project, adding to implementation timelines. Next slide. So this newly updated map illustrates a wide range of activities currently being undertaken by the SSMP team and its partners towards implementing projects as part of the 10-year plan. Many of these projects can be found in Chapter 2 and Chapter 6 of our annual report, and they make up the potential projects needed to complete the 29,800 acre goal. Next, I'll pass it to my colleague Yvonne Wilhoff to discuss the Species Conservation Habitat Project.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? My name's Yvonne Wilhoff, and I am the Assistant Deputy Director for Salt and Sea Restoration at the California Department of Water Resources, and I'm part of the State Salt and Sea Management Program team. I'm going to provide an overview and an update on the construction of the Species Conservation Habitat Project, also known as SCH or SCH Project. And then can we get the slide up? Perfect. As you may recall, this is the Salt and Sea Management Program's first large-scale habitat restoration project. It's located at the southern end of the sea, and it flanks the New River. The project is designed to provide shallow, mid, and deep water habitat, as well as nesting and loafing islands for fish-eating birds. It was also designed to protect air quality and reduce dust emissions by covering exposed lakebed with water. What you can see on the screen is the original SCH project phase. Construction of this phase began in 2021. Pointing out some of the project features, if you can see the slides. Down on the lower left-hand side, we have the SCH Visitors Observation Area. Then moving to the east, we have the West Pond, Center Pond, and then in the middle, the sedimentation basins. East of the New River, as the name implies, is the East Pond. And then if you look at the upper left-hand side, there's a square there, and that is our saline pump station. There's a causeway that extends out into the sea that extends to that pump station. What you cannot see on the screen is a subsurface dredge channel that goes into the Salton Sea that will allow for water to flow to the pump station as the sea recedes. Saline water from the Salton Sea is mixed with water from the New River and basins adjacent to the New River. Water flows out of the mixing basins into the sedimentation basins, where sediment settles and water with a target salinity of 20 to 40 parts per thousand flows out of the sedimentation basins into the pond. Looking at the slide, you can spot the sedimentation basins in the middle. They're shaded in a light yellow color. What you can also see in this figure is the relative depth to water, starting with the light blue representing the shallow water, ranging to the purple to represent the deeper water within the ponds. At the south side, we have the interception ditch. This collects agricultural drain water and channels it around the site, and this also serves as pupfish connectivity. The construction of the original SCH major components were completed in 2023. The East Pond we began filling it last month with water. And the West Ponds are currently dry to allow for access to soil needed to construct the final expansion of the project that is scheduled to begin later this year. As work continues, endangered desert pupfish and a broad range of bird species already are actively using the site. Next slide, please. We're currently in the process of expanding the project, as it was noted earlier today. What you see on the screen is the initial phase of expansion. This is referred to as the SCH East Pond 1 expansion, and on the screen it's reflected in a reddish orangey color, and it's approximately 750 acres in size, and this is in addition to the 4,100 acres. We broke ground on this project in October of 2024, and we completed the construction earlier this year, and we will begin filling this pond tomorrow. And this is very exciting because, as was noted earlier, with this event, we'll have the east side ponds filled by the summertime, and this will bring online about 2,000 acres of aquatic habitat. Next slide, please. This is a figure of the planning area that includes the remaining planned SCH project expansion, referred to as Center and West Ponds. This is in the design and planning phase. It includes 3 ponds, which are in the process of being renamed as this design progresses, to refer to the northern pond and the 2 southern expansion ponds. Like the first figure of the SCH, this reflects the relative depth to water within the ponds with the same color scheme, but it also includes a brown area in the middle of the northern expansion pond that represents a large island that will have the opportunity to provide mudflats and an area for birds to forage and hang out. There is an opportunity to put channels in that island as well so that water can flow through. There are also smaller islands planned for the southern expansion ponds. This expansion, like I mentioned, is planned to add 4,500 acres to the project. So in total, if we're thinking about the original SCH phase, the East Pond 1 expansion, and then this remaining expansion, this brings us over 9,000 acres for the full SCH project. Next slide, please. Now I have a series of pictures, so you can, if you can't make it out there, you can see what it looks like. On the top left, we have a view of the sedimentation basins that were light yellow in that figure, and the labyrinth weir in the middle. Moving along at the top, on the right, we have the East Pond 1 expansion berm connecting to the causeway that's at the bottom of the screen, and then hanging off to the side is the saline pump station. Down at the bottom left, we have birds that are on our site, various types of bird species in that picture. And then the remaining picture is an example of a loafing island. Next slide, please. These are pictures of the East Pond as it's being inundated with water. We began filling this last month in the first week of April, so these are some pictures of its progress. Next slide, please. More pictures of the East Pond filling. And then the next slide, please. I get to end on an awesome slide here. So I love these pictures. They were taken by a colleague of ours at the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And they're pictures of great blue herons. And this is a nest that is located close to one of our East Pond berms before we began filling the project. And some fun information about these pictures is the bird in flight. It might be hard to see, but there's nest material in the bird's beak, and it's flying over to the nest that's on the left-hand side, and it's the same bird on the top branch. So I will end there. Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, if I can ask a quick follow-up question. When it comes to the center and west ponds, you said they're currently kind of in planning and design. What is the expected timeline for those to come online? When do you think construction may be completed?
If everything remains on schedule, we will begin construction, real, like actual earth-moving construction later in the year. And the construction is planned to go until 2027. I'm trying to find Vivian. He has the latest schedule. 2027? Yeah, 2027.
Awesome. Thanks for entertaining the pop question.
No problem.
So next, I'd like to discuss our vegetation enhancement projects, which are aimed at establishing native vegetation on exposed lakebed to reduce dust emissions. I don't see it on the slide here. There we go. So currently we have 3 projects totaling about 1,709 acres. These sites were selected because they are some of the higher emissive sites around the sea near communities. We have a 399 acre site called Clubhouse and a 1,215 acre site named Tule Wash near the community of Salton City. And then our third site is 93 acres near the community of Bombay Beach. And all 3 sites, or at least the sites near Salton City, are currently hosting miles of native vegetation now growing and suppressing dust on the exposed lakebed. This year, we'll work to complete these projects on reclamation land and commence work on an additional 382 acres of IID land adjacent to the Clubhouse and Tule Wash sites. As seen on the illustration, the first phase entails strategically placing bale arrays facing the predominant winds on the upwind side of the project to create immediate dust suppression on the site. And then phase 2 consists of running drip and irrigation and planting and seeding in between bales. Phase 2 also entails planting in bare areas closest to the shoreline with no bales, however receiving wind protection from bales on the upwind side. One other positive benefit of the bales is protecting young plants from abrasive sand particles during high wind events, allowing young plants to get established and hardened off. Eventually, the bales will break down in place and the plants will outgrow the bales, as we've already seen in some of the older project areas. Next slide. So in these sites, we're seeing wind driving into our projects from the inland side of the project towards the shoreline from east to west, and in some cases from north to south. The far left photo shows one of our monitoring stations, which measures wind speed, wind direction, particulate matter, and saltation. Saltation is the proxy by which we measure our dust emissions on our site. And so the top photo is illustration, top right photo is illustration of saltation, which is how we measure those emissions. Saltation is the movement of wind-blown particles at the ground level, kicking up particles from our sites and causing them to become airborne, which could further add to dust emissions off the site. Next slide. So the photo on the left shows how we've placed a transect of 3 air monitoring stations across our sites to monitor the performance of our projects. We placed 1 station just outside the project, 1 in the middle of the project, and 1 on the downwind side of the project, just after the bale arrays and closer to the shoreline. We're finding an up to 95% reduction in saltation from the upwind monitor to the downwind monitor in some areas, but typically our average data over the last 2 to 3 years of monitoring have been showing closer to 75% to 95%, just depending on the station. This tells us the bales are working to keep windblown particles at the ground level from kicking up more dust at our sites almost immediately when they're placed. As vegetation grows, the percentage of reduction in saltation increases, further adding to suppression of dust on the sites. Finally, the photo on the right shows how the outer rows, the outer 4 rows of densely placed bales, which usually outline the outside of our projects, how they get buried by sand on the upwind side. This normally acts as a first line of defense in slowing down wind speeds as they come into the project. Next slide. So this slide shows illustrations of the 4 phases of our projects. The first is the site before we begin construction. And as you move down, the second is right after we place bales and before we plant. Here we see an immediate 75% reduction in saltation from the upwind monitor to the downwind monitor, and in some cases up to 85%. The third phase shows about 2 years of growth, and the reduction of saltation begins to increase as the vegetation begins to grow. The final phase shows what we're already seeing at some of our oldest sites, successful plant growth and up to 95% reduction in saltation. This afternoon, my colleague Stephen will further detail the air quality monitoring at these sites in our first panel. Next slide. So this slide shows our clubhouse site, which is completed. This slide shows the progression of growth over 3 years at the same area. We have 2 zones, as I mentioned, at these sites. Zone A represents the upwind areas where bales are placed, and then the areas between the bales are then planted and drip is added. The project area closest to the shoreline we refer to as Zone B, where bales are not placed, only irrigation and planting. We have seen great success in planting at both, or in plant germination and in growth at both zones, as you can see from the photos. Next slide. So that was our clubhouse site. This slide shows our largest project site, Tule Wash, which is 1,215 acres. To date, approximately 903 acres have been completed at this site. This site will be completed this year, and this site shows the growth over the last 2 to 2.5 years that we've been working on Tule Wash. Next slide. West Palm Bay Beach was a site that received bales and shallow furrows for interim dust suppression very early on. One thing I forgot to mention is we do use groundwater wells to water these sites. And so we started groundwater exploration all the way down to about 800 feet at this site and did not find groundwater to irrigate this site, likely due to the faults in the area. So we had to kind of rethink things and keep exploring new ways to get water to the site. So the planting on the site is tracking behind because 1, like I said, we didn't find the groundwater to irrigate, and 2, the lack of existing vegetation and clay soils led us to believe that establishing new plants would be difficult. In 2024, we conducted a successful planting trial and were temporarily able to secure water for establishment of the plants. Planning will occur this site and should be completed by the end of 2025. Next slide. Again, this is just a photo showing the two zones here. That's the zone with the bales, zone A, and then the zone closest to the shoreline without the bales. And the growth here represents about 1.5 to 2 years of growth. However, in our clubhouse sites, we're already seeing the plants overtaking the bales in quite a few areas. But want to give a representative slide of kind of the way overall everything looks, but we do have some areas that are quite dense. Next slide. And so this slide just shows an example of a before and after aerial photo or drone footage of the clubhouse site over 3 years, and a couple aerial drone photos of the veg sites showing about 2 years of growth. Next slide. So this is a slide just showing our next tranche of projects that we're currently working on in different phases of implementation and design. Most of these are under development or design. I won't go through each one, but I do have listed some details about the project and the type of project it is, whether it's a wetland enhancement or a aquatic habitat project or a veg project. And then you'll see the acreage associated with those projects, including our 3 partner projects. Details about these projects can be found in Chapter 2 of our annual report in the project section, or in Chapter 6, which really lays out kind of the next steps for sequencing of projects for our work. Next slide. So finally, I'd just like to remind folks of the project tracker, which was released and debuted in this workshop last year, that provides more information about our projects that can be found at our website at www.saltandseed.ca.gov under the Projects tab. It's updated early in the year and about halfway through the year with project details and updated acreage accounting as it relates to the water order. And that concludes my presentation. I'll pass it off to my colleague, Miguel.
Thank you, Mario. Hi, everybody. Miguel Hernandez here. Buenos dias. And I have a few slides in regards to partnerships and community engagement, just to share a little bit of the work that we're doing to enhance our presence with the community and how we continue to collaborate and contribute with different agencies and different partners throughout the region. Next slide, please. This is a list of all of our partners that have helped us in different fronts on our program. As I've said before, or you perhaps have heard that our program is not able to act alone. You know, with partnerships with the Water Board, Imperial Irrigation District, Salton Sea Authority, and all this list that you see before you, including community members that also partake in our processes and projects. So we want to share our gratitude to everybody that's been a key member of the team, key member of our success, and as I've said before, it's there's more to come, but just recognizing and acknowledging all the support that we've got from different partners throughout the years. Next slide. And our partners also helped us develop a very important document last year. This is a document that was released in December, which what we call the Community Outreach and Engagement Plan. This was actually originally started back in 2018 with the support of the Community Engagement Committee. This was a list of recommendations and strategies that this committee was advising the SSMP on how to best engage with communities. That was there for a little bit. Then the committee decided to go on a route of developing a charge and a role for the actual committee, incorporating environmental justice principles to the committee, and then we continued on into the development of this outreach plan. So this pretty much it's the recipe, if you want to call it that way, on how the Salton Sea Management Program conducts its outreach and engagement throughout the region. However, I also want to acknowledge that each community is different. It's not a one solution for all, but it's a general roadmap on how to best connect with communities with simple strategies and tactics. To mention a few, it's to have bilingual presentations, translation available during our public meetings, making sure that we promote our meetings in advance, that we host them in community-oriented venues, and so on. You could find a lot more on this outreach plan. And we actually encourage our partners or those that would like to connect with communities in the region to perhaps use this as a baseline. And like I said, it's not a silver bullet solution for outreach and engagement, but to put it another way, we want to grow it from there. We want to let it be an evergreen outreach plan that we can continue to enhance as time goes on. And you can find it at the Salton Sea website, saltonsea.ca.gov, to learn more, and always happy to chat more about it on the side. Next slide. Okay, also another component of our outreach that it's actually identified in the outreach plan, it's to bring folks to know more about our projects, for people to see it firsthand. People have to see it to believe it, especially since we're sharing a lot of great pictures. Perhaps it's not the same to see it over a monitor than to see it, firsthand and see the birds eye to eye as well. So we want to bring folks as much as we can to our projects. Although these projects are close to the public, we do have an open invitation for guided tours. So if any of the members of the public would like to join us and see the sites, we welcome those inquiries, and we're happy to coordinate a guided visit, which again, it's an active project site, so there's some coordination that needs to happen for us to make those tours happen. Also, we were able to participate during 2024 over the 50 opportunities that we had throughout the region to participate with partner-led meetings. If it was a project update at a community meeting, if it was a program update at the Salton Sea Authority board meetings that we're continuously involved in. There were over 50 opportunities that our program was involved in. There's different platforms to share more about the work that we're doing out there. So we actually continue to seek all these opportunities for folks to know more about our work and different venues and platforms. We also participated and presented at different city council meetings. This strategy we started back in 2023 and continued into 2024. I don't think we're done with the whole region for all the different city councils, and perhaps there is time for another round for those first ones that we visited when we first started. But there is an ongoing work to continue to come and visit and keep the local leaders and local elected officials on the know on the work as well. Next slide, please. Okay, here are some of the pictures of the different tours that we've had, both at the Species Conservation Habitat Project and the Vegetation Enhancement Project. There's just different opportunities, different audiences, if you will. We had students that helped us early in 2024 to build artificial burrows for burrowing owls. So that was a great experience personally, and I think for students as well, to learn more about our work, but also learn about the kind of work and the kind of career opportunities that are offered within our program and for the Salton Sea. We've also had a chance to take some of our federal officials to know more about the project, and of course our partners that continue to advise on our projects as well. Next slide. Okay, also, as it was mentioned by Secretary Corfoot on his opening remarks, we completed an important document, the Community Needs Report, one for the Salton Sea Management Program, and a subsequent document that was presented by Better Work Group advisors for Salton Sea Community Needs and Recommended Actions, which is a bit of a broader document of the different needs that the Salton Sea communities have as we progress in time, and that we need to continue to address. And the Salton Sea Management Program kind of captured all that and see where we can identify, where we can make our projects better, enhance those projects for a multi-benefit project Although we have the commitment of the ecological restoration side, we also want to make sure that these needs that were identified in these community needs reports are also being considered as we implement some of those projects. So to mention a few of those needs, it's community engagement, often and meaningful tribal consultation and tribal engagement, also the use for outdoor recreation, and so on. So we're taking those needs and incorporating those to the extent that we can into the SSMP projects. And with that, if we can go to the next slide, I'll pass it over to my colleague, Tanya.
Thank you, Miguel. Hi, everyone. My name is Tanya Marshall, and I am the Salton Sea Program Manager for the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. In 2024, we had some very exciting things occur with planning. I'm going to highlight just a few things, but please refer to Chapter 5, which starts on page 45, in case you needed to know, of the annual report for new and additional items. Next slide, please. We are so excited to announce the completion of the NEPA EA for the Phase 1 10-year plan. Following the completion and execution of the programmatic agreement, the EA was finalized in November of 2024. The programmatic agreement contains standardized review procedures for compliance with Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act. With the EA, the PA, and the programmatic BO, which are procedures for compliance in Section 7 of the Endangered Species Act, all completed, the Corps is issued a permit establishing new procedures for the Letters of Permission, or LOP. The LOP allows SSMP 10-year plan projects to be covered under Section 404 of the Clean Water Act. This is so exciting because with all of these planning documents being completed, this means that the permitting for SSMP projects should be much, much smoother, in theory at least. If you want to know more about the permitting process, be sure to listen to panel 2 this afternoon. Next slide, please. Staying on the theme of getting things completed, the first annual work plan was drafted in 2024. It includes surveys, the MIP annual work plan was completed and drafted in 2024. It includes surveys, investigations anticipated during 2024 by various entities. Most of these surveys were completed. In November of 2024, we gathered up as many of the entities as we could, and we invited others to participate in our first ever MIP annual work plan workshop and meeting. There, we discussed surveys that were anticipated to occur in 2025 and how to submit completed reports for the 2024 surveys. The final 2025 work plan is available on the SSMP website, as always in both English and Spanish. This slide shows some of the surveys that were completed in 2024 and those anticipated for 2025. I just want to remind everyone and the board that SSMP are not the sole entity responsible for surveys around the sea. And we appreciate all the input and the survey collaboration with the partners that is currently going on. We couldn't do this without everyone. This afternoon, panel 1 will expand on some of these topics that you see on the screen and end with a demonstration of the data hub that is being developed. You don't want to miss that. It's so exciting. I'm trying to be very calm. The next slide, please. Of course, we would not have made it this far in the planning process if it weren't for the increased organizational capacity the SSMP program was able to obtain. Although we were impacted by the July 2024 budget reductions, we were able to add a total of 7 new members. And I am stoked to let you know that all but one position, which is in Sacramento, are located at the Salton Sea program and that are located in the Salton Sea program. And the majority of the local staff live in the communities near here and around the sea. The new positions for CDFW that were created is for the integrated science team to address some of the survey needs you saw on the slide before, and the DWR staff that were assisting with the next steps of planning and permitting. This is the work that was showcased on a previous slide and couldn't be done without them. Also, in 2024, Samantha Arthur was promoted to Deputy Secretary of Water at CNRA. Congratulations. And we welcomed in Joe Shea as was appointed to the position of Assistant Secretary of the Salton Sea Policy and CNRA. Although SSMP has more staff, we still need the assistance of others around the Salton Sea area to gain insight, learn, and collaborate with. As shown in the picture to the right, IID, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, CDFW, and DWR are all working together to cross-train and help ensure institutional knowledge of the Salton Sea ecosystem is not lost. But before we leave planning, Yvonne is going to give us an update on the feasibility study.
All right, thanks, Tanya. Next slide, please. All right. Last year, during the annual report workshop, we reported that the Salton Sea Management Program completed our long-range plan. It was completed in March of 2024 in compliance with a stipulated order. The goal of the long-range plan is to evaluate long-term restoration concepts to protect or improve air quality, water quality, and wildlife habitat, to prevent or reduce health and environmental consequences that are anticipated from the long-term recession of the Salton Sea shoreline. The long-range plan continues to serve as the foundational document and information for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Aquatic Ecosystem Restoration Feasibility Study. Recommended long-term restoration strategies and concepts from the long-range plan have been pulled forward for further evaluation under the Army Corps' feasibility study framework. As a reminder, in December of 2022, the California Department of Water Resources, on behalf of the Salton Sea Management Program, the Salton Sea Authority, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Los Angeles District, entered into a cost-share agreement, effectively kicking off the Army Corps of Engineers-led Imperial Streams and Salton Sea Ecosystem Restoration Feasibility Study. This is a 50-50 state-federal cost-share agreement to complete the study. During 2024, the Army Corps of Engineers, Salton Sea Authority, and the Salton Sea Management Program continued to work together to develop a shared understanding of the challenges and opportunities surrounding the sea. The most noteworthy thing to happen in 2024 occurred during the summer, when U.S. Army Corps of Engineers leadership approved increasing the scope, schedule, and budget of the feasibility study. Originally, the Corps was authorized for a 3-year, $3 million study. However, due to the large basin-wide planning area, the substantial amount of engineering and data necessary to address the complex issues around and challenges around the Salton Sea, the study has now grown to be considered a mega study. The feasibility study is estimated to be completed in 2029 for approximately $22.5 million. The approved increased scope of work includes a strategy to provide benefits to the communities and the ecology of the Salton Sea region sooner than the analysis and implementation of the basin-wide long-range restoration concepts would allow. This strategy, referred to as, it's a really fun one, early implementation increment, involves evaluating smaller-scale, targeted restoration opportunities that could be implemented on an accelerated schedule. These two efforts, the analysis of the long-term restoration concepts and the early implementation increment, will run in parallel tracks and could result in 2 separate recommendations to Congress referred to as chief reports. If a feasible and federally justified alternative is identified in a chief's report, it has the potential to receive 65% federal cost share. Next slide, please. So for other updates in 2024, in addition to the approval of the mega study status and the early implementation increment being added, in the spring of 2024, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers held a Salton Sea Basin Future Hydrology Workshop. We talked about this at the last annual report workshop. And the intent of this was to allow better assumptions to assess future condition scenarios at the Salton Sea. The Corps' feasibility study team will model future hydraulic and hydraulic conditions at the Salton Sea over a 50-year period. A sound assessment of future conditions is a prerequisite to develop and evaluate potential solutions to aquatic habitat losses and other challenges facing the sea. During the workshop, participants discussed policies that affect hydrology and how those policies may change in the future, and technical modeling considerations. It should be noted that the convening of this workshop so early in the planning process was prioritized by the Army Corps of Engineers based on feedback that the state received during the development of the long-range plan. Other work that occurred during 2024 was work on developing models to inform the feasibility study. Now in 2025, to keep my talking point short here, 2025 is going to be a big year for the study because the Army Corps of Engineers, they're working through their process to evaluate what will be the final array of restoration alternatives to be considered in the feasibility study. So I anticipate that we'll have an update at next year's workshop with more information about that. Who's next? Next slide, please. Is that you, Joe? Who's doing this one? Next slide, please. Pass it over to Joe.
Great. Okay. So I'll talk a little bit more about funding status for our program, as was previously alluded to. Really historic year last year for our projects. We received the balance of our federal commitment, which was approximately $175 million to begin the continued expansion of our species conservation habitat project. And we also saw the passage of the Proposition 4 Climate Bond in November 2024, which provided $160 million towards restoration projects for the Salton Sea Management Program. And then, of course, there was also the $10 million that we just released a proposal last week to support the creation of the new Salton Sea Conservancy. So in summary, just a really historic year for that funding, and we are working to operationalize it and put it to work for the benefit of the Salton Sea, its region, and the communities who call this region home. Next slide. All right. Next steps. If it wasn't already clear, we've got a lot of work to do. We got to continue filling our project portfolio, and that means getting new projects into planning, moving those projects from planning into construction, and completing those projects and getting them online to be able to be operated and maintained by the new Salton Sea Conservancy. That is part of our vision here. We've also got to continue strengthening our partnerships with communities around the sea and landowners. That is something that we will always be looking to strengthen year over year. And we've got to, of course, accelerate the expansion of the Species Conservation Habitat Project, currently the biggest project in our portfolio, with federal funding and phased commissioning, bringing those projects online. And then, of course, we have been partnered up with the Salton Sea Authority for some years now, doing the Salton Sea Ecosystem Feasibility Study with the Army Corps of Engineers. Super grateful for the leadership from General Manager O'Dowd and the authority to continue moving that progress forward. We've got to continue to work with the federal government to make sure that we're implementing that long-term vision for the sea. So as Yvonne said, that's going to be a big focus for us in the year ahead. Next slide. And that is our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Really appreciative of the overview here of what continues to be, again, momentum, and I'll note responsiveness. Last year at the workshop, we heard concern, especially from community members in Bombay Beach, around some of the, the hay bales that are out there, and feeling like it, aesthetically wasn't as pleasing as the work can be, and just glad to hear that really the long-term vision for that work is vegetation, that it's a first step to it. And just wondering, and if there has been further engagement, especially as planting has gone on, is this issue with a lack of groundwater down at the Bombay Beach project, if there's been continued active engagement with the community there to kind of help bridge, what is the future of, their surrounding community. And again, just a lot of thanks and the responsiveness I'm hearing from a lot of the points that have been brought up prior.
Yeah, so we had a workshop in October of 2024 to give an update not only on that project, but the Bombay Beach wetland enhancement project it's currently under design. And we did give an update, similar to the update that I just gave on where we were at that time. We had just conducted the planting trial at the time and had great success establishing plants where we thought, it might be a little too much clay content as opposed to the other side of the sea where it's sandier. And we were able to work with Coachella Valley Water District to get a temporary water line to get established over this summer. And so we'll begin planting next fall. Next planting season. It's already too hot right now to plant, but we'll have established a water line and begin running our mainline infrastructure to begin our planting full board, likely in October of 2025. And then we've had multiple, engagements. So that was in the community of Bombay Beach, but we've had multiple engagements, both online in Salton City at the recent Imperial Valley Salton Sea Conference last year, where we've given the similar update on Bombay Beach.
Fantastic, yes.
If I could add one more comment on that. One thing that wasn't described in our funding slide because it's happening in real time is that tomorrow our Bombay Beach wetlands project is eligible for a $5 million grant that's before the Wildlife Conservation Board. So we are going to present to the board tomorrow. We hope that they will approve this proposal. That would give us the funding to move our project at Bombay Beach and the Audubon Bombay project, which you'll see in the annual report, hopefully into construction by the end of this year, maybe early next year. But if we are able to secure that funding tomorrow, that's two projects that we have going in Bombay Beach, and I think it would be a ripe opportunity for us to go back to the community and provide that update. But because we haven't officially gotten approval for this funding, we're kind of waiting on that to make sure that we have the most up-to-date information.
Completely understandable and exciting. And congratulations to you, Joe. Just welcome to your first official workshop in your new role. I know you've been here a friend to the community and to the sea even prior, so it's really great to have you here in your leadership. So congrats as well on all that, and thank you for that. The other thing that I wanted to reflect on is the boat launch issue. That was something that was brought up last year, a lack of access to the sea hindering some of the monitoring activities. And so just want to acknowledge and thank for that development because it is such a critical component, as we'll hear in the afternoon here, the data component side, so that we are being better decision makers, knowing that we're protecting public health and finding those opportunities. Without that information, it's just so critical. So just an acknowledgement and thanks on the boat launch issue. And I have to share, Ms. Marshall, your excitement just around the MIP. And that too, I feel, has been an outgrowth of this workshop and the discussions we've had here, where there was, again, a feeling that, as you all noted, and we all know, there are so many agencies involved on the air side, on the water side, on the land side, wildlife, that, we needed a real plan, a way to better see the sea for its evolving nature, and again, help us manage it, and all in one place. And so the dashboard and the work on the MIP is incredibly exciting. It's foundational to the decades ahead of management here at the sea, and is so critical. So I just wanted to acknowledge those issues that I know we heard in the last workshop and the follow-up that we've seen. It's really appreciated. I think I just have one question I think left, and I want to hear from my fellow colleagues. But obviously a lot of discussion around lithium development down at the sea, and just wondering, as the program is continuing to deepen, as that industry and that discussion, I know it's kind of part of its own separate process. We have Lithium Valley Commission and others, but just wondering if you're starting to see the connective tissue start to happen there, where the planning for what activities may happen on the lithium side can have great benefit or impact or harm potentially to the projects that we're talking about. And so just wondering if you're starting to see some of those discussions kind of start to marry into all the great work that's been done on the management program.
Yeah, absolutely appreciate that question. I would say high level, absolutely. There's a lot of connective tissue there. Want to give major recognition to Commissioner Gallardo, Eric Stokes, and her office, and Chair Hochschild as well. Obviously, we've got a standing coordination call. I think it's every week with the Energy Commission, as well as our colleagues in the Labor Department and Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. So we're getting a lot of information in real time. I would say at the county level, we've participated in those workshops that they've held as well. And then obviously we're tracking the progress from the individual companies. I would say additionally, as those projects begin to manifest further over the environmental planning stage, the individual projects, we will continue to pay close attention to those and understand how that work coincides with our program, and we're very focused on just kind of continuing to learn about that information as it's made available and understanding what the impact is for how we want to go about our work.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Looking to my fellow board colleagues if they have any questions for the panel or comments. Board Member Firestone, or yeah.
Sorry. Great. Thank you. I've been able to be part of these now for, I don't know, 5 or 6 years. And just to see the program make so much progress and momentum and really be taking in the feedback that you all are hearing and just digging in to make the region see that it really is a real priority of the state, and it's really exciting to start to see some of these projects actually happen, and also whether there's obviously the big species habitat or species conservation habitat project, but there's also just the community meetings that you talked about and the community needs report, which I think are all pieces of helping to show the progress that this is making. Obviously, we're not where any of us want to be on the actual acreage yet, and we still have a long way to go on that, but I think the commitment and structure and foundation is really shown. And so I want to acknowledge that there was a really great, one of the things that our staff did was pull together a community, sort of a summary of comments received from the last workshop. And I think we're all trying to figure out how to better make sure that we're not just talking about what we're doing, and listening, but we're then also communicating back how what we heard has influenced what we're doing. And so, as I was looking at that and listening to this report and reading the report, I just think so many of these, we've made so much progress on the issues that have been raised, and the chair went over a number of those already. I guess I wanted to, certainly there's, I think, a huge, we're going to hear a lot about monitoring. There's a huge advancement in the transparency and monitoring that is going on, both around air quality, water quality, and ecosystems. We I think I'm interested in just hearing any additional highlights, maybe that any of the components of that was reported out want to highlight in terms of both in terms of workshops, but also the community needs report. Are there pieces from that we could additionally highlight as being responsive to some of what we were seeing in the community needs report or in workshops that we've had? I know, we've heard a lot around, I think there's obvious ones around, again, transparency and monitoring, but I'm interested, and there's the ones that Chair Esquivel mentioned around just, we heard a lot from Bombay Beach and the boat access. Just wanted to open it up and see if there were additional ones to highlight.
One that comes to mind we'll talk about during panel 2 a little bit, and it's the Bombay Beach Wetlands Enhancement Project. And that's a project that we had been working in partnership with Audubon and other entities, but Audubon was taking the lead. And that project has evolved, but the way that it's responsive is one of the things that we had heard in our community outreach and engagement is really trying to identify projects that have the potential to have multi-benefits and how those benefits can provide value to the sea as a region, but also the communities that live around the sea, and then just potential associated with that recreation, for example. And that's one of the projects that we've identified that has the potential to have that multi-benefit feature. And we're considering it in our future projects too that are in the planning phase. Like how just kind of challenging ourselves on being creative on what we can do.
Yeah, I'll also mention that with respect to workforce development, which was one of the needs that was mentioned, about a few weeks ago, we had Imperial Valley College out and had their STEM program out, or their MESA program out, and came out to visit our species conservation habitat project. And we had members from our team kind of go through our paths to where we are now and go through some of the different opportunities in restoration and monitoring and maintenance and integrated science, and had everybody kind of tell their own unique story. And we had 20 students just asking questions and just going to town. And so it was really, really a great relationship that we forged with IVC, Imperial Valley College, and that MESA program, preparing students for careers in STEM at the university level. And so I think that's one thing that we want to continue to hone in on and keep that relationship going, and bringing them out to our restoration projects to forge that relationship and continue dialogue with workforce development and the work that we do.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, good morning. Good to see you all. Thank you so much for the presentation. It's always heartening. I think I've been here at the same number of meetings as my colleague, Board Member Firestone, and so I too have seen the progression and evolution of the program year over year, and really appreciate that. Part of the reason we're here is to be that measure of public accountability and transparency in that process. And I hope that this has been a positive influence on developing the program and really helping to ensure that we're listening to communities, we're incorporating that feedback, and also doing the right projects in the right locations that are really going to provide lasting benefits to the sea. That's a lot of what I'm hearing. And I know that you have a couple of other panels here later today, so I'm not quite sure where the right time to ask some of these questions are, but I'll go ahead and ask now, and if you want to tee it up later, that's fine. But both of my questions are about budgets. One's on water budget and one's on dollars budget. So with regard to the water budget, I'm really excited to hear about the hydrology workshop that happened, and really thinking about the long-term water needs for the restoration of the sea and what that entails. That's appropriate. I think given what we're witnessing and experiencing, and some of the challenges that you're running into when you're on the ground and trying to move forward with projects, and realizing that, hey, in this case, groundwater is not available. So how are you going to pivot and adjust to those circumstances? So my question on water budget is, do you feel, or have you assessed kind of the present availability of water in terms of the projects that you've outlined this morning and the pond expansions and some of the other projects around the sea. Do you have a sense for, do you have adequate water supplies today or, when those projects are going to be done to have them succeed?
I'm going to start with the response, and if anybody wants to hop in here. And it's going to be a little bit indirect, so bear with me with my response. So something that we've observed, and we are going to talk about it a little bit this afternoon, is there, depending on where you are around the sea, you could have a data gap. And then when you're planning projects, you have to be careful about that because you're going to model out based on the best available scenarios or the closest situation. So in some cases, our program, because of the nature of our work, we've been actively trying to fill those data gaps. And one of the things that was discussed, I think perhaps Mario brought it up, is we've been putting in wells because groundwater information, as you get closer to the sea, is a data gap. And so we've been identifying areas where we have the potential that we can fill those gaps by collecting more information, and that's foundational to plan projects out, especially if we're looking at the lifetime of the project with the investment of state funds. So then from the modeling perspective, what was interesting as part of the Army Corps' Future of Hydrology workshop was seeing and being exposed to all the different ways that people can model out water. And that was somewhat overwhelming, but also heartwarming to know that people are looking at it in so many different ways. So our effort now is especially in the feasibility study process, is identifying how to put together a model that will be most meaningful given how important it is for the long-term restoration that we get the hydrology right with some of the uncertainties that we have at the sea. So some of it is a work in progress, but then for other areas we are able to gather information from gauged flows, from drains, from some of the waterways, and those gauged flows and looking at the historical data helps us identify what we can plan to with some level of confidence that that water will be present into the future. So that's my roundabout way of answering your question.
Yes, I appreciate that. And I know often it's hard to get too specific and quantify some of those numbers, but I think we are experiencing changing conditions, changing agricultural practices, changing hydrology as you're estimating. So I'm glad to hear that you're working to plug those data gaps and increase that knowledge and understanding. At the end of the day, it's all about providing certainty that the projects we're building and the dollars that are being invested for the public good are, going to be successful in the long run. I think we all like to see that. And so my other question is on the other budget, maybe the more challenging one in some respects on the dollars. And again, if you're planning to discuss this later, that's fine. But I appreciated the update, and I also encouraged that to hear about the record amount of funding that's been provided for the projects, and that's really helped grease the wheel and help move projects forward. Great to see. However, again, just going back to the concept that this is part of accountability and transparency on the stipulated agreement, that's what we're here for. So my question is, in terms of the projects that are outlined and identified through 2028 to kind of hit the targets, is there a sense yet for the budget or the financial needs that go along with that?
Yeah, absolutely. That's something, that I appreciate you referencing the report because we've tried to put out a schedule that's, it's an ambitious schedule. There's not much room for deviation at this point, but it is our map for how we can get there. And we are absolutely taking into account what we think we will need to get this work done. I think it's really important for us to prioritize kind of the year-over-year pipeline of project delivery and continue to do that. I think you'll see in our budget documents this year, we're starting to use that funding that was advanced in the climate bond to start working ideally, towards the end of this year, early next year, on a project that's adjacent to our species conservation habitat project, but at full build out would kind of rival the initial size of the species conservation habitat project. That project is called Cane Spring. It's currently envisioned around 4,000 acres. And so I think, going through the year over year planning and also understanding, how we can maximize efficiencies, draw in other funding. I mean, for goodness sakes, we've got this $10 billion bond that's going to start getting appropriated in the coming weeks. And so we're really focused on figuring out how we can advance funding through that competitively, like we're doing with the Wildlife Conservation Board tomorrow. And then, towards July, August, we'll take stock of, where we landed on the budget and kind of, right size the work that we need to do. In kind, but we're all part of the state here, and good budget years happen, bad budget years happen. It's our job to figure it out.
Understood and appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Vice Chair.
I don't want to take up much time because there were really good questions already and a lot of compliments for where we are at this point, and I share those thoughts exactly. My question is just related specifically to lessons learned. We've heard a lot of really good things about what has worked and the progress, and definitely sense that momentum. But what are you all doing in terms of the feedback loop to help provide information going forward for some of these projects? So for example, what comes to mind is vegetation, and you mentioned, Mr. Llanos, the soils, clay soils versus sandy soils. Are you gaining information through the earlier phase so that future phases could be adjusted accordingly? Really looking for, and I'll be asking some questions, I think all of us will on panel 2, about how where there may be opportunities to expedite. It's been slow going in the beginning, but can this momentum really pick up based in part by this feedback loop?
Yeah, and I know we'll go into some of this in the panel too, on the lessons learned and how we're going to use that to accelerate our work and take on larger chunks of acreage. But specifically to the veg enhancement projects, we've developed a vegetation adaptive management plan for these projects to look at different things like, we're now learning that we're getting a high clip in establishing vegetation, and so we might not need to plant as much or as close, or use the type of drip that has emitters 3 feet away but more like 10 feet away. And so overall reducing the water needs, the labor needs. We found that planting seeds is just as efficient as planting seedlings, and so gaining efficiencies in potentially going more the seeding route to get more acreage on the ground quicker through seeding rather than planting, thus lowering costs on labor for that and water. And then also for the community and the not liking the bales, and so we found that we could potentially reduce the bale density almost 40% and still get a reduction in saltation, maybe not at 75%, but maybe closer to like 65%, which would still suffice because we're getting a much quicker established vegetation at the site quicker than we thought. And it would be just a short gap that vegetation would catch up to those barren areas and start providing a higher number in reduction in saltation. So things like that are things that we're learning, especially for veg enhancement projects.
Thank you for that, and thank you, Vice Chair. Looking to see if there's any further question or comment from fellow board colleagues. We are running a little early on schedule, which is more than fine and great, and we can actually get to, importantly, community voices here sooner. But just double checking with folks. And Board Member Morgan as well, apologies, I know you're here virtually, so I haven't glanced. Are you wanting to make any comment or question right now? Okay, thank you, Board Member. Thank you. Really appreciate this update. What I look forward to certainly are the panels in the afternoon. Importantly, the community voices will hear now and may have further question for sure as we continue on through the day. So much appreciated. Thank you again for the update here. Let's now move on into public comment and community comment here. I just want to reiterate that we'll have an hour plus at this point to be able to listen to folks. Before we get started, want to quickly revisit the instructions for language access and providing comments. We are providing live Spanish interpretation, and comments can be provided in either English or Spanish. Spanish audio can be accessed on Zoom by clicking on the Spanish globe icon or the interpretation icon and selecting Spanish. If you're in person and would like to use a headset, please do raise your hand, and and please do speak clearly so as to allow interpreters to be able to catch up. All right. Well, with that, let me pull up my list here of commenters. And I believe the first person, which I don't believe I've seen on the platform yet, but our first person to speak will be Iron Dad, be followed by Carrie Morrison, Tom Septon, and then Dan Orr. Oh, please, yes, you are. Good to see you in person, sir. That was a neat trick. Oh, yeah, there's a button there at the base. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
All right.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us
Good morning.
here. It's good to see you.
Yeah, thank you. Just first off, I'm Iron Dad. I'm a resident of North Shore, and I'm very active in the Bombay Beach community. I am affiliated with local community groups. I'm here as an unaffiliated environmental activist, so I can say whatever's on my mind. So I just wanted to first acknowledge that there's been a lot of progress in terms of community engagement by the SSMP. It's greatly appreciated. We've seen the changes in plan, if not action, in plans moving forward based on our feedback. I'd just like to share that I don't have that much personal experience with Joe Shea yet. The experience that I have had is indicates that he's willing to listen even when he's hearing things that aren't so easy to hear. And I want to speak directly to Joe. Where is Joe? Hey, Joe. I just like to encourage Joe to continue to listen even when things get extremely hard to hear. Thank you. So I just wanted to call out here that in the annual report, there's a lot of talk, in a quantitative manner in terms of lots of numbers, right? Lots of letters too, and I really appreciate that index that explains all of those acronyms because I would be lost otherwise. But I think there's an issue that isn't coming up all that often here, which is the quality, and in particular, the quality of the water. Now, I would know about that because I would venture to guess I'm the only person in this room who has seen every inch of the shoreline of the Salton Sea. And I think it's pretty safe to say that I'm the only person in this room who sees it year over year, every single inch. And I know what's out there. I know what it looks like. I know what it smells like. It's not good. And I'll refer you to the map on, I believe it's on page 55 and 56 of the annual report, the map that shows all the projects around the sea in these bright colors. Take a moment and look at the sea itself. Look at that satellite image. You might wonder, what are these milky bands streaked across the water that you could see from space? Those are algae blooms based on the very high concentrations of nitrates and phosphates in the water. They are getting worse every year. And if you go down to the sea right now, and if you have a chance, please do, go down to the sea, walk up to the water. I'm sorry to say this, it's hard for our local community here, but it's disgusting. It's not in good shape. In fact, it's unsafe because a lot of that algae is toxic, cyanobacteria. There's increasing evidence that toxic cyanobacteria is part of the health problems in our local communities, plays a big role. And this is emergent, studies, emergent experiments coming from the University of California, Riverside. We need to pay attention to those. I think ultimately, one of the problems I'm seeing is there's lots of involvement from lots of agencies right now. Now that's going to give anybody, is going to leave a lot of people skeptical, like, can we make progress with this many interests involved, this many hands in the pie, all trying to get stuff done? I think that's a valid question, but one thing's for sure. If we don't all know which direction we're moving in, we can't pull together. And I think this is ultimately the problem that we have currently in front of us. What does the Salton Sea look like after the 10-year plan? 10 years after that, 20 years after that, 50 years after that? What's the shape? Is it divided? Is it a perimeter lake? What's the color? Is it clear blue? Unlikely. Is it murky green with highlights of brown and yellow, as it is today? Possibly. Or is it so saline that it's now blood red? Because that's the only kind of algae that can live in there anymore. So I urge you, please focus on figuring out the long-range plan. If everybody agrees that it's the feasibility study that gets us there, we need to fund that. We need to know where we're going so that we can all pull together. Those are all of my comments. Thank you so much for coming down, and especially coming down to be part of our local community and join us here.
Thank you incredibly for your continued activism and work, and for your great cogent comments. On your notes on water quality, agree completely that that is an important discussion that needs to continue to happen. We're fortunate we do have representatives here from our Regional Water Quality Control Board, and as I know and understand, they're updating the uses and standards, ultimately, beneficial uses that is surrounding the Salton Sea. There's also something that's known as the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, which is there to your point, really wrap our arms around the ag discharges that are happening. So I think there's a couple of projects happening at the Regional Water Quality Control Board that are front and center to the points that you've made, and encourage you to connect locally with the Regional Water Quality Control Board around the work that's being done, because to your point, that the quality component has to be part of this quantity discussion as well that we're having down at the sea. And so thank you incredibly, again, for your continued engagement and activism, and for those really great starting comments here. Thank you. All right, our next commenter is Carrie Morrison, who will be followed by Tom Septon. And Mr. Morrison, I believe you're joining us virtually, and so you should be invited here to unmute and come on camera if you so wish.
There we go. Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for convening today. My name is Kerry. Been working with the Salton Sea since 2011. I'm a founding board member of the Ecomedia Compass and a former Salton Sea mayor. And I'd like to speak to you from the year 2050 in deep and joyful gratitude, because we remember when the future of the Salton Sea still hung in the balance. Many of us had spent many years collaborating, scientists, organizers, agency staff, farmers, and advocates for frontline health and biodiversity. And we remember the early ramp-ups that we celebrated: SCH, Bombay Beach, North Lake, Desert Shores channels. Momentum had begun, and we chose to build on it. And it was you who helped shift the narrative. The sea was no longer seen as a leftover or liability, but as the endpoint of a water system and a mirror of our collective priorities. And then came the question that changed everything. Were we managing the Salton Sea towards permanent decline, or investing in it as a model of climate resilience, restoration, and public health? Together, we called on the state and each other to see the sea not just as a place to manage, but as a region to reimagine. And you responded, you listened. Just when we feared short-term projects would outpace long-range vision, you led. You didn't wait for another 4-year study. You saw that federal fragility demanded bold state action. You recognized that California's projects were being forced to stand more independently, and you stepped up. And more money followed, as it does when there's a vision. You helped expand the SSMP's scope, situating it within the full arc of Colorado River watershed and long-term water realities. You joined us in seeing the Salton Sea not as a case study in decline, but as a living model of adaptive community-led restoration. You chose to steward and restore life in its beautiful biodiversity rather than simply mitigate dust and asthma. How did this happen? We stopped counting acres without counting life. We saw early successes in project delivery, but we all knew that acreage without biodiversity was not a big win to celebrate. We encouraged projects that did more than check boxes. We faced the water question, finally and honestly. Back then, the SSMP report offered no long-term commitment to water. There was no integration with Colorado River planning, no path to sustain even the most successful habitat zones as inflows declined. But instead of deferring or deflecting, we confronted that void together. You helped bring the Salton Sea into the larger regional conversation. We explored binational coordination, launched pilot desal programs, supported water reuse innovation, and tied the sea's future directly to the future of Western water planning. We learned the definition of sustainable. We built real collaboration and a system to support it. We moved from symbolic public input to structural inclusion. You opened the door for tribal, youth, and local leaders to co-create, not just comment. And you helped build the infrastructure that made collaboration real. We adopted an AI-driven shared nervous system for the region, a place where data, timelines, insights, accountability, a feedback loop could be seen and acted on collectively. And that made the difference in a central data hub that connected all stakeholders, collaborators, and participants. We stopped losing momentum between meetings and started building trust between institutions, and water really began to flow. Here's what helped us get there. We reframed the Salton Sea as central to Southwestern water resilience, not an afterthought. We leveraged Proposition 4 to fund multi-benefit projects that addressed biodiversity, education, health, economic recovery, collaboratively together. We reestablished long-range leadership in the form of a diverse and local cross-sector body modeled in the Salton Sea Conservancy that anchored the vision across election cycles. And we launched a technical working group that aligned local organizations and projects with climate bond funding categories. What changed? Well, not everything all at once, but enough. Consistency. It wasn't just about more funding, it was shared vision. We stopped asking what could be afforded and started asking what couldn't be risked. We chose to build, not just patch, restore, not just reduce harm, to lead, not just react. And now, can you take a moment to imagine this with me? Now the Salton Sea is a beacon of resilience. The water sparkles. People swim and jump and laugh and fish. Migratory birds fill the air again. Children breathe clean air. Farmers grow healthy food next to community-built wetlands. Indigenous elders guide wetland stewardship. Public health, habitat, and human dignity coexist and thrive. Communities that once felt forgotten now co-lead restoration as active stewards. Our data is open, our progress is visible, and our partnerships have deepened trust. The region has become a model for binational collaboration, climate resilience, and water justice. And it happened because people in 2025, you, chose to think generations ahead. Thank you for choosing to plan generations longer than the required expectations of your roles. And today, in addition to wetland development like Desert Shores, we're working on a collaborative AI system. There's an organization called World System Solutions. They're developing a platform called Phoenix. It's a collaboration platform that integrates all stakeholders and real-time project data into a shared adaptive system, enabling organizations to align, allocate, and optimize resources dynamically across sectors for transformative climate and community solutions. I believe, Salton Sea, that this could really help us as a stewarding populace to collaborate and coordinate. Also, we're convening a recurring technical working group focused on aligning local project pipelines with eligible climate bond funding over the next few years. We'd like to start with a 3-month trial. This space would enhance regional coordination, surface multi-benefit synergies, and improve funding readiness across agencies, NGOs, and community stakeholders. And I'll follow up with the doodle poll to the SSMP Outreach Committee for collaboration meeting for those interested. Thank you for all of the progress. This is inspiring. We still have a lot to do. And I invite you to picture it from the future. What does it look like? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. It's good to see you again, and appreciate your helping us here envision what 2050 may look like, and agree with much of that vision there. So just again, appreciative of your comments, and good to see you. Next, I'd like to call him Tom Stefton. Oh, you'll need to turn it on again. Yeah,
here we are.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Thank you, members of the board. We who live here do appreciate you making the effort to come here to have this. Much appreciated. And I want to take note and give congratulations out to the Salton Sea Management Program staff, because 6 years in, we are finally beginning to see actual substantial scale habitat creation. They are now well in the process of filling the first pond at Species Conservation Habitat, and we expect by the end of the year we'll have 2,000 acres of actual aquatic habitat. We've waited a long time for this, and we are thrilled to see it. And we want to congratulate the hardworking staff at SSMP for making this happen. And we hope that they are able to move forward as quickly as possible to build a Noah's Ark for the wildlife at the Salton Sea that are seriously in trouble and need that ark built for them as quickly as possible. So I want to acknowledge that. But what we also have to look at is the challenge of water. And Iron Dad mentioned the challenge to water quality, and side by side with that, we have a challenge to water quantity. We know that the Colorado River was over allocated way back in the far back in the 1920s, and we are seeing the reality of that today as water is being transferred from desert areas to major cities that need water, and we are seeing a reduction in the water available for agriculture, which is the vast majority of the water supply to the Salton Sea. And that is probably an inevitable trend. We have large cities all over and many millions of people that depend on the Colorado River supply, and we have the Salton Sea that depends on the Colorado River supply, and we have a fundamental challenge of enough water for the projects that are being built, and we have a fundamental challenge on the quality of the water that will remain in the sea as whatever is overflows from that project then concentrates both nutrients and salts in the Salton Sea. And we have seen by the work that UC Riverside scientists have been doing and making what's becoming a pretty clear connection between the increasing nutrient concentration as the Salton Sea shrinks, the increasing salt concentration as the Salton Sea shrinks, and the change in what can live in the Salton Sea. We no longer have large populations of fish to eat the cyanobacteria, to eat the algae, or to eat the bacteria, and the exotoxins produced by some of those salt-tolerant bacteria may very well be the cause of a lot of the inflammatory illness that's being seen in communities living close to the sea. And water quality is critical to that. And there are some folks, including myself, for the last 20 years that have been working hard at water quality at the sea. And we do believe we have some solutions, but they are not listened to by the contractors that are our competitors and that work for the Salton Sea Management Program. That said, we continue to work with outside funding and prove what we know is possible for the benefit of the sea. I'm here on behalf of the Ecomedia Compass as one of the board members with Carrie, and also personally as a believer in the future of the Salton Sea, and a person who, after 20 years of working on the sea, has come to care about it. And so I would like to point out a problem that you probably are aware of, but as the Salton Sea Management Program staff have gone out to communities, and just in the last couple of weeks, they've gone out to a few communities to present the same report that they're giving to you. And what they have heard back from communities from the east side in Bombay Beach and communities on the west side in the Salton City area is community members are still saying, what about bringing in additional water? Can't you think about that? And the long-range plan purportedly does that, but there's a fundamental problem with what's in that long-range plan. A few years ago, the state put forward a proposal to, or an acceptance of ideas, a request for ideas, similar to a request for proposals, and they got 15 legitimate proposals. And that was the third time they put out such a request. And they got the 15 proposals, and those proposals for water import options to the long-range solution for the Salton Sea ranged in cost from about $1 billion at the lowest to about $10 billion at the highest. But what made it into the long-range plan? Not one of those 15 proposals. It was instead a proposal crafted, actually 3 proposals, 2 water import, one's big enough to actually do something, a middle one only 100,000 acre feet, not enough to make the difference, and an in-basin, what you got only to work with proposal. The proposal that made it into the long-range plan was the Brent Haddad UC Santa Cruz proposal, crafted entirely by them, ignoring all the other proposals, and that's got a price tag of not $1 billion, not $5 billion, not $10 billion, but $73 billion with a B. And that is not a realistic proposal, and it never was intended to be by the people who crafted it. So that is a fundamental problem, because that's the only thing that was passed over to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to evaluate as a potential water import option, and it is not a real proposal. In fact, the cost is inflated. That middle proposal that they had, it proposed a pipeline from the east side of Sea of Cortez to the Morelos Dam at a cost of $12 billion. Just a couple of years before that, legitimate engineering company did a proposal, similar concept for Arizona and the International Boundary and Water Commission. They estimated the same pipeline route at even more flow rate capacity at $1.2 billion. Somehow the decimal got moved. Somehow the same pipe route with less flow costs 10 times the rate. Something is wrong with the math. And when we sent a PRA request to UC Santa Cruz to share the math with the public, their response was, it is not in the public interest for the public to know the math behind that. That's a fundamental problem. So I hope that will be in your thoughts, because there is a water quantity problem. Okay. And just,
if you don't mind, just
absolutely.
so that we give some time for other folks as well, if you don't mind kind of wrapping some of your
I
thoughts.
will wrap it up right now. I know you don't want to hear these things, and that's understood.
Oh, that's not the case.
Okay.
It's to provide space for others, but.
Fair enough. I will just say that in November, we brought together community people at Desert Shores and the surrounding communities. We planted trees there, mesquite trees, and actually Miguel Hernandez helped join us on that. And it was an excellent community event. They are planted as a test of a concept of using double rows of trees as a windbreak. to stop dust. And we want to thank IID for the money to help that happen. And we just want to say that we are engaged in positive activities on the ground that make a difference, and we would like to see more on the ground, and we would hope that the state would consider matching the $1.25 million that the federal government put forward to the Desert Shores Channels Restoration Project with state money so that that project can go all the way through to completion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Supton. I do appreciate your continued engagement on issues around the sea, and to your concerns around long-range plans and seawater import, proposals that were put forward. Noted. I know that was something we heard at the last workshop as well. Just a concern with the work that the UC Santa Cruz professor had done. But I know, and I'm hopeful through the Army Corps process, and I know through previous processes that the discussion around imported of water has been pretty robust. But I appreciate that. I think that it's going to have to be an issue that we continue to make sure folks discuss, and there's some shared facts ultimately on what costs are and whether or not it actually resolves the water quality issues down at the sea. It certainly resolves quantity ones, but risks leaving even more salt down at the sea and changing its ecosystem. So certainly a complicated issue, and appreciate your continued advocacy and voice here amongst Mr. Supton. So thank you. All right, let me pull up my list here. Apologies, my computer went to sleep on me. Okay, our next commenter will be Dan Orr, will be followed by Rianne Reyes.
Hi, I'm Dan Orr, Audubon, California. I direct our geospatial science program, and I also lead our Salton Sea science and desert science as well. I really wanted to applaud the state's achievement moving forward with habitat projects here on the ground, including the SCH project, all the partnership with the Bombay Beach wetland, and the work that the state's done there. The new vegetated dust suppression projects. This is all really great work, and we're really happy to see this. I really also am excited to see all of the work with the MIP and the data management work, and we're excited to see the presentations later this afternoon with the data hub and all the work that the state's put into this. Data sharing. We'd also really like to encourage the state to continue to incorporate emerging wetlands, the emerging wetlands that are on exposed lake bed, into restoration projects where it's possible. Really stabilizing and enhancing those wetlands, because they really right now are creating habitat as well as suppressing dust, and many of them are created by irrigation water, and so the agricultural irrigation water, and so those wetlands are acting out as well as a filter for the irrigation water, and so you're getting some filtration benefits there too. So you're having benefits to human health as well. So it is a multi-benefit situation there, and I think we'd really like to see those wetlands protected and incorporated into restoration where it's possible. I'm really encouraged by the creativity of the Salton Sea management teams really working to integrate vegetated dust suppression. I think that's a really cool thing that's kind of emerged, and these the vegetated dust suppression, this creating upland habitat, and that's a great job. Those guys out here doing that. This is some really cool work. I'm excited to see the presentation later, but I've seen some of the data from it, and it's really cool. So nice work. But I'd also like to draw some attention to some bird trends that we see nationally and then also here at the Salton Sea quickly. But the 2025 U.S. State of the Birds report recently came out, I think just last month, and it documented really serious declines in shorebirds nationally. When we look here at the Salton Sea, we see that there are particular groups of shorebirds that are doing really well. And so what we see is that there's something going on here at the sea that's working for shorebirds. And yes, we want the state to continue to create really diverse habitats to support all kinds of birds that are, some of those like fish-eating birds that are doing really poorly here that used to be thriving. But there's these species that are doing poorly all over globally and nationally, like shorebirds, that are, some of these guys are real tiny and they're migrating from the northern slopes of Alaska all the way down to South America, and they're depending on places like the Salton Sea, and they're losing habitats all over the West and globally. And there's a real opportunity here at the Salton Sea to create a sustainable habitat for the future, kind of an oasis for these little critters to survive into the future. And so there's an opportunity to do that, and I'd hate to pass that up. And so I think we should take advantage of that and really put an effort into prioritizing that shorebird habitat, which incidentally takes up less water. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orr. Really appreciate Audubon's continued engagement here. And to your points, we're learning a lot, and especially when it comes to these emergent wetlands, it feels like, we often talk about nature-based solutions, and I think that this is one of the largest laboratories we can have because of the scale and scope of the sea, because of the issues here, that we do have to work with what Mother Nature will naturally want to do down at the sea as much as we are engineering these outcomes as well. And so I really appreciate those points. Very well taken. And yeah, thank you again just for the reminder of the incredible asset that the sea is when it comes to the Pacific Flyway. I think we all collectively know, but we've paved over about 95% of the wetlands here in this state. And so the sort of habitat, the wetland habitat, the shorebird habitat that you discussed is really critical down at the sea and can be hopefully seen as very much a refuge and a place where we can continue to see the historic use of the Salton Sea preserved and even here potentially expanded. So much appreciated, Mr. Orr. Thank you. Thank you for those comments.
Thank you.
And just a note on timing for folks, there is a 3-minute timer that's popping up here, but feel free to continue on. I'm really wanting to make sure that we provide plenty of time. Sorry, Mr. Septon, for stepping in there for a moment. I will try to limit folks if they're going beyond 10 minutes or so. Okay, let us now, I believe it's Rianne Reyes, our next commenter. And apologies, I was going back and forth whether it was Rianne or Ryan, so. Ryan, thank you. Thank you, Ryan. I know, it was, so thank you so much. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Alrighty, good morning, everybody. Is it morning still? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Reyes, and I am a campaign organizer with Audubon California's Salton Sea and Desert program. Thank you to the State Board for your continued leadership and oversight on these important issues at the Salton Sea. We appreciate the state's progress on Salton Sea projects and especially want to acknowledge the recent efforts of state staff to engage with local residents. Your team is now really making a genuine effort to listen, show up, and include community voices, which are all important steps towards building the trust that residents have long called for. As we move forward, I want to highlight opportunities to deepen that engagement, especially around public access. In places like Bombay Beach, a unique and vibrant arts community, we have heard community members express that there is a strong desire to not just incorporate access to nearby projects, but to help shape it. Bombay Beach residents are eager to collaborate on planning and bring their creative spirit into the process. They want access points that reflect their identity and culture, and they want to be community partners, not just stakeholders. This model could be applied throughout the region as well. When local communities are brought in early, treated as collaborators, and their input is meaningfully incorporated, it builds long-term support and community investment. Public access is not just about getting people outside, it's about creating community memory, connection, and value for the place. That is what leads to lasting stewardship. Incorporating accessible, culturally relevant elements such as multilingual signage, interpretive programs, and nature-based activities helps underserved communities connect with and support the sea's restoration. When people can access and enjoy these spaces, they are more likely to care for them and advocate for their future. The success of these projects depends not just on technical outcomes, but on public trust and investment. We've seen encouraging progress on recent projects, and it's critical that this momentum continues. We also encourage continued and expanded engagement efforts to ensure that communities are not only heard, but truly part of the work from beginning to end. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate those comments, Ms. Reyes. Thank you for the work you're doing at Audubon and engaging with communities. I completely agree that the more we can get folks down to the sea, the more that they're able to recreate, the more they're able to even see the challenges, the more they can become advocates and ultimately for us build that trust. There is oftentimes, well know, a lack of trust and a lack of transparency folks feel on what exactly it is that government is doing, given the complex levels of state, local, and federal activities. And so just thank you for the work you're doing to connect with folks. I know for myself, being a native here of the Coachella Valley, I recreated down at the sea in my youth. I was fortunate that was around at a time when it had integrated to the point it is today, and was still being used for recreation, and fortunate that family would bring us down there. It makes the entire difference when there is that personal connection. And so just really appreciate your work in connecting folks. So thank you. And thank you for your great comments.
Thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Christian Torres. I believe he's joining us virtually, who followed by Jasmine Phillips.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everybody, for your participation today. I want to uplift a lot of the comments being said by the other advocates and community partners around the Salton Sea, especially around the progress that has been made over the last couple of years. Okay, yeah, I was hearing an echo on my end as well. Again, I want to echo the positive comments that have been made, and especially on the progress that we've seen through the SSNP implementation. As someone that has been to the Species Conservation Habitat Project from its start to recently, I know the big difference that this will make in our communities. Comité Cívico del Valle is a community-based organization in Brawley, so near the south end of the sea. Over the last year, we've been helping with at-home respiratory issues by deploying at-home air filtration systems, water quality point of entry systems, as well as giving education on at-home asthma training, because we know that respiratory conditions are one of the big key markers for our community that they highlight when we talk about the Salton Sea. The constant exposure they've had to the receding playa and the shoreline dust has been quantified in studies that we've collaborated with the University of Southern California, the Air Resources Board, and we continuously collect air quality data through our IBET network that not only has stations surrounding the sea, but also in the communities around it, with over 60 stations currently active. And while this progress has been great, I also want to echo that the vision for the future could be great, but it could also be limited. As was mentioned by the chair earlier today, the impact that Lithium Valley could have on these projects and the Salton Sea itself should also be monitored. We've been engaged on the Lithium Valley development over the last couple of years and see that the water impacts, especially as someone has already highlighted, with water importation not being one of the most feasible solutions for the Salton Sea, could have a great repercussion. We hope that the state has a lot of foresight into the planning and engages with the local planning efforts that are taking place in Imperial County and with the California Energy Commission for new developments in the region surrounding lithium to consider these impacts. We think that two developing industries in geothermal and lithium extraction, as well as advanced manufacturing, that could be the biggest economic shift in the region, can go hand in hand with a balanced environmental mitigation and protection program. We want to see these investments being done in our communities because it will also lead to investments in our environmental protections, creating funds that create community benefits for not just amenities, but also restoration projects in the future. I want you to consider that when you start planning further forward, because I think collaboration between the agencies, the local departments, and developers that are closing in on the region can be a key to success for the next 50 to 100 years when we'll long be gone, but the Salton Sea should still be around for everybody to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you for those great comments, Mr. Torres. Really appreciate the work of Comite here in the Imperial Valley. You know, it's telling then the scale and scope of the sea, that it straddles two significant valleys, the Coachella and the Imperial, and just really appreciative of all the leadership down on the Imperial side that you and Comite continue to exemplify here. And importantly, keeping track on all fronts. To your point and to some discussion we've had, you know, obviously lithium development can have benefit ultimately to the sea and or some conflict. And so your work and continuing to help us connect the dots across that is appreciated. And again, just give my best to Luis Olmedo, all the best, and appreciative of the work that's going on. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Jasmine Phillips, be followed by Nicola Lakic.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Thank you for coming all the way down from Sacramento. I enjoyed the good old days when we would bring a busload of advocates from Salton City to Sacramento, so it's great to see you again. My name is Jasmine Phillips. I'm a Salton Sea resident. I'm here today with Ecomedia Compass, and I'm so excited about the SCH project. I think it's wonderful to have additional federal and state funding for the projects in the 10-year plan. However, what good is money for projects without enough water to restore the wetlands at the Salton Sea? My main concern is that water continues to leave the valley, and if water is going out, it should also be coming in. I think in hydrology, maybe that's a mass balance equation, not sure. We talk about boosting elevation at Lake Mead a lot. That's important, but what about the Salton Sea? The local residents want no more grass bills or surface roughening. It's great temporary mitigation, but the public, the most important stakeholders, urge the board to seriously consider supplemental water supplies to augment the aquatic habitat projects. I want to include a hopeful consideration in my comments from other encouraging developments at other salt lakes in the Intermountain West. Mono Lake, Walker Lake in Nevada, and recently Great Salt Lake in Utah have established healthy lake elevations and are dedicating water to cover the exposed lake bed and protect wildlife habitat. Advocates and political leaders are working together, taking steps to protect the ecological and recreational values. I wanted to share this important quote from the Utah Department of Natural Resources Director, Joel Ferry, after a visit to the Salton Sea. He says, "The main difference that stood out to me is the fact that the Salton Sea and the efforts there are really just a manage the crisis kind of a situation. Whereas with the Great Salt Lake, we are actually recovering and we've put in place policies to where we've dedicated water to the lake," he said. I think ours is a message more of hope, and we could all use some hope in these bleak days. I strongly urge the board and those in charge of the Salton Sea to focus on bringing in water for future Salton Sea and community restoration. We're in an urgent situation here. We all know that. Let's not wait until it's a catastrophe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Really appreciate those comments and continued engagement here. Thank you, thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Nicola Lakic. Mr. Lakic, I believe you requested for 120 minutes. If you can keep it below 10, that'd be great. So thank you.
Thank you, very much. This work, can you hear me? Yeah.
We can, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I put a little note, but only 5 minutes, huh?
You can have a bit beyond 5 minutes, but do try to be concise.
Well,
I appreciate it though.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair and board members, for the opportunity to say a few words. Sorry about it.
I understand that it is always at the worst time.
Yeah. My name is Nikola Lakic. I'm the author of the proposal for the self-sustaining Salton Sea, which has been sabotaged in 2 instances, 2018 and 22. I know year ago exactly, I make similar comment, and you, Chair, kind of expresses doubt that kind of sabotage, that doesn't sound right. Well, I'm writing letters to the governor about it, point by point, because I'm sure no one of you really knows what it is, what my proposal does, the function of it. Because the current course of action, which you are part of, leading to the smaller, saltier, and smellier Salton Sea, that's indisputable. And you have to admit that. Question is, why continue with that? I'm contacting Governor to ask him respectfully to issue executive order to stop these nonsensical projects around Salton Sea and 10 years plan. There is no reason really for that, especially if we know where it leads. Leads to the smaller, saltier, smellier, and more polluted Salton Sea with huge consequences, health issue, environment. And by the way, you supposed to represent state. It's you express that, but you are violating environmental law and state policy. That's absurdity of this situation, because state policy leads toward clean air, clean water, health of the nearby population. And the current course of action leads just the opposite. Leads to a smaller, saltier, smellier, more polluted Salton Sea, period. That's indisputable. I have some note, but we don't have time, definitely 2.5 hours. My proposal, which I have nothing to do with the Tom and company that's talking about importing seawater. Importing seawater, it's not just enough, because you still have pollution, you still have pesticides, fertilizer, New River, Alamo River. So some people, my competitors during 2018 and then 22, where was request for information by state, they believe, just importing water will help. It might help a little bit by reducing playa, but pollution will continue. And end of it will be very toxic brine lake in the middle. But that's not solution. We need to find out how inexpensively to desalinate it. And I provided solution for that, cheap. People talking about reverse osmosis. No, reverse osmosis needs a lot of energy, needs filters, needs a lot of water. It's very, very expensive. It's not suitable. My system is suitable. I am taking dirty water from the bottom of the lake. I'm using that in my design, geothermal power plants, producing electricity, and have free byproduct, distilled water, and concentrated brine that can be used for extraction of lithium. This is separate from extraction of lithium from geothermal brine. I am producing lithium from importing seawater, from one pipeline from Sea of Cortez and another pipeline from Long Beach into center part. Now, I said center part. We need to have North Lake, South Lake, and big center part. Why? Because we have less water from Colorado River. So less water from Colorado River will be for farmland in Imperial County and for balancing evaporation of the south part of the lake. And then from Coachella Canal, we can have from Colorado River for farmland around Mecca and for balancing evaporation of the North Lake, which is a small lake. The North Lake will be 5% of the surface of the Salton Sea. South Lake will be about 10% of the Salton Sea. So if Salton Sea evaporate 1,200,000 acres feet a year, this will be 10–15% only that we need. So big center part of the lake, we don't need to worry anymore, because now we can import seawater from Sea of Cortez, one pipeline, only 48 inches, and be profitable. I saw some in the report from University Santa Cruz, it's $80 billion. It's ridiculous. I'm using siphon system, and I have special pump, part of the pipeline, kind of pipe inside pump with spiral blade that we can overcome resistance, and we can dig it a little bit to be less than 10-meter elevation. It's around Mexicali. So there is solution that we can have successful import of seawater, despite Pacific Institute and Tetra Tech, whatever, they come up with some ridiculous numbers. We have to, and another pipeline for Long Beach, 2 pipelines, and I'm using pipeline as a foundation for solar panels. In order to harness solar energy on industrial scale, you need to rent several square miles or lease that land, have mirrors, that tower. It's very expensive. I'm using pipeline. It's there for having energy. About Benning, we have about 2,700 elevation to overpass, but in general, it's positive, making money, making revenue. About altogether about $500 million revenue, clean environment.
Okay.
I just want to say one thing.
Yeah, if you don't mind starting to wrap, Mr. Lakic.
Yeah, since you are violating environmental law and state policy, and actual absurdity of situation is that I'm defending state policy and environmental law. I hope that you will join me in my effort to save and restore Salton Sea. I'm doing my best to have more than 10 years talking about this, and I hope that Governor will do something. I will finish this letter in 10 days, maybe 2 weeks maximum. I was interrupted with a few things, but since this is exactly 1 year since the last meeting and nothing has been changed, my letter will be pretty much right again. Okay. But thank you very much for this opportunity.
Always, and thank you as well, Mr. Lakic. Appreciate you coming and addressing the board. Okay, next I would like to call up Czar Tide, be followed by Larissa Sinclair. All right, not seeing Mr. Tide on the platform currently. And if you are viewing us through potentially the YouTube Live or Cal EPA website and are having challenges getting onto the Zoom platform, please do just email the clerk of the board, board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov. Next, I'd like to call up then Larissa Sinclair. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. And I'm going to have to read or else I'm going to get cut off because I've got a lot. I also didn't know the format or who exactly I'd be speaking to, so don't take any of this personally or pointing.
Not at all.
Me. Joe, Mario, Miguel, this is not anything bad towards just you. Okay. So my name is Larissa Olenikoff Sinclair. And just for a little background, I was born and raised in Southern California, but my first time visiting the Salton Sea wasn't until 2021. I honestly had never even heard of it before, but it was on the heels of the pandemic and things were still pretty restricted, so I just decided on a whim to go check it out as a day tripping tourist from where I was living at the time, which was Laguna Beach, California, believe it. And yeah, after a couple of hours, the first time spent exploring the shoreline, Bombay Beach and Slab City, I knew I'd stumbled upon something incredibly unique. After that, a few visits turned into many, Bombay Beach became like a second home. From there, I'd venture out back to the Slabs, Salvation Mountain, Box Canyon, Painted Canyon, the Bat Caves, Obsidian Butte, Karaoke in Salton City, rest in peace, Johnson's Landing, Slow Jamison. I also started calling the whole area the Desert Vortex of Love. Little did I know that what began as curiosity and fascination with California's largest and probably least visited lake would eventually have a far greater impact on my life and put me on a path I couldn't have dreamed up if I tried. Shit, I hope I don't cry. That brings me to today, here and now living full-time next to the Salton Sea in North Shore with my husband, whom I actually met in Bombay Beach. And together we've explored nearly every inch of this strange, wild, and deeply misunderstood corner of California. He's already touched on that. He'll tell you more if you want. As someone who's not a policymaker, scientist, or environmentalist, but rather a concerned resident, I'm here today to express my concerns and disappointment in some of the decisions being made. My point in sharing all those details about my life is that I'm just one of thousands who have a real connection to the Salton Sea, not just a connection via a job description or financial interests. And every one of those other people have their own stories. This is why it's not only been annoying, but disheartening to watch some of the mismanagement and inaction and see our beloved lake continually treated as a problematic puddle, only deserving of quick, non-sustainable fixes. Okay. After reviewing the report more in depth and the water board order, it's clear that a lot of the lack of progress is not a technical problem. It's a leadership and accountability problem. The SSMP is now halfway through its 10-year plan, and most of its deadlines have been missed or delayed. The amount of dust suppression that has been completed versus was obligated to complete is kind of embarrassing, as are most of the methods. Communities are still breathing in toxic air, and now, in some places, broken hay bales. Wildlife is still declining, as is the water quality. Restoration and revitalization are nowhere in sight. Meanwhile, hundreds of millions of dollars have moved through the region like contaminated dust in the wind with little visible impact for the people who live here. People who, in an effort to cut costs, have been lumped into a single bucket, yet are just as diverse and complex as the ecosystems you're trying to restore. Yes, improved habitats and air quality are essential, but if you restore the sea for the pupfish and birds and mostly ignore how the projects are truly impacting us who live here day in and day out, that's not restoration. In closing, here are some final suggestions in areas where I see room for improvement moving forward. Again, they're just kind of general, and there's a lot of parties involved, I know. But I think it'd be great to see more of the stakeholders, including the Water Board and SSMP, owning their failures. We deserve transparency and clear accounting of what exactly went wrong, why you are so far behind, like really, who's responsible? It doesn't have to be just someone from the team, it can be another organization or whatever, IID. We can read numbers, we are on the ground watching, and are your partners, or at least should be treated as such. Community engagement, it shouldn't be reduced to a recipe, like a not very good tasting one. The guys have been great, I know they're trying, but working with communities is not the same as occasionally dropping in. Invest in community benefit agreements, education, local workforce development, economic development opportunities, via industries that aren't centered on crashing lithium prices and can take off right away, such as sustainable tourism. Also, more support for grassroots local leadership. You cannot design real solutions without the people who live here and have more experience with the sea. So please, over the next decade and beyond, don't just let local voices be heard, have them be centered. Shit, I got a lot more, but do I have more time? No, I'm going over.
You can have a bit more to finish up, Ms. Sinclair. It's okay.
Okay. Please, the studies and the plans, bring in and listen to what is being said by those who are more informed or have more sophisticated means of, determining what's feasible and what's not. For example, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Then determine, plan for, and execute projects that are not only feasible, but again, like multi-benefit. Please make it truly multi-benefit for birds and local communities. Start prioritizing projects that make the Salton Sea region an enjoyable and safe place to visit, not just live. A place where people want to come visit, recreate, and invest in. We don't expect the sea to return to its short-lived heyday, but we do expect those tasked with shaping its future to show up and start taking more action that leads to meaningful progress. We can see, feel, breathe, and appreciate. That's it. That was a lot. But if you take one thing from my public comment, please let it be that just like the birds, the Salton Sea is our home and is very special to us. It's sacred, even. Please stop treating the communities like an afterthought or inevitable victims of collapse because we chose to live there. It's not Chernobyl or Owens Lake. We're not Keeler. We are not leaving. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sinclair. Really appreciate your comments here and importantly sharing your story and passion here for the sea and your honest feelings ultimately around and disappointment around where we are currently with the sea. Just really appreciate your voice here amongst everyone, so thank you. All right, next, apologies, computer went to sleep again. Next, I'd like to call up Crystal Otworth. And I believe she's joining us virtually.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the State Water Resources Control Board. Sorry, I'm having a little trouble unmuting. There it goes. Okay. My name is Crystal Otworth, and I work with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, an organization that partners with residents of the Eastern Coachella Valley to address environmental and social justice issues. A key priority for these communities has long been the restoration of the Salton Sea, both to protect public health and the environment and to preserve a landmark that is central to the region's identity. First, I do want to thank CNRA staff for their efforts to improve community engagement and project development at the sea. The work is critical and we recognize the progress that has been made. However, urgent challenges and questions do remain. The Salton Sea Management Program's 10-year plan promised 29,800 acres of habitat and dust suppression by 2028. We're 6 years in and only 8,547 acres are completed or underway. And that's only 60% of what was projected to be completed by 2024. Meanwhile, communities surrounding the sea continue to suffer from high rates of respiratory illness due to the expanding fly out exposure. Large-scale projects take time, but public health crisis demand solutions now. Additionally, as the sea shrinks, agricultural runoff continues to introduce excess nutrients, fueling harmful algal blooms and hydrogen sulfide emissions. As a result, surrounding communities now endure more frequent summer days exceeding the hydrogen sulfide air quality standards and compounding environmental and public health challenges. We urge the state to strengthen partnerships with local stakeholders to reduce nutrient inflows through improved regulations and management strategies. While we appreciate the ongoing wetland projects aimed at improving water quality, persistent hydrogen sulfide exceedances raise concerns about their effectiveness. Could the agency please clarify how nutrient load and management is being measured? Are there specific targets for reducing nutrients entering the sea? Transparency in these efforts will help assess progress and guide future actions to protect public health and the environment. We also urge greater transparency around project funding allocations and expenditures. Community members frequently express concerns about whether funding is being used effectively to meet the most urgent needs. Clear, accessible reporting on how funds are being spent and what outcomes they are achieving would help build trust and ensure accountability in restoration efforts. And lastly, while dust suppression and habitat conservation are critical, we believe they should be part of a broader, more integrated vision for climate resilience and community well-being in the Eastern Coachella Valley. We appreciate the release of the Community Needs Report, which outlines key priorities identified by residents, including but not limited to community engagement, equitable outdoor access, public health, and climate resilience. We encourage and support the state's efforts to move forward with implementing projects that respond to these broader community needs alongside environmental restoration efforts. Doing so will not only address immediate environmental and public health concerns, but will also create long-term sustainable improvements in quality of life for the region's residents. We look forward to continuing our collaboration with the state and other partners to meaningfully address the climate and public health challenges facing the region and to ensure that communities surrounding the Salton Sea are not left behind. Thank you.
Much appreciation, Ms. Otworth. Really appreciative of the work that Leadership Council is doing, again, to connect to communities, to help us be more accountable here across the Salton Sea Management Program and even here at the State Board. And so just really appreciate the thoughtful comments, appreciate the continued engagement here, and look forward to what I know will be further engagement. Okay, next I'm going to go to a tranche of folks that indicated they only needed to speak if necessary. Don't see them on the platform, but going to call out their names in case anyone is here within the room. Again, Czar Tide, and then I'll call out Tuong Phu No, Shant Shahayan, or Rushel Ladwala. If any of those individuals are here, would like to speak, please do. Or again, if you're viewing us perhaps through the webcast, you need to be on the Zoom platform. In order to get on there, please do just email the clerk of the board, board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov. I'll go then to our next commenter, who will be Michael Cohen. Okay, Mr. Cohen will be available then at the second comment period. Appreciate that, clerk. All right, well, I believe actually that is everyone that we have currently signed up to speak. We will have another comment period available here at 5 o'clock after the afternoon panels. But is there anyone here in the room that was desiring to speak or on the platform for that matter and has not had a chance to do so and would like to do so now? If you would, please do just pop up here or raise your hand on the platform. And I'll just give folks a moment to respond if they so desire. Good to see you. Good afternoon. Yeah, you'll need to pop the mic back on.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair
Really
and members of the
you.
board. Eduardo Garcia, proud resident of the Coachella Valley and former representative of the region. I just wanted to thank you for being present to hear the concerns of our community on this very important topic. And although there is much work to be done, I think we'd be remiss to not acknowledge and celebrate some of the things that have been done and the progress that is being made, not in a way to become complacent, but certainly to motivate us to continue to push in this direction of making the necessary investments where the populations are based and can see the progress firsthand, and continue to keep in the back of our mind the issue of public health, quality of air, and of course the ecosystem that is really what has been driving this issue of the Salton Sea and the attention that it's received. On my part, I am very interested in continuing to see the engagement that the Water Board and the various agencies at the state level that have a role and responsibility to continue to be physically present and continue to move the conversation closer to alignment with what the residents of this region have been saying for many, many decades. The unique thing today is that there are resources in place to move the needle, and there is a plan in place, irrespective of what we may feel collectively if the plan is the right plan or it falls short of being the master plan, but the plan does focus on air quality mitigation and ecosystem habitat restoration, two very fundamental pieces that have been highlighted throughout the course of this conversation, discourse, debate on what we do at Salton Sea. So on behalf of many people who do acknowledge and recognize the progress that's being made, I wanted just to come and say thank you for being here and thank you for the work that you're all doing. Thank you again.
Share that. Thanks, Mr. Garcia. And to your point, very much here, a moment to acknowledge the momentum, but there is a lot of work to do, and being able to kind of hold those two challenges here where, the long term is still needing to be completely fleshed out, but at least having a strong foundation is critical. And thank you, Mr. Garcia, for just your leadership. A lot of the funding that we have is thanks to your leadership and your time at the Assembly. And so great to see you here, and thank you for the continued leadership across this. It's really appreciated. Thank you for those words. Okay, I believe, Mr. O'Dowd, we have another commenter here. Oh, you'll need to pop it back on again. Apologies. If you push the button, there we are. Thank you.
Okay. I was just going to sneak up here and thank the board, Chair Escovel, for coming. This is super important to the community, your presence, your physical presence here. But Assemblymember Garcia sneaks up in front of me, and where we're at today would not be here if it wasn't for the work of Assemblymember Garcia. His work on Prop 68, Prop 4, the new conservancy, he working with Senator Padilla to flush out a conservancy, and the funds that are available under Prop 4 for the conservancy and the authority. We're working with the state as to how to appropriately utilize those funds. But I just wanted to thank you. I think that there's a lot of work to do. The numbers are what they are. They're not what we would like to see. Frankly, on paper, they can be discouraging. They could be alarming. But with the work that the state is advancing and what we're doing together with the state, both with the conservancy and otherwise, not the conservancy, with the conservancy, but also with the feasibility study, it's going to fundamentally change the perception of what the future of this region can be. And I think that that's super important to make sure that people understand that there's a bright, livable, sustainable future for the Coachella Valley region. So thank you all for coming today.
Thank you as well, Mr. O'Dowd. Appreciate your leadership at the Salton Sea Authority and the authority's longstanding work in building to this moment and momentum, truly. So that's really, really much appreciated, and thank you for being here. Okay, I think that brings us to the end of commenters, at least for now. Again, we will have another comment period here, importantly to center community voices after the panels, which we will take after our lunch. We're running about 30 minutes ahead of schedule, which is great. And so let's go ahead and give ourselves an hour and a half lunch. So we'll plan on coming back here at 2 p.m. To continue the panel presentations and the discussion here. So thank you everyone for the productive morning. Really appreciate the voices that we've heard here and just the honest candor on the good progress and work that still needs to be done. Have a great lunch. We'll see you all here at 2 o'clock, and we are in recess essentially until then. Thank you everyone. 10 or about to be 2:10. If we can start to wind down our conversations and get seated, we can start to bring ourselves back to order here. I do appreciate that some of the best time here at these workshops is actually the ability to connect and discuss. So I can appreciate all the conversations. But if we can please start winding down our conversations and taking a seat, we can get ourselves started. Thank you, everyone. It's great to see you all. I hope you had a great lunch. I know a number of us did. Really appreciative. And I think what we can do is just get started into our panels here. The first panel that we'll have up here after lunch now is our Salton Sea Management Program Data Collection and Management panel. And I'd like to invite folks to go ahead and come on up. We'll give folks a moment to populate the panel. Good afternoon. Great to see you all. Thank you. Who would like to kick us off?
Hi, my name is Diego Villalobos. I'm with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm the research data specialist, primarily the map guy and GIS.
Okay, can you hear me okay? Oh, okay. I'm Emma McCorkle, Senior Environmental Scientist and Head of the Water Quality Standards and Non-Point Source Unit at the Colorado River Basin Regional Water Quality Control Board.
I can introduce Stephen. He's on his way. Stephen Garcia is going to be sitting next to me. He's with the California Department of Water Resources, and he's a senior engineer. And my name's Yvonne Wilhoff, and I'm also with the California Department of Water Resources, and I'm the Assistant Deputy Director for Salt and Sea Restoration.
And I'm Barbara Berry. I'm with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm the supervisor of the Integrated Science Team with the Salt and Sea Program.
Great, thank you all. And just a quick reminder, I think it's helpful if the mics are a bit closer to your mouth. So I think some folks in the morning may have been having a hard time hearing at certain moments. So just thank you for that. We can kick things off.
Do we have the slides or?
I think they're up right now, yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board, and members of the public. My name is Emma McCorkle, and I'm a senior environmental scientist at the Colorado River Basin Regional Water Quality Control Board. I'll be going over the water quality sampling efforts currently occurring at the Salton Sea. Next slide, please. And another one. One more. This presentation will discuss the background of Salton Sea sampling, our current water quality monitoring efforts, a few of the preliminary results, and future plans for water quality sampling. Next slide, please. First off, a little bit of background. The Regional Water Board has conducted water quality monitoring for decades as part of the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program, or SWAMP, which many of you are familiar with. As the sea receded, established boat ramps became inaccessible, and we were last able to take samples in 2016. Fortunately, we weren't the only agency collecting samples at the time. The U.S. Bureau of Reclamation sampled the sea and tributaries quarterly between 2004 and late 2019, until they too were unable to access the sea. The construction of the species conservation habitats included a boat ramp into the Salton Sea, and Regional Water Board staff saw an opportunity. If we could get funding for sampling, we could collect data again. Staff applied for US EPA 205J funding, which provides funding for water quality management planning projects, and obtained roughly $350,000 over 3 years. Collecting samples, however, proved to be difficult. In talking to colleagues at Department of Water Resources and California Department of Fish and Wildlife, we learned that there was a large need for data collection as part of the monitoring and implementation plan, and decided that a collective approach would be best. The Regional Water Board would obtain funding for lab analyses, while Fish and Wildlife would provide a boat and crew, with Department of Water Resources handling site coordination. Next slide, please. The water quality sampling is guided by the Salton Sea Management Program's Monitoring and Implementation Plan, or MIP. The MIP contains guidance for data collection, not just for water quality, but also air quality and wildlife surveys, which you'll hear more about. You heard some this morning, and you'll probably hear some more this afternoon. For the water quality monitoring, surface water samples are analyzed for nutrients, salts, metals, pesticides, and bacteria. Many of these analytes are on the 303D list of impaired waters and are pollutants of concern to nearby communities. Originally, our plan was to sample at 5 locations around the sea, as shown on the map. 3 locations, shown in yellow, are shallower near-shore sites, and 2 are deeper mid-sea sites, shown in dark blue. Due to logistical issues, we have been able to routinely sampling at the 3 sites at the southern end nearest the SCH boat ramp, denoted by the orange triangle, beginning in November 2023. We collect sediment in the spring at one site which rotates each time. This is because location shows more variability than time for the analytes in sediment, such as pesticides and metals, which are our main concerns. The northern end has been harder to access since there is no functional boat ramp. Our sampling team was able to sample the northern end last November as part of a 2-day sampling. The crew had to launch from the SCH boat ramp and drive the length of the sea to get to the site. Samples were handed off to shore after collection to meet hold times. Sampling the north end is incredibly time-intensive without a second operable boat ramp and limits the number of times we are able to collect from those sites. Next slide, please. Some preliminary results have shown that the Salton Sea has continued to increase in salinity, as expected. Our data shows that the concentration of total dissolved solids to be between 75 and 82 parts per thousand among all sites. For comparison, the ocean has roughly 35 parts per thousand, making the Salton Sea more than double the salinity. Our data also shows the location and season have the largest effect on nearly all measured parameters, including nutrient concentrations. And some good news, sediment samples have shown no detections of many legacy and current use pesticides, including DDT and its degradates, chlorpyrifos, and pyrethroids. This preliminary data is currently posted on the Regional Water Board's website, but the finalized data will be stored permanently on the California Environmental Data Exchange Network, or CEDN. Next slide, please. Our cooperative monitoring effort has made many strides, but there's always more work to do. Our team has been discussing ways to increase sampling at the northern end. We've explored partnering with researchers at nearby universities that are able to access the sea with smaller boats, and ways to launch California Department of Fish and Wildlife watercraft from alternative locations in the northern end. We would also like to begin taking depth profiles at the deeper mid-sea locations. The Salton Sea is known to be stratified, and there is valuable information to be gathered from investigating the deeper waters, which are typically anoxic. One aspect I did not cover is that we have taken some samples for harmful algal blooms, or HABs, while sampling for water quality. Due to high concentrations of nutrients present, HABs are a persistent problem at the Salton Sea. The Regional Water Board has some funding for HAB sampling during times of high recreational use, but additional funding and study is needed to fully understand the development of HABs in the Salton Sea. Lastly, the funding that the Regional Water Board obtained in 2023 ends in 2026. We will need to obtain additional funding to continue sampling the Salton Sea at current levels. This is critical, as this data informs Regional Water Board actions to protect water quality and supports the work of other agencies by providing crucial information. The arrangement between the Regional Water Board, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and Department of Water Resources has been highly successful in terms of collecting data, but also reducing redundant efforts. Thank you for your time and attention. The next presenter will be Barbara Berry.
Sorry, no, I believe it's Stephen.
All right, is this okay? Hi, my name is Stephen Garcia. I'm a senior engineer with the California Department of Water Resources, and I'm here to talk to you about the air quality monitoring and vegetation enhancement projects at the Salton Sea. Next slide, please. Here's a map showing Salton Sea Management Program projects and air quality stations around the sea, and those are in yellow. Other air quality stations around the sea are in blue. Air quality stations at Clubhouse, Tule Wash, and West Bombay Beach are monitoring the effectiveness of our vegetation enhancement and dust suppression projects. The air quality stations around the northern shoreline were placed because of community feedback from dust suppression action plan public meetings. The community expressed concerns that there was not much air quality data being collected at the north as there was in the south. Placing air quality stations in the north gave us a better understanding of how soils behave near the surface during high wind events. Next slide, please. This slide shows what an air quality station looks like and the type of sensors used to collect data, along with a graphic that shows the concept of saltation and how it can lead to airborne particulate matter, also referred to as PM. There is a sand trap that catches sand sediment as it moves across the ground surface, optical gate sensors to count and size particles moving in saltation, an anemometer measures wind speed and direction, and PM sensors measure PM10 and 2.5. For our purposes, saltation is the movement of particles such as sand over an uneven surface being transported by airflow. During saltation, collisions can occur leading to sand breaking into smaller particles that can become suspended in air, resulting in airborne PM. Next slide, please. Here you can see how air quality stations are placed within the Bell array at project sites. The air quality stations used for monitoring project performance are placed in transects upwind, within, and downwind of projects along the path of prevailing wind direction. Collecting data this way allows us to see how the wind speed, saltation, and particulate matter change as wind blows across the projects. Next slide, please. This graphic shows how bells slow down wind speeds near the surface, which reduces saltation and the likeliness of PM being generated, and how high winds outside the bell area are sustained, kicking up dust into the air. The bells are placed in a staggered array with the side of the bell with the largest area faced towards the prevailing wind. The bells act as energy dissipators, slowing down winds near the ground surface, decreasing the shear force acting on the ground, resulting in less saltation and less generation of PM. PM originating from outside of the treated area will still blow over the project area. The bells and plants cannot pull PM out of the air, but they do prevent PM from being produced from within treated areas. Next slide, please. This map depicts the observed wind speed and prevailing wind direction where the Salton Sea Management Program has air quality stations. The larger the arrow, the faster the average prevailing wind speed is. In the north, we see the wind is primarily moving from north to south, while we see winds moving from west to east towards the middle area of the sea. On the west side, we see an average wind speed of about 11 miles per hour, 15 miles per hour on the east side, and an average wind speed of about 9 miles per hour in the north. Next slide, please. This slide shows a map of observed saltation magnitude and direction. The data shows that we are seeing high amounts of saltation on the west side of the sea, where there is an abundant amount of sand from the desert areas. On the east side, we are still seeing large amounts of saltation, but coming from two different directions. By talking with the community members of Bombay Beach and looking at the data, we were able to show that high saltation events occur when strong winds come from the north and across the sea from the west. At the north, we can see the size of arrows are small compared to those on the east and the west side of the sea. The likely cause of saltation being lower at the air quality stations around the northern shoreline is twofold. The soils are predominantly clay, and they are quite moist from drainage water that flows towards the sea from the Coachella Valley, making it less likely for soils to break free from the ground surface and bounce around, causing saltation, leading to airborne PM.
Stephen, apologize to interrupt, but if you don't mind bringing the mic a little closer as well, I think our folks are trying to adjust the volume over there. Okay, thank you.
Is this better? Can you hear me now? Okay. Yeah. Next slide, please. This graph shows observed saltation data for water year 23-24. Blue represents data collected upwind of the projects, and green represents data collected at the downwind portion of the projects. Looking at this data, we see quite a significant difference between saltation upwind of the treated project areas versus downwind. We are currently seeing a reduction in saltation anywhere from 70 to 95% within treated project areas. However, we see an increase of saltation at the Tullywash B air quality transect. The Tullywash B air quality stations are within an untreated portion of the project to give us an idea of how much saltation occurs prior to treatment. This transect was installed in March of 2024, so we are not showing a full year data here, but we can see that there is an increase in saltation across the transect versus the decrease in saltation we are seeing within treated areas. Next slide, please. This slide shows the total amount of time saltation was recorded at air quality stations. We show in minutes because each event, there's multiple events over a year, and this is the total amount of minutes for those events. And I'm now going to give it to you in hours. On the west side of the sea, we see about 40 hours total throughout a year of saltation during this 1 year observation period, 10 hours on the east, and about 9 minutes around the north. Upwind of treatment, we observed saltation lasting upwards of 36 minutes per event and being reduced to less than 6 minutes per event with treatment. Next slide, please. Similar to the graphic we looked at earlier, these graphics show how wind speed decreases as it moves across treated project areas. As bells are placed, we are seeing an immediate reduction in saltation of at least 75%. As vegetation grows, we are seeing an increase of saltation reduction upwards of 85%. As vegetation becomes fully established and vegetation canopy increases, we expect to see 90 to 95% reduction in saltation within project areas. Next slide, please. Computational fluid dynamic modeling, CFD modeling, was conducted to estimate how much PM is being generated from within project boundaries and without bells. Using the air quality stations alone, it is difficult to discern PM that is generated on site versus PM that is moving across the site generated from other sources. The model is theoretical, but based on real-world implementation, meaning that the model was set up with the bells placed as done at our projects, but does not incorporate data collected from the air quality stations. Instead, the model uses a worst-case scenario of soil surface being loose sand with different wind speed and direction scenarios. The modeling shows that even with loose sandy soils and high wind speeds, the bells theoretically reduce PM generated from within project areas by about 75%. Next slide, please. And for the person controlling, this is a video, and on the bottom right, there is a way to slow it down to half speed. So if you could do that for me, that'd be appreciated. Lastly, here's a video that Joe Shea took while he was on a site visit with us, and the video shows bells providing immediate dust control with the Tule Wash project area. Dust can be seen coming from the west up into the project and blowing to the east over the sea. As we also see is that dust is not being kicked up from within the bell area. This is similar to the graphics we shown earlier. So this video shows the dust coming from the mountains to the west, crossing over a project area, and then as we see within the project area where the bells are, there is no dust being kicked up. And that's it. Thank you.
Oh, can you bring up the slides again? Awesome, thank you. So again, my name is Barbara Berry. I'm with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I work in the Salton Sea program. Today I'll be talking about our monitoring activities at the Salton Sea in 2024 and our plans for the rest of 2025. Next slide, please. The CDFW Salton Sea program is made up of a team of dedicated staff with various specialties who guide and review Salton Sea Management Program projects, as well as survey and monitor the species of the Salton Sea ecosystem. We have a team of scientists, engineers, data specialists, and wildlife habitat supervisors and assistants. The team expanded in 2024 with 5 new full-time staff, as Tanya mentioned in her presentation, allowing for additional monitoring activities and projects focused on the Salton Sea. Next slide, please. So getting into our monitoring activities. As you heard from Emma, the CDFW team facilitated water quality sampling on the Salton Sea in 2024. Although we've had boat access issues to the Salton Sea for many years due to the declining lake level, we're now able to access the lake thanks to the construction of the boat ramp at the species conservation habitat, which was constructed specifically for state monitoring activities. Most of the sampling events occurred at the southern end of the lake, as Emma mentioned. Although logistically difficult, we're also able to access the north end of the Salton Sea during one sampling event last year. The north end of the Salton Sea continues to be difficult for us to safely access using airboats. To address this, staff investigated historic boat access points around the Salton Sea to determine if any are still accessible and if they can be improved in the future to provide better access to the north side of the sea. We're working hard to find a solution to accessing the north side of the sea safely and are hopeful we will find a solution soon. Next slide, please. In 2024, CDFW started to collect algal bloom samples to monitor for cyanobacteria at the Salton Sea. We collaborated with the Colorado River Basin Regional Water Board to share information and resources in order to collect these samples. We also worked on predator deterrence. Staff researched different methods of deterrence at the Species Conservation Habitat Causeway experimenting with a scent barrier to try and prevent coyotes and other land-based predators from accessing areas where birds might nest. Field cameras were used to observe how wildlife reacted to the scent barrier. Next slide, please. Fish surveys were conducted in November of 2024 at 3 sites around the Salton Sea. These surveys had not been completed since 2018 due to boat access issues at the lake. Corvina, croaker, and other marine sports fishes were last detected in 2003 by CDFW. Tilapia survived, but efforts in 2017 and 2018 indicated the tilapia population had declined significantly. So our sampling events in 2024, the methodologies were changed from the original sampling due to the changing lake level, but were kept as similar as possible in order to compare results over time. Our efforts in 2024 yielded no fish in the lake and only 2 caught at the mouth of the Alamo River. However, there is still abundant life in the Salton Sea, and we'll be conducting monitoring activities to identify and enumerate phytoplankton, zooplankton, and macroinvertebrates later this year. We'll also be conducting future fish surveys at the Salton Sea. Next slide, please. The monitoring of desert puffish continued, with additional staff participating and trained in monitoring. On average, 25 sites are surveyed each year for this endangered species around the Salton Sea. Although generally tolerant of high salinity, high temperatures, and low dissolved oxygen, the sea is now exceeding the salinity tolerance of this species. With the loss of the Salton Sea shoreline habitat to connect populations in various drainages, desert pupfish populations have become isolated from each other. However, we are working hard to find a solution to protect pupfish populations at the Salton Sea with our partners. Next slide, please. Our staff devote a lot of time to bird surveys at the Salton Sea, and 2024 was no exception. The Salton Sea is a critical resource for many species of resident and migratory birds, mentioned several times today. And as the lake changes, it is important to observe how these populations change over time. In 2024, we continue to participate in shorebird surveys with our partners and to conduct marsh bird surveys. In addition, we added aerial bird surveys, which have not been completed in several years at the Salton Sea by CDFW. And we've also started nesting bird surveys at the species conservation habitat, as demonstrated in the picture on the lower right. Not sure if you can see, which features nesting birds at SEH. Next slide, please. Also in 2024, we reviewed our monitoring efforts with the intent on evaluating our priorities. This involved reviewing monitoring objectives listed in the Monitoring Implementation Plan, SSMP annual reports, MIP annual work plans, and other available information about monitoring occurring at the Salton Sea, and compare this information to our monitoring activities at the CDFW Salton Sea program. Out of this effort, we reprioritized aerial bird surveys, as I mentioned previously, and began planning for new monitoring activities in 2025. Next slide, please. So in 2025, we have continued our monitoring programs I summarized in this presentation. And we're planning to add monitoring activities at the Salton Sea that look at aquatic macroinvertebrates, chlorophyll A and phycocyanin, and environmental DNA. This information will help fill knowledge gaps about how the aquatic ecosystem is changing at the Salton Sea as the salinity rises. We'll also monitor for these constituents at the species conservation habitat as the ponds begin to fill. This information will help us better understand the aquatic food web at the ponds and its ability to support fish. Next slide, please. Lastly, in 2025, we'll begin conducting fish monitoring at the species conservation habitat ponds. One of the goals of this pond system is to provide suitable forage for fish-eating birds. This is all the more important with the information we've collected about fish at the Salton Sea. We'll use our monitoring efforts at the ponds to inform managing the system and inform our plans to introduce fish into the ponds later this year. We're already well underway in planning fish introductions at the ponds and investigating potential sources of fish. This is a high priority for the CDFW Salton Sea program, and we're working diligently towards this goal. Now I'll hand it over to Diego Villalobos, who will tell you about our plans for the Salton Sea data.
Hi, thank you, Barbara. Okay, so first, happy and excited to be here. We want to acknowledge the history of the Salton Sea to pay respect to the people, land, water, and the biological resources that occur there. 120 years have passed since the formation of the Salton Sea, and during that time, the Salton Sea became a natural resource for wildlife and a place for people to do recreation. People cared for and camped, boated, fished, hunted, and vacationed at the Salton Sea. It is no wonder that everyone involved with the Salton Sea has generated a great deal of information, data, maps, research articles, websites, and databases. The overwhelming amount of information and issues with the Salton Sea are challenging for anyone to navigate and understand. SSMP, with CDFW as lead, intends to address this issue by organizing and disseminating and elucidating Salton Sea-related data with our new Salton Sea ArcGIS Data Hub. While this resource is not yet public, I am going to give a sneak peek of what we are working on because it is directly responsive to comments offered by community members and the scientific community about the need for more coordination as we work together to improve conditions at the Salton Sea. Now, next slide. So as you can see here, this is an example of one of the landing pages. At the top, there's biological resources, project tracker, some of the other water websites, such as the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program, research references, and another tab for more sections within the website. If you can click play, there should be a video. Just as you can search and browse, the great power with this is it has a data catalog that can connect other data sets within different agencies and different groups as well. As you can see, there's already some data sets that we've started to collect for shoreline of ancient Lake Coahuila and other stuff like the biological resources as we go along for avian survey data, nesting shorebird survey data, and other things that we can start to begin to develop, such as data dashboards with brown pelicans, white pelicans, and double-crested cormorants. So the Data Hub is an ESRI-based platform, but that being said, it connects all the applications that are available with the ArcGIS online platform. Next slide. Okay, now I want to say a small thank you to Brett Daniels and Sharon Keeney. Without them, the desert pupfish would not have a voice. That being said, story maps can be a fun way and integrative way to share information about the Salton Sea. An example is the story maps on the endangered pupfish, which will help us understand the current situation that these endangered fish face. Why are they endangered? What are the survival challenges for the pupfish? What's the reduced habitat they're facing? Competitor and prey relationships, and so forth. And then what are we doing as a group entity to help these fish? Next slide. Now, videos can be a great way to communicate what pupfish face daily, as is depicted in this video where a pupfish is evading tilapia. So this is, again, one of those examples of a predator-prey relationship where you have a male pupfish start to see a tilapia in the background, and he's like, oh, wait a minute, I gotta start evading this guy. It happens pretty quick, but again, this is a very significant challenge for these fish to face other competitor species out there. So what I really want to highlight is to say that desert pupfish should be celebrated and their struggle for survival highlighted because they're a unique biological resource to this area. CNRA, CDFW, and DWR are working towards developing and completing projects meant to help the desert pupfish and other species around the Salton Sea. Next slide. Now, an even more fun one. Story maps can also help educate the public and interested parties by showcasing the number of birds around the Salton Sea. If you can hit the play button again. It'll go through a story map where it's showcasing not only the shore birds and land birds all together. Now, these locations are non-specific areas, but we really wanted to showcase what bird species are actually here and want to show the public, hey, you have all these birds here still. You have land birds, you have snowy egrets, you have green herons. And this just highlights it in a way where they can start to look at it in a geographical sense. It keeps going. So story maps can help educate the public and interested parties by showcasing the number of birds around the Salton Sea, and which they currently rely on the Salton Sea as a wetland habitat along the shoreline. So shorebirds and land birds still utilize the area as a key migration site, and some birds still nest within the region during the nesting season. These birds may occupy different habitat zones, but are still quite near each other, such as the wetland habitat for the Yuma Ridgeway rail and the burrowing owls along the canals from the Sonny Bono Refuge. I want to note that, the data hub will provide general locations and non-specific locations again. And this is just in consistency with our monitoring best practices. Next slide. So connecting the geographical locations with actual surveys, the Salton Sea Hub site can also assist in streamlining data collection around the Salton Sea. Standardizing survey templates can be shared with multiple partners and individuals who can contribute to the same data set throughout the year and survey periods. Each user can have their specific account, or the survey can be made public for anyone to contribute the information and details about their visit to the Salton Sea. Salton Sea Hub site users can create surveys and use them to update the data dashboards to help inform project managers and the public about the current status of the habitat or dust suppression efforts. This is one of the examples of a nesting seabird survey. You can have information such as the survey date and time, notes and management action, taking information such as number of chicks with nest, and then even the type of avian behavior that's happening with those birds. Also recording things like wind speed and temperature, and then the affiliated project location will be good to start tracking and working on it together. Now, connecting the data to the data dashboard. Next slide. Data dashboards can be a great way, or can be made and generated using the ArcGIS online platform. And collaborating staff can embed a dashboard on the hub site for everyone to access quickly and understand the current situation at the Salton Sea. So if you hit play here, here we have the Salton Sea and three birds, different types of birds: Caspian terns, gull-bill terns, and black skimmers from 2002 to about 2022. Showcasing timelines like this can really show what changes are happening throughout the years, not just in project locations, but in bigger areas than that. And you can see that there's a big incline for the Caspian terns and then the sudden drop off around 2016. Again, this is just an example, but it's quite powerful in showing individuals what the data will look like as a visualization and helping to understand what the actual situation is at the Salton Sea. Okay, so dashboards can display and showcase bird survey data, aerial surveillance data, air quality data, and water quality data. Salton Sea Hub site users can use pie charts, graphs, and timelines to showcase a project the public wants to stay informed about, Individuals can easily filter and download snapshots of the data to plan Salton Sea related projects and so forth. Now, my conclusive remarks for this, the goal is for everyone, no matter the skill level, to be able to use the Salton Sea Hub site as a source of information and as a platform to collaborate on projects related to the restoration of habitat and dust suppression efforts of the Salton Sea. We want to continue building this site so that important ideas, data, and information can be easily shared about the Salton Sea in one location. We are excited for the projects to mutually benefit the Salton Sea community and the species who call the Salton Sea home. And that's it. That's all I got. And thank you.
Thank you. Does that bring us to the end of the panel presentations? Yeah. Well, just much appreciation for this updates. Again, I agree. Very responsive, ultimately, this dashboard and the data work that's going on, and I think incredibly fundamental to all of the decision-making that's going on. A couple of questions that came to mind. When it comes to the water quality testing that's going on, obviously, we're looking to deepen that work, do more of it. Just wondering if you kind of have a sense of what the future is planned for here when it comes to maybe the frequency of testing. You had mentioned certainly that there's a need to get up to the north end of the sea, but just kind of wondering if we have kind of a sense of what folks can expect and what the limitations really are right now. Is it funding? Is it personnel? Is it the boat ramp issues? Which again, glad we have access now, but it's sounding like we need some additional points to get more of that sort of spatial representation of data. But yeah, just because it was also brought up earlier, concerns around the water quality, wondering just what we have in store on that side of things. And want to thank the leadership here of the Regional Water Quality Control Board for really stepping up, and the partnership with CDFW and the sister agencies. As you can imagine here, we're all doing our best to maximize the resources that are being put out there. And so the coordination here is just really appreciated.
Yes, and I agree. We would not be able to have the data that we have now without working with our sister agencies. It's been fantastic. But yeah, a lot of the problems that we're having are essentially resources. Funding for samples and analyses, which is why working with DWR and CDFW was so key. The companies or the contracts that we have that do our sampling for swamp and other things, they were not able to come down any more than they already do. So we were essentially going to be able to do twice a year. That was it. And then a chunk of our money was going to go to sampling. Partnering with Fish and Wildlife and DWR, we were able to put all of that money into analyses. So it really boosted our ability to kind of, take the huge approach of, let's look at everything that we can, and also having, all of us are here. So it's easier to coordinate getting down to the sea. July sampling is very difficult for the heat. So us being able to have a 6 a.m. start, if we lived far out or if we had to, travel in, it would be a lot more difficult. So having us able to kind of, respond a little bit quickly has helped a lot. But yes, we will need additional funding, and I know that you hear that a lot. But we are looking for additional grants or, anything that we can kind of leverage to continue what we're doing, because it is important to have at least that, quarterly sampling to see those seasonal variabilities that we haven't necessarily had, a lot. There's been specific studies and things that have, either looked at specific analytes or time periods or locations, but, we're trying to get a whole picture of everything as much as we can to inform all of our decisions. We're doing various different projects that we need data for.
Really appreciate that. And as a continuum to your point, I know there are a lot of community groups and community members out there that are wanting to contribute. And so I do appreciate that the data dashboard and the hub here will include the ability to participate in surveys, say. But wondering what training, and there was some mention of this in the morning, but the training opportunities that have gone on for community groups so that they can themselves go out, do sampling, and contribute to the data that's the foundation, to your point, and all of our point here of our decision making. So just kind of wondering if anyone has any insight into those opportunities, what's gone on, and the potential to do more, because I really feel, obviously we have incredible coordination going on with the state agencies, a real important discussion with the communities, and I feel this aspect, particularly the communities themselves being able to go out there, engage with the sea, and importantly, develop data for all of us that is needed, is going to be an important part of the strategy moving forward as well. So yeah, I don't know if anyone on the panel has any insight into what training has gone on or what the future for all of that may hold.
I know about the water stuff. Does it? Okay. One of our wonderful community groups, Alianza Coachella Valley, they have been partnering with a few professors at Loma Linda, and they have been doing their own citizen monitoring in the northern end. So we have been in very close contact with them, seeing where we can help and where they can help us. And also, they are trying to get their data to a level of quality assurance and quality control that we can use it for our integrated report and have it in Seedon and everything. But it is available they have a website for it. I think it's called Salt and Sea Time Series Data. I did see Ide. I'm sorry to call you out, but she is here. At the back, yeah. Thank you. So we have been trying to kind of partner and leverage what we can speak, because we know, the community wants to be involved, and if they're taking samples, we want to be able to use those and have it be part of our data.
Fantastic, appreciated. And I guess on the Fish and Wildlife side, when it comes to the stocking of the fish within the Species Conservation Habitat Project, what are the species the folks are looking at? Obviously, historic stocking of the sea had happened with Corvina and other game fish, if you will, from the Sea of Cortez in the ocean, and kind of wondering what the thoughts are on the makeup of the food webs, basically, and the fish that will be stocked within the ponds.
Well, the SCH Monitoring and Adaptive Management Plan lists several species that were considered for introduction into SCH. What we're focused on right now is some initial introductions of a hybrid tilapia. They lasted the longest in the Salton Sea, and we're pretty confident that they would do well. But there are several other species that we could consider that escape my memory right now. I apologize. But yeah, that is what we're focused on right now. And we're going to be doing monitoring very soon to look at the food web, the phytoplankton, zooplankton, the basis of the food web. And we're going to be exploring that very soon. I don't have any data for you right now, since the ponds have just been filled. But as they come to equilibrium for salinity, we'll be looking in there and quantifying the species that are in there and exploring that and seeing if there is adequate forage for the tilapia.
Great, much appreciated. And yeah, it's pretty incredible that the tilapia have hung on as long as they have. I know that everyone was expecting them to, because of the rising salinity, not be able to reproduce or be around. So there is a bit of, a super tilapia that we have down at the Salton Sea. So glad that their rigorous, their tenacity is the word I think I'm looking for, of hanging on this long is going to be rewarded and being able to live on within the Species Conservation Habitat Project. So appreciate that. All right, looking to my fellow board colleagues if they have questions, comments. Board Member Firestone.
Thank you. Just first additional kudos. And I loved this panel. I loved each of the topics that you covered, and I find them so responsive to what we've heard from community groups and the public in terms of wanting to make sure that we can all understand what's going on, and are we monitoring? Do we have a plan, and are we coordinating? And and pulling together the information to a single hub. And so just thank you, and thanks to everyone that has been working to get this up and running. I'm interested, let's see, there's, I think, for example, the air quality monitoring was a really, we've heard a lot of concerns, and there's obviously been a ton of asthma and public health issues related to air quality. And similarly with water quality, but one of the things that we're starting to do is continue to learn about understanding dynamics and change and evolving concerns in relation to climate change and changing conditions. And so one of those, for example, is harmful algal blooms, and this was being discussed. And in each of your presentations, or numerous presentations, there was discussion of adding in more HABs monitoring as something maybe going forward, or that you're already starting to do. And I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit more to what does that look like? And also, how are you, you have this, you have the MIP and you have an annual plan. How are you, what's the process for adding in new and emerging monitoring concerns? I think it's a good example. Like, it sounds like you've already been doing that. And so can you just help us understand how you're taking in, public and scientific input into helping to craft, each year's annual work plan and priorities, and how that's evolving?
Yeah, I think the MIP annual work plan is a fantastic resource that we're making available to the public. And this is the second iteration, and we're learning as we go to improve the process, to invite new people to collaborate with. But we plan on increasing the amount of people we try and encourage to collaborate with and include their information in the work plan every year. We had our first workshop to introduce the concept to the public that we made publicly available, and to show people how to give their information about their studies. And we're also using that information, like I mentioned in my presentation, to prioritize our efforts, to see what other people are doing, and to see where the gaps are in what was put into the monitoring implementation plan and what objectives are still unstudied. So we're learning from our process as we go along, but we anticipate to open it up to more community groups, agencies, whoever want to participate in studies at the Salton Sea over time.
And I'll add in just a quick, the analytes that we're monitoring for in the water quality monitoring, they were influenced by, comments we've got from the public and what we're hearing at our meetings, or, whenever we get comments on TMDLs and things like that. So we are trying to be responsive to what people are concerned about, and we evaluate over time and adjust where necessary.
Thanks. And can you just add any more on what HABs monitoring we're doing already, or that you've started doing, and just a little bit more information on the HABs monitoring?
Well, the regional board, what we've been doing because of limited funds is before holidays. So we've done monitoring for the upcoming Memorial Day weekend. I believe, I don't remember, you said it caution, I think? Okay. Sorry, I didn't get the results, Cassandra did. But yeah, so that, those will of course be up, but that's typically what we've been doing for the past several years. But I believe Barbara has been trying to instigate more.
I'm an instigator, yeah. We've been collaborating with Emma and Jeff Grassi at the regional board to include harmful algal bloom monitoring as part of the CDFW process as well. And we've taken some samples just in response to blooms seen. So not a coordinated study, but the impetus for the phytoplankton, the chlorophyll A and the phycocyanin monitoring was also to be looking at HABs and compared to the SFEI satellite information that the Water Boards makes available to see if we can ground truth some of the estimates that are in there that could be very useful for the public in recreating at the Salton Sea, and also for looking at how the bird populations respond to that over time. And I'm hopeful that the environmental DNA study that we've started will also be able to enumerate some cyanobacteria and give us a little glimpse at maybe a little more powerful than some of the tests that we've done before.
And sorry, lastly on this may be early because I know that there's work at UC Riverside and others around particulates or aerosols coming off harmful algal blooms and concerns around public health impacts of that. But is there a way that that we're thinking about looking at air quality monitoring related to HABs at this point yet, or is that still early and we're kind of going to be looking at what how the science in that area evolves?
Right now, our air quality monitoring is more focused on our projects, our dust suppression projects, and getting a better understanding and data sets of tracking what's happening at the surface level. So at this point, we haven't looked into that, but my first question is what type of instruments exist that can monitor for that? So that's where we would start with that question.
Yeah, and I know that's an evolving area of science that there's a lot of folks, I think there's been whole conferences on, so. Thank you. This is really helpful. And I'll just give a shout out to our overall HABs and nutrient kind of regulatory work and then coordination work across the state. This is obviously a major increasing challenge for us across the state, but certainly Salton Sea is a hotspot of area of concern. But it's also a challenge in many areas. And I think we're all trying to figure out how we can tackle it more effectively. And thanks for everyone's work.
Great questions. Really appreciate those, board member. Thank you for the responses. Board member McGuire.
Yeah, likewise, thank you for the presentation. It's really informative and just encouraging to hear, just like previously. My question is about the desert pupfish. So from the first time I learned about it, it kind of struck a chord with me, and I feel like I want to be out there doing everything I can to help save that fish. And I enjoyed the video with the tilapia scaring that guy away. But in all seriousness, I mean, how is the pupfish doing? In terms of population, what do we know? And I know there have been presentations in prior years, and I'm a little out of date on this, but to what extent do you think some of the actions and the projects that you're doing give it a fighting chance?
The pupfish in several areas where it has been known to be historically, we've seen population declines in some areas, and we are concerned. But that's one of the reasons that we're looking at pupfish habitat as part of the SSMP, and looking at that in some of our project areas to see if we can increase the amount of habitat for the fish. And it's really important to build habitat that there are also non-native fish there. And we're definitely taking this into account as part of the SSMP, because it is concerning, some of the trends that we're seeing. I don't have the overall numbers for you, but that is something that we hope to build into the hub to kind of summarize that information over time.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
I could comment on that too. They are struggling, and it's not only just that they're struggling with the habitat. It's also like when they breed, they don't just breed right away. It's their breeding their breeding time is a little bit delayed. It's not like as they're juveniles and then they can start breeding right away. It's just stuff like that. It really plays a role into how temperatures are rising, right? And we're not having as much of a habitat area for them as well. So just keep in mind there's a lot more conditions that are also affecting them. So that's it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I guess to that note, I guess in future updates, and I know this is not the only reason we're here, but it would be helpful to just get some progress reports on that in terms of how are we adjusting actions, whether it's providing habitat or looking at water quality challenges or predators in the future to ensure that we're taking whatever steps we reasonably can to help the species survive.
That's a good note. We can definitely make that more of a focus next time.
Yeah, thank you, board members. Certainly a charismatic fish amongst many charismatic fish that we get to deal with, especially with a name like pupfish. Vice Chair.
Just following on that thread, I know that you mentioned introduction, and so this conversation is causing me to think about what do you look at on introduction and how that might add an additional stressor, and then also with respect to the predators and the non-natives that are already in the system.
Let me just make sure I understand the question. So you're speaking to SCH, to the introduction of fish into the species conservation habitat. Tilapia, we're focused on. There, like I mentioned, there are other species that we're looking into, but tilapia are focused on right now as they'll be kind of the correct size for fish-eating birds. And SCH, one of the main goals is to provide that forage for fish-eating birds. But as mentioned in previous presentations, we also have the interception ditch that goes along the southern end of the species conservation habitat that collects drain water and kind of diverts it around the site. And that's intended to be a connectivity of drains for that pupfish can be located in. But you're correct. When there's additional species besides pupfish, that does make it more difficult for them to survive, for sure.
Much appreciated. I guess just one last question. When do we think the data dashboard will be live? What's the sort of timelines for that now? And anyway.
You can finish your thought if you want. It's okay.
Well, I was just going to apologize for the pop question because you may not have the full answer at this moment, but just wondering if you can leave us with a sense of timing.
Sometime in 2026. So we want to follow as much scientific rigor in reviewing the applications and the data, and pretty much everything else that we need to do for now. Thank you.
Understandable. Much appreciated. Looking to see if there's any further thought or from the panel or from the board, and then seeing none. Thank you very much. Really appreciate this presentation. Again, to Board Member Firestone's point, just really great presentations all around, and an exciting moment here when it comes to the collaborative work being done around the data. It's so foundational to all of this decision making. So thank you. Much appreciated. All right. Now we will move on to our second panel of the afternoon, and give a moment here for folks to swap out. But this next panel will be the 10-year plan, 6 years in, adapting to challenges and accelerating the work ahead. So I'll give a moment for the panel to switch out. great to have such a distinguished panel here and really appreciative of this discussion. And who would like to kick us off? And good to see you, Deputy Secretary Samantha Arthur at CNRA.
Thanks so much. Thanks for having me. I'll introduce myself again. I'm Samantha Arthur, and I'm Deputy Secretary for Water at the California Natural Resources Agency. Last year, I was here in the role of Assistant Secretary for Salton Sea, and as we've talked about earlier this morning, our team has been growing. I'm fortunate to be able to still be able to be involved with our team and the outcomes that we're pushing for. So I really want to take the opportunity here to kick us off and talk about the lessons that we've been learning. So, we come and do our morning panel where we really lay out, here's our progress from last year. And, we really want to have a level of consistency around how we're reporting each year, speaking to that kind of transparency and accountability piece. But we're glad to have the opportunity in this panel to actually reflect a bit more. And we're a little bit over halfway through our 10-year plan. And so we want to talk about how are we adapting and how can what we've learned lay a stronger foundation for accelerating our work and kind of speeding up our progress going forward. And in fact, I remember a question we had last year, I think it was from you, Vice Chair, about, how do we have to adapt and pivot sometimes in our projects? So that's part of what we want to talk about here today. So we're going to talk about how we track conditions at the sea overall, the inflows to the sea and the elevation and how that guides what projects we can do. We're going to talk about how we specifically adapt projects and have to change design to be responsive to conditions. And we're going to talk about what we've learned in terms of efficiencies that we can achieve in programmatic approaches, specifically around permitting. So we've got a distinguished panel here today, and I'm going to go next slide. Okay, we're going to start off by talking about the existing conditions at the sea and the overall tracking that we do of inflows, the elevation of the sea, and the acreage that therefore is available to do projects. What we found is that there's actually more inflow has been coming into the sea than we expected when we first embarked in this relationship with you all in 2018. So I'm going to pass it over to my colleague here, Sujoy Roy, who is with Tetra Tech. Sujoy has been working at the Salton Sea for a couple of decades, and so he's a bit of a gem here in terms of his knowledge around the Salton Sea. And I'm going to pass it to Sujoy to talk about what we've been tracking for conditions at the sea.
Thank you, Sammy. Could we go to the next slide, please? So this, my goal in the next 3-4 slides is to basically provide some data context for what Sammy said. Here we're looking on the slide about the last 20 years of inflows to the sea. And the blue bars are the actual inflows. Many are measured, a handful are estimated, and it's the same protocol for estimating going back in time. So clearly the flows have been decreasing, and you can see that change, especially in the last few years. One other thing to note, there's 2 lines on this plot, and these were flow projections that were made circa 2017. And so the idea was, the expectation was that the flows would be considerably lower than they have been by about 100 to 200,000 acre feet. And it matters because the sea kind of accumulates that flow, and you can see that in the consequent elevations over time. But this is the actual observed flow, and then the projected flow back 6 years ago when the SSMP program kicked off. Next slide.
Sorry to interrupt, and you may get to this, but just wondering if there's a sense of where that delta is. It's great to see actually the inflows higher than what was modeled, but do we know kind of why, I guess? Is it water use? Obviously, so dependent upon the sea, water use within IID's service area, or was it, just climatically saw, cooler sort of temperatures or more precipitation? Just kind of wondering if we've been able to just parse out why
Yeah.
we were off, which is, again, it's a good thing to see inflows higher than we projected, but wondering what accounts for the gap.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it's a combination of two big drivers. One is the IID flows have been higher than anticipated, and there have been a couple of wet years in the recent past that have also added to the inflows. So I think those are the big players.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks. So on this slide, it's the same top-level data that was shown on the previous slide. This is showing you the constituent flows for just the last 5 years, so 2020 onwards. The Imperial Valley flows those are the flows from the New and Alamo River and many of the drains from IID lands. That's a big component of the flow. And then there are other smaller components. And you can see there's been this decline, and probably driving share of that decline has been the changes in the Imperial Valley flows. So they were, and I just want to make that point clear. So back in 2017, these flows collectively were expected to be lower. They are trending lower today, but they're still higher than what we thought they would be. Next slide. So as we've talked in a couple of other presentations, the salinity the buildup of salinity is a direct consequence of the flow, the evaporation. So there's a nice the volume of water in the sea, the inflow of water coming to the sea, and the salinity, they're all directly related. And you can see this is a data record. We're fortunate to have had a really good record going back at least to 2003. There's other data going back previously, but this is a particularly good data set. So you can see the buildup of salinity from little over ocean salinity in 2004 to where we're now between, approaching 80,000 or more. This is also tracked with the modeling that we do as part of the state program, and we track the inflows each year and the elevation, et cetera. And we can see that the modeling also expects that salinity to continue to build up. And the new data support that. Some of the values are a little bit lower. We'll see how that shakes out as more data are collected. Next slide, please.
Can I just ask one question on that last slide?
Sure.
Sorry.
Sure.
It looks like there's just a lot more variability in the last year or two. Is that just because of changes in the sampling protocols and locations, or is that a consistent data set and we're just seeing a lot more variability?
I think we'll wait to see a little more. There's not a good reason why there should be this much variation, because it's a conservative constituent. So it could be that it's where the sampling is done, how it's done, and we'll have some more data points. This is a fairly new program, like was described just in the previous session. So we'll let it mature a bit to see how it settles. The data to 2019, 2020 thereabouts, that was a program that was run by the Bureau of Reclamation, and that ended. And so this is a new program. So I'm intrigued by that variation. And I will kind of wait to get some more data before we confirm mechanism. Okay, so earlier, in fact, this morning, board member McGuire asked about water budgets, and that's something that obviously we look at very closely at different scales. This pair of plots in particular corresponds to that flow plot that I showed you, which showed the declining inflows the last 5 years. This is the same 5-year period. And you can see the declining elevation. These are daily data that are monitored by the USGS. So we have a pretty good feel for how the sea is responding to these changes in inflows. And you can see how that number has been about 0.5, 0.6 feet of elevation loss in this key summer period that we track, and it increased a little bit last year, 2024. And corresponding to that change in elevation, the lower plot shows the change in the exposed lake bed. And so again, every year for this summer period, we saw somewhere on the order of 2,000 acres of additional exposed lake bed, and it was greater this last year. And for context, this 2,000, 3,000 acres is about, is a couple of % of the total area of the sea. If you go back to the slide, the total area of the sea is we'll get there. Anyway, I was just going to mention, just on the previous slide, the total area of the sea is about 200,000 acres, just to give you context for how much we're losing each year. And so this point here is to provide the setting for where we've been the last few years. And with that, I will hand back to Sammy.
Okay, so what does this mean in terms of our projects and how we think about addressing conditions at the sea? Next slide, please. So we really wanted to show people from an aerial view, this is what's happened at the sea. The red line showing, let's see here. Let's make sure I get this right. Okay, the blue outer line showing in 2003 elevation, and then the red line showing the predicted elevation for today. So that's that was the predicted elevation, but we're actually looking at what's exposed around the sea. So we expected more exposed acreage than has happened. So today, the actual exposed acreage is about 33,000 acres. So this guides, where we do our work and how we think about addressing the conditions on the ground. So I'll point out, a couple key things, couple key lessons that we've put into action here. So first of all, we prioritize our projects based on where the fastest exposure is happening. So where the most, ground is actually being dewatered as the sea recedes. And that's happening fastest at the south side of the sea. So that's why we have that largest species conservation habitat project based there. It's the actual topography of the lake bed that is causing that to kind of have the most exposure the fastest. So that's why we're zeroing in on that area, and that's why we're so focused on expanding that project when we have the opportunity with the additional federal funding, because we know that's where continued recession will happen. We've also been really focused on accelerating there, and that actually means building into the sea and getting ahead of the recession there so that we're have habitat and dust suppression in place as that recession happens. Another thing that's really notable on this map is the presence of wetlands. So that kind of neon green color was an unexpected occurrence. I don't think folks who are working on this program understood that, 6 years ago, that there would be this natural recruitment of wetlands. They've showed up as the sea has receded, and kind of slowly enough that we have wetland vegetation covering almost 8,000 acres of the exposed lake bed. And what that means is it's kind of a great occurrence because it provides habitat naturally, and it suppresses dust on those acres. It's also, an opportunity and a challenge for our projects as well. So I'll point out on the east side of the sea, that's where the Bombay Beach Wetlands Project is. This was a project we'll talk about a little bit more, but was brought to us by Audubon, California, and they've done a lot of great work there working with the community to guide that project. And that project is really about stabilizing and enhancing the wetlands. So using the natural flow to basically bolster these wetlands and ensure that they can continue to have that function of dust suppression and habitat benefits. So we see opportunities to kind of work with nature and work with the wetlands where we can. We don't fully understand how the wetlands will persist or progress over time. We do expect them to move towards the sea as it recedes and kind of degrade a bit. So that's why, these projects to stabilize them and enhance them are great opportunities. And then I'll point out on the west side of the sea, this is where we've kind of implemented a lesson around the actual exposed lake bed that we have to work with. So we've done a long, skinny project there. That's that Clubhouse and Thule Wash project. Those are our vegetation enhancement projects that we've highlighted, where you've seen the pictures of the vegetation growth. So these are long projects along the shoreline, and we're actually kind of, up against where the sea is today and essentially waiting for that to dry out. It doesn't emit dust until it's dry. So we're waiting for that to dry out, and then we're going to march our projects towards the sea and expand to the sea. And in terms of the, theme of, laying a foundation and accelerating, we have built infrastructure in place, so access roads, groundwater wells that we'll be able to use to, expand those projects towards the sea and kind of scale that up. So those are a few lessons we've learned in terms of tracking inflow and how that directly relates to the decisions we make on the ground. And I'm going to pass it over to Yvonne Wilhoff to talk in more detail about project design.
Thanks, Sammy. So in case you missed it, my name's Yvonne. I work for the California Department of Water Resources, and I'm part of the state Salt and Sea Management Program team. During my presentation, I'm going to highlight 3 Salt and Sea Management Program projects with the intent of describing how our projects evolve or adapt to new information or conditions at the sea. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start with the North Lake project because it's a great segue off of this previous presentation, and it's responsive to the comment that you had mentioned earlier about just being curious what could contribute to a project changing. Next slide, please. So we had originally envisioned the North Lake project to be similar to the SCH project to the south. Like our project to the south, this northern location is downstream from agricultural drains and adjacent to a river. So the goal was to create aquatic habitat by impounding water behind berms. Next slide, please. So like for most of our projects, when they're at the conceptual phase, we'll gather all the information that's available to us in that moment in time. And it usually occurs before we're able to get out to the site to get boots on the ground to understand the site conditions. So for this particular project, we began with wanting to have a better understanding of the water supply availability. So we went ahead and gathered all the information that we could and coordinated with the Coachella Valley Water District to get a better understanding of how much water is available. What we did learn at this step is there wasn't as much water available as we had thought, but at this point it wasn't a deal breaker for the project, so we continued. Next slide, please. So we worked with several landowners to get temporary site access. And the site access at this stage of project planning is important because it allows us to have an understanding of what unique conditions exist at this location of the sea. So we will conduct various types of surveys, site reconnaissance, different types of investigations to gather data that will influence, well, first it tests feasibility of the project, and it will influence how we design and permit a project. And then in some cases, we might adjust a project footprint if we need to avoid an area that's sensitive. Next slide, please. So we began conducting surveys, and I'm going to highlight the top 2 that were part of the reason why this project concept pivoted. The first one is we conducted field work to prepare an aquatic delineations report. And as part of this effort, we were able to map out the emergent wetlands at the northern end of the sea. We were curious to know at this point how much of our project footprint is covered by these wetlands. The second thing that happened is working with our Salt and Sea Management Program teammates at CDFW. CDFW went out and conducted marsh bird surveys. And our other question is, okay, of these wetlands that exist, are they supporting special status species? Because it's a good question to have. So next slide, please. So this figure consolidates several layers of information. I would like to draw your attention to the long black outline. That's the North Lake project concept footprint. And you may notice that about half or so of the project is still inundated with water. So the sea didn't recede at the rate that we had anticipated. And of the area that is exposed, if you could see color, the bright green represents wetlands within the project footprint. So then of the area that's exposed, a notable amount's covered by the wetlands. And then the purple above the black line are the wetlands that are outside of the project footprint. Next slide, please. So with all this new information, we reevaluated the project and we shifted the project footprint up elevation to capture the 5 wetlands. They're numbered on the screen if you could see the numbers, so that we can protect these wetlands as the sea ultimately will recede into the future and enhance them. And one of the aspects of this new conceptual design is to encourage vegetation growth between the wetlands so that we can suppress dust on the area that is exposed. So this reconceptualization of this project has a couple of interesting features. It's working with the conditions that we're observing on the site. It allows us to work with trying to create habitat and protect habitat for species of concern. It's a lighter touch on the landscape and it uses less water. Next slide, please. So then I'm moving on to the SCH project. Next slide. So for those of you that have been with us for a long time, you may recognize the picture on the left. That is the original SCH project. It was 640 acres. And then the project on the left, or pardon me, the right, I'm getting my directions mixed up here, is the full-blown SCH project as it stands today. I just want to note there's a pretty substantial difference in scale between these two figures. So the original SCH concept, the 640-acre project, was part of a larger 3,770-acre project that was identified as a preferred project alternative in a 2013 EIR-EIS. And the reason why the state was moving forward with the smaller project was because there was a lot of uncertainties and unknowns of constructing a project of this type and these conditions. And some of the conditions we weren't sure from a constructability standpoint, cost and schedule, how it would play out to do the bigger project, so we wanted to start off with a smaller chunk. But in 2018, this Department of Water Resources received Design Build Authority. And Design Build Authority is a type of contracting method that allows us to consolidate 2 steps of our process with the design and the construction happening with one entity. So this design build delivery method allowed DWR to have more control over the project budget and schedule. And because of the uncertainty and risk associated with the site conditions, this delivery method allowed DWR to have more flexibility to make adjustments during design and construction. And overall, it reduced some of the state's liability. So as a result, the state felt more comfortable moving forward with contracting out or moving forward with this delivery method for a larger project. Next slide, please. So some of the things about the lessons learned at SCH, we early on identified a big risk is whether or not we can construct in wet conditions. So what we learned is that it is possible, but the soil needs to be handled several times. Yes, the soil has to be harvested on site, transported, dried, mixed again to get the right moisture content and soil composition before it can be placed on site and then compacted. And what you're seeing here is the construction of the East Pond 1 expansion project. Next slide, please. Another high risk that was identified is this project is considered an earthworks project, which means we're moving around a lot of dirt. In fact, I asked this question because I thought it'd be a good number to have. We've moved 5 million cubic yards of material at the Salton Sea. So when you're thinking of something at that scale and the amount of equipment and time, there's risk baked into moving all of that dirt around. So we were curious to know, can we do it? It's a lot of heavy equipment. And what we learned is that it is possible, but we have to identify specialized equipment that can perform in these conditions and also come up with innovative ways to reconfigure construction equipment so that we can get the job done within the time frame that we have. Next slide, please. Another aspect of this project that is, I guess you can call it unique, is the hypersaline aspect of it. So any of our infrastructure that's in the sea or moving water around in the sea, we needed to find materials that would be able to function long-term without corroding. So this was something that we were able to work through our construction process to identify the materials that would work. So if you're curious to know about the pictures, on the left-hand side, we have the saline pump station. Those are our saline pumps. And then on the right side, we have our pipes. You may see some organic material growing on the exterior of it, but it's not corroding. So next slide, please. And one of the opportunities that the design build project delivery method, one of the opportunities was that we were able to work with the design builder during the design process. An example of a positive aspect is the Species Conservation Habitat Project's Labyrinth Weir, which is on this picture. Through the design build process, our contractors proposed a gravity flow system in its designs, which eliminated the need for pumps and associated electricity consumption that resulted in a cost savings. In addition, DWR engineers collaborated with the contractor to refine the initial weir design into a labyrinth weir, condensing this project feature to a smaller footprint on the landscape, achieving the same level of flood protection and also using less concrete. Next slide, please. All right, the third project example is the Bombay Beach Wetlands Enhancement Project. Next slide. This is one of the Salt and Sea Management Program's partner projects. This concept and early design came to us from Audubon, California. Building on the work led by Audubon while maintaining our partnership, the project transitioned to the Salt and Sea Management Program earlier this year to complete the design and permitting. This will be the Salt and Sea Management Program's first wetland stabilization and enhancement project. And if we didn't note the project size, it's approximately 565 acres. Next slide, please. The lessons learned through planning and constructing this project type will inform our future SSMP wetland-related projects. One interesting aspect of this project, and Megan will get into this in more detail, is we were able to utilize new permitting efficiencies for this project, so it's our first time using them. And also working with Audubon, the Salt and Sea Management Program, this was noted earlier today, we submitted a grant application to the Wildlife Conservation Board for funding to help with a portion of the construction, and the Wildlife Conservation Board is going to review our grant application at their meeting tomorrow, and the amount of the grant is $5.2 million. Next slide, please. One of the exciting aspects of this project is that it is responsive to the community feedback that we've received. Audubon early on led a lot of outreach within the community, and we, as a program, we were talking about this earlier, about the multi-benefit opportunities for SSMP projects, and this one's identified as one that has that potential. It's really exciting because it's close to the community of Bombay Beach. Based on the feedback we received, there's desire to include a trail and interpretive signs, and we're working on doing that, incorporating those into our design process right now. So this is a great example of a project that has the opportunity to have a more integrated aspect to it. So with that, I'm done.
Hello, my name is Megan Gelini. I'm a program manager with DWR, and happy to tell you a little bit more about our permits. Next slide, please. In order to construct our projects at the sea, our team must manage an array of complex environmental and cultural resources permitting requirements simultaneously. I'll pause.
Yeah, I know the slides are up on the Zoom platform, but they're just not here in front of us right now, but they should pop up right now.
Okay. Thank you. So just to restart. So in order to construct our projects at the sea, our team must manage an array of complex environmental and cultural resources permitting requirements simultaneously. Some of these permits have regular timelines that do not match the urgency with which we need to complete our projects. And so we have to work diligently and creatively to permit our projects on faster than normal timelines. Next slide, please. So in addition to facilitating review time from state and federal permitting entities, we've also got to align the information gathering that informs our permit applications around certain times of the year. Since SSMP projects are constructed in areas with protected species, our team's required to conduct environmental surveys in certain times of the year to determine the presence of species that require legal protections. The legal protections we must provide to these species are critical considerations for designing our projects. Next slide, please. So this table illustrates the different types of permitting pathways and their estimated timelines for completion. Our team works incredibly hard to identify efficiencies and advance as many permits concurrently as possible. Typically, DWR will take lead on the first steps, 1 and 2, and the lead permitting agency will take lead on steps 3 and 4. Next slide, please. Now, this is the same slide, but translated into Spanish, and I'd like to give some time for folks to review it. Next slide, please. The SSMP team has early and frequent collaboration and communication with partners and regulators. These communications create important bonds and develop and maintain trust between the agencies to support a more efficient project permitting process. On the federal side, one of the efficiencies established is an agreement that DWR has with the Army Corps of Engineers under the Water Resources Development Act, or WRDA. DWR provides funding to support Corps staff on permitting SSMP projects and NEPA support. This expedites the review process. Another significant permitting efficiency that was completed in 2024 after many years of effort and collaboration was the Army Corps of Engineers establishment of letter of permission procedures under Section 404 of the Clean Water Act and issuance of an individual permit to the state of California for activities and projects implementing the SSMP 10-year plan. To accomplish this milestone, the SSMP team worked with Army Corps of Engineers and the federal cooperating agencies to finalize its first programmatic planning and regulatory compliance documents, which will enable streamlined approvals for federal permits on SSMP 10-year plan projects. For state permitting efficiencies, over the last few years, the states adopted different permitting pathways to enhance the permitting processes for restoration projects. One example is the statewide Restoration General Order, which was adopted by the State Water Resources Control Board in 2022 as a potential permitting pathway for restoration projects to use to address the Clean Water Act 401 water quality certification and also waste discharge requirements. In September 2024, the Restoration Management Permit Act was enacted to create an inclusive one-stop permit from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. The Restoration Management Permit consolidates 5 of the most common CDFW authorizations typically needed for restoration projects into a single streamlined permit. DWR is working closely with CDFW, including the Cutting the Green Tape team, to seek coverage under the RMP for various SSMP projects. Finally, the CEQA statutory exemption for restoration projects provides a statutory exemption from CEQA for fish and wildlife restoration projects that meet certain requirements. Our team is using this pathway for our Bombay Beach Wetlands Enhancement Project. I'd now like to pass it to Joe, and if we could go to the next slide.
Awesome. Thanks, Megan. I just want to summarize real quickly this panel here, some of the takeaways. So, first and foremost, we have been closely tracking the sea's conditions to understand ways that we can work with nature to implement our projects. we've also worked creatively to navigate bureaucratic hurdles that would otherwise pose timeline challenges that are totally unacceptable given the urgency to build our projects. And once we've started building our projects, as we heard from Yvonne at the sea, we've been able to retain flexibility in project design to be able to adapt to conditions at the sea, as well as available water, and the presence of wildlife species that require certain considerations in project design. The bottom line is that we've spent the past 6 years facing challenges, overcoming them, and gaining invaluable institutional knowledge that will allow us to leap forward in the coming years when it comes to increasing the pace and the scale of our projects. With the significant state and federal funding received over the past year, we are ready to take the next step, leverage our lessons learned, and ultimately get more projects built at the sea faster. Thanks.
Thank you all. Incredibly appreciative of what has been a lot of learning on the ground, and glad that it's been able to dovetail with other efforts here in the state to streamline permitting, especially around restoration projects at our respective agencies. I feel like, again, the Salton Sea continues to prove to be one of our most critical laboratories, really where we're learning and actually applying lessons from other parts of the state and generating our own here. I have a quick question regarding the emergent wetlands. And one, I think what's incredible to see, and part of this progress is actively managing the sea. For so many decades, there wasn't active management happening down at the sea in projects and investment. And so seeing that is heartening and is part of the progress here. But when it comes to these emergent wetlands, which again is less our active management and more our co-management with Mother Nature, just wondering what are the sort of challenges you're seeing there? And what comes to mind is salt cedar. Tamarisk is an invasive species. It pops up. It's hard to eradicate. So just thinking, trying to understand, I guess, when it comes to the management of those emergent wetlands, is some of the talk, removal of invasives or kind of, beginning to actively manage with Mother Nature what she's created, and just kind of wondering what some of those challenges or conversations are like.
Thanks so much for that question. Absolutely. There's, you highlight the challenge around some of the vegetation species that can pop up and kind of, take over an area and provide less habitat value than like a diverse composition of vegetation. So we do see this in particular at the SCH project, where we've got an area where CDFW works really closely with DWR around those protocols to try to address the species that can kind of come in without vegetation clearing and management there. So that's where we have a more active footprint. We also have one of our projects is at the Worcester unit on CDFW lands. And so that's another area where that's a kind of that's an active wetland management site. And that's where part of their treatments and restoration efforts are addressing that composition and trying to favor, the diverse natural wetland habitats for the benefit of species there. But when you look at the full picture of the 8,000 acres of wetlands around the sea, those are not all being actively managed. And so that's where they're really just kind of responsive to the inflows of largely agricultural, in some places natural drainages that are coming down and kind of trickling into the sea. And so that's where, we don't have active management until we come in with a project and, try to bolster those wetlands where we can. But we are still, limited by the water supply, and that's the future we're going to have to keep tracking as climate changes. And so we're trying to work with what's available and kind of stabilize, but be responsive to that water that's available.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. And actually, what comes to mind as sort of a follow-up is, have we mapped those ag drains at this point? Seeing as how they're kind of becoming an important component, if you will, at least of these emergent wetlands, kind of, and wondering here particularly if the U.S. Army Corps feasibility study is kind of capturing, if you will, those inflow. I mean, I imagine they're capturing inflow from ag, but just wondering like the specifics of, you know, understanding where those drains are and where it's adding to and creating emergent wetlands.
Yeah, I think that's part of what Yvonne was showing in that North Lake section, where when we get into a project area, then we really define, you know, where the inflows are. And that's where that kind of mapping step happens. Anything else you guys want to add?
Just to build off of that, if you're curious about what some of the things we're observing from a project planning perspective relative to the agricultural drain flows, particularly the ones that flow into the emergent wetlands. So for us, as we're looking at our project planning, we would like to know the water demand of those wetlands, especially if we know if there's a species of special status, any type of special status species in those wetlands. From a diversion standpoint, we would consider, can we divert, when can we divert, how much can we divert? There's seasonality to it. The flows aren't all the same. The water composition's not all the same. The chemistry varies. You mentioned the Army Corps of Engineers feasibility study. That is one of the things they're looking into, and it's basin wide. They're looking at anything that drains down into the sea. Some of that stuff is gauged. That's a layman's term. So the ag drains can have gauges on them, so we have a good idea. Some of the waterways do, but not all of it, and that's one of the data gaps. And that's when we rely on models.
I was just going to say that the drain flows are about 10% of the total inflow, so it's a significant amount of the total flow.
That's great. Thank you very much. Really appreciate all that. Looking to fellow board colleagues for any question, further comment. Customarily, we'll kick off with Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, this, again, thank you. Fantastic panel. Really helpful perspective, and thanks for helping take a step back and look big picture and kind of give context to what we've learned, where we've come, and where we're going. I so appreciate that, and and also just the thoughtfulness around how you are helping us understand how you're adapting to, as you go in with the project, to the particular emerging wetlands, changes in environment, because whenever we're doing plans, or I'm thinking about when we did, adopted our order, there's a lot of uncertainties. And clearly we're seeing, the great news is there's less receding than what we thought when we adopted this order. It's not common that things are better off than we expect. So I really appreciate that. And also, we're way behind on acreage in terms of where we, what was in our order. So I'm really interested in just speaking to, there's a table 2 and around the projects planned between now and the end of the 10 years, so 2025 to 2028. I think it's on page 57 of your beautiful annual report. But that's really where you set out, how are you going to catch up? It's daunting. Those numbers are daunting to catch up on. And I am so encouraged by the momentum and foundation and work and examples of the thoughtfulness and adaptation that this program is doing. But I just wanted you to speak a little bit more to what is realistic for us to be looking at achieving between now and the end of the 10-year plan, do we think that we're going to achieve, or do you all think that you're going to achieve the amount set out in the order?
Yeah, thank you for that question, because I'm sure it's one that's on a lot of folks' mind. And just to be frank, we're about to find out. Seriously, I mean, I'm relatively new to this role, but that is the question that I had on my mind, as I was getting acquainted here. And, my current assessment is I don't see something that says for certain that we won't meet it. So from that perspective, I think we have a responsibility to continue moving forward as fast as we possibly can. And that's what's articulated in this table here, because ultimately that's going to ensure that's going to make sure that we're getting as many acres in the ground as we possibly can. And, as just going through the table, looking at the projects, certainly that's, it's much more of a workload than we've traditionally been able to get done. But what I would say is that, the acreage targets are laid out in a very linear fashion in the order. And my assessment is that in our program, progress generally just hasn't been as linear. We've got to really kind of grind out a lot of these, more difficult parts of the project delivery, some of which we don't have control over, and then continue to identify efficiencies, synergies, push hard on those, and then that's what ultimately allows, what I'm talking about in terms of making those gigantic leaps forward in terms of acreage. I mean, we're going to turn on, a project tomorrow that's going to, over the course of several weeks, put over 700 acres in the ground and put us at 2,000, around 2,000 acres for the year. Obviously, that project was years and years in the making, where it was just a big zero on the report. Well, I guess it was in planning or construction. It was at a different part of the report. So that's what I would say to that. Yeah.
And I'll just add that, we've highlighted in our presentations the importance of funding to be able to actually deliver these projects. And I think a lot of the groundwork we've been laying over the last year has been in terms of funding. Part of that from our federal partners, first acknowledgement of their engagement in a really substantive way in terms of funding, and then from the voters of California that I think is really significant. So that funding is really important. But I will say it is that funding will not cover the full picture of every project that's needed to meet the order. So just want to be transparent about that. We're fully focused on driving forward with the resources we have that are significant. And then more funding will be needed.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I think that funding piece is laid out in the annual plan as well. I just don't have the page number. But that's helpful. I think that is at the core why we have these, is to make sure we're understanding, are we going to really meet the commitments, and are we on track, and are we, do you have the plans and resources and permits and everything that you need to do it? So I look forward to continuing to get an annual update on that. I just lost my second question. Let's see. I know okay. So sorry. A lot of funding for this project has come recently from federal funds because of conservation efforts. And that's conservation on top of the conservation that was the reason for this order. And so on one hand, we've seen more water than we expected coming in, which is great, even with that conservation. But I think we also didn't account for additional conservation when we first were setting these targets. This was these were temporary, short-term agreements, not temporary, but short-term agreements. And obviously we're going to be, one of the reason we're doing the long-term plan is thinking about we have less, we know everyone's going to be cutting back and there'll be even more. Could you speak a little bit to how you all are looking at understanding if there are long or significant impacts to maybe short-term conservation that is increasing, that requires additional mitigation or should be thought, or whether there's a need to, how we might be able to build that into future projects and long-term planning.
Yeah, that's something we're tracking closely, and I think you could see that on our various graphics that show the overall, tracking of elevation at the sea and then acreage of lakebed exposure correlated to that elevation decline. So something we're tracking closely, and certainly there was additional decline in sea elevation in the last year. And really what that does is accelerate what was already happening. So it's an additional kind of faster exposure, and that's really what that federal funding was about accelerating our actions to be responsive there. So that's where we're really serious about, and we're are implementing the speedy acceleration of that SCH project and actually building into the sea. And we broke ground on the first expansion area in about September and are filling it up tomorrow. So, just super proud of our team in terms of being creative and being responsive and the urgency that they have to, drive that work forward. And that's what we plan to do with the next chunk of that federal funding as well. So that's really how we're thinking about that, being responsive to conditions at the sea.
And just to follow up on that, because I think, the chair asked about why we've seen more inflow than we expected. Is that something that we're going to be able to answer? I mean, I feel like one of these things is we modeled what we thought would happen. We've seen different results, and now how are we adapting our models or predictions based on our experience over this however many years it's been, so that we can more accurately predict things as we go forward?
So I'll take a stab at it. I think we can look at the numbers as they played out. How much was delivered by the Bureau to IID and CVWD, how much land was irrigated, how much water flowed into the sea. So there is a tracking of that water. Now, what we don't fully understand is all the assumptions that were made back in 2017. What were they assuming the flows would be? So that things turned out a certain way, and we can go back to the old documents to say exactly what were they thinking in 2017. But I think we understand today, with fairly close look at these data, how the system will respond if you know what the Bureau will provide, right, which is a human decision, and then how IID will how much will be farmed, how much conservation will be implemented on IID lands, and that too is a part human, part economic decision. So we can make reasonable projections given a certain inflow from the Bureau. So if this current conservation policy, it's a 4-year. Our projections are based on this conservation being active for 4 years, beginning in 2023, so 23, 24, 25, 26. And so in 2027, in paper on policy, it's supposed to go back to their original allocation. What decisions do we make for 2027 and beyond? And I think we can take a range of scenarios. That's the right thing to do at this point. We don't know exactly what will play out. But I feel like from just the tracking of the water once it's delivered to the basin, we have we have mechanistic processes to kind of get you a inflow to the sea.
And I would say bottom line is that those refinements have been made in the modeling, and that's also part of the Army Corps feasibility study. There's kind of a whole hydrology effort there, and so that's an opportunity too to have improved projections.
Great, thank you. Really, my only last question is maybe, I think, Yvonne, you were mentioning, but just can you remind us what to look forward to for this next year in terms of things coming up in 2025? It's not, I think maybe I'm mixing who said it, but I think somebody had highlighted on the first panel just that 2025 is a big year, and we will be starting to get more information, and especially I think in the long-term planning. Can you tell us more about, from the long-term plan, what to look forward to for getting reports for next year?
Yeah, that was me that made that statement. So you're right. And it was in the context of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers feasibility study that's being developed in partnership with the Salton Sea Management Program and the Salton Sea Authority. And the reason why I said that is, you may recall the long-range plan that was developed by the Salton Sea Management Program had a set of long-term restoration concepts that were recommended to the Army Corps of Engineers for further analysis. So those recommended concepts, as well as I think one that the Army Corps put together, are going through the Army Corps study process where they refine that list down to the ones that they're going to evaluate in a robust way through their feasibility study. And the reason why I'm saying it's a big year is because we anticipate that we will know what are the final suite of alternatives that will be moved forward for the more robust evaluation in the feasibility study. And it's of interest, right? Because like the comments we heard today, there's a lot of interest about water importation. There's a lot of interest on how are we going to project out how much water is available to the Salton Sea when we're planning these projects long term. So that's why I made the statement that I think it's going to be an interesting year.
Thank you. And that just made me think of one last related question, which is, our 10-year plan ends, and then it sounded like the update was with this broader scope that the feasibility study won't be until the 2029. Is that right? Or I may be getting things wrong, but can you just speak more to how these two things fit together in terms of timelines? Because it does seem like maybe we will end this before we're finished with the long-term plan.
And that's where the early implementation increment comes into play. And the early implementation increment, when there was just a whole year of back and forth trying to wrap our heads around, collective heads around, all right, well, what do we need to evaluate this long-term feasibility study? Then the concern came, well, with that timeline, what are we going to do in the interim? And the early implementation increment came out of those conversations. And the goal of the early implementation increment is to identify projects that can be analyzed, hopefully approved when it gets to the chief's report, so that they can be implemented on a shorter time frame than the full-blown feasibility study.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, board member, for the great questions, and really appreciate the great responses here. Board member McGuire.
Actually, I feel like the questions have been well covered. This was a really thorough presentation, and so I don't have too much to add, except just to, I guess, observe that, to me, this is what appears to be taking shape is a great example of adaptive management and really looking for win-win solutions to a problem that I would totally agree, a few years ago, didn't really know what the solution looked like. And we've been fortuitous with the emergent wetlands and additional inflows and, just a number of funding, a number of circumstances kind of coming together all at the same time that have led us to this moment here. That could change. It could get better. It could get worse. But certainly we'll need to continue to adapt to changing conditions. And so I just want to say that I'm always on the lookout for examples of that in California water. It doesn't always come together this way. And so I just really appreciate the work that you've done and the contributions to the sea. Thank you.
Here. Thank you, Board Member. Vice Chair.
Well, that's a lot of what my comments were going to be. I'm sitting here thinking of how frustrated I used to be when we'd have these annual meetings, and I think a lot of the commenters were frustrated, and it was difficult to see, even though Bruce Wilcox was just, a founding father and had a vision, but the team wasn't quite assembled yet. It was hard to see how this could actually evolve into what it is now. And then sitting here today, really feeling quite confident in your leadership. You have a great team, articulate, smart, impassioned. It's wonderful to see that interaction with the community, recognizing that we still have a lot of members in the community that are very frustrated. And I would probably be too if I lived here, but that's not stopping you. You're continuing to educate, you're continuing to get out there, and then interact with the community in such a way that you can make these adjustments. So there's the adaptive management that Board Member McGuire talked about, from a scientific perspective, but there's that social science piece as well, and looking for the ability to meet multiple objectives. And so I'm just leaving, here today very hopeful and looking forward to next year's report. I also just want to note, this I feel like our president would say, this is a big, beautiful report. And it really is. And I know in years past, there was also, we didn't get it on time. And it came after the meeting, and then that was cause for even more frustration. So I think it's great to get this information out, get it out early, and to be, just part of the observation at this point and looking forward to the years to come. I also think that your thoughtfulness, it's this balance between moving as quickly as you can, getting those dollars out. You have the dollars. That was really unknown a few years ago. So it's great to have money, but that thoughtfulness is so important because of that accountability piece. This isn't going to be anywhere near enough money. And so being able to show your work, show why you made adjustments, why you moved at whatever pace, so that you can be responsive to those funders in the future. Thank you.
Great remarks, Vice Chair, and completely agree. Those early years, it was hard year to year. It was a bit of the same presentation. And what is a difference right now is year to year, we're seeing acreage numbers grow, we're seeing momentum. And so this is, really, we find ourselves at a critical moment. And to Board Member Firestone's point, the stipulated order goes to 2028. We're just, a few years out here from that. So I know we as a board are already thinking, okay, well, what does come next as well for the board's oversight and for, the continued work here. And what I came to mind, and I just want to kind of leave as a last question. We did have an update from Jessica Neuwirth, the new executive director of the Colorado River Board, and there is obviously a real healthy and intense debate going on the future of the Colorado River. And I feel what has really changed over these last years as well is that the rest of the basin states know that the sea, hydrologically connected to the Colorado River as it is part of that discussion and that fate. And so just wondering if you have any insights or just really thoughts here on how we maintain that attention from the rest of the basin states, because to Vice Chair's point, there's still a lot of funding need. And to my mind, what is a natural fit as the basin states understand what are the investments we need in the West to reduce that dependency on the Colorado River. There's also a critical opportunity for there to be additional funding to continue to advance this work at the sea and see the sea as a critical component of the Colorado River and its negotiations. So just wondering if, I know those conversations are ongoing and incredibly sensitive and fraught, certainly, but at least to this aspect of the sea and its future, wondering if there's any thoughts or any sort of commentary around that.
Yeah, thanks for that question, and I think for bringing in that kind of larger picture and context. I think part of my comments are mostly to echo what you said here about the importance of the sea in terms of its connectivity to the Colorado River. That is the primary source of inflow to the sea, and the driver here. So I think this work around temporary conservation, and I think IID's leadership in that work in bringing the Salton Sea to the forefront of that was really valuable, and the state's work in bringing that to the forefront in the temporary conservation actions that took place was I think an important moment to show that that connectivity, and also see the federal government's investment in that moment and in recognition of the sea's importance. So that was, I think, really an important step, and we will be tracking closely how these policies play out. And I think continuing to show progress is really important as well, to show there's, an ability to be responsive and take actions at the sea. And so I think that's part of our job as a team. And there's a larger kind of broader policy context led by the Colorado River Board that we'll be closely tracking.
Much appreciation. Thank you for that. Thank you again for just this incredible presentation, this discussion, and entertaining our questions. It's just really much appreciated, and it's been incredible to see the momentum that we're certainly in right now. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, that wraps up our second panel and brings us back to our public comment period. We're a little ahead of schedule still yet here, so I think we had indicated this public comment period would start at 5, so hopefully we're not catching folks that were intending on starting at 5 unawares, but we'll go back to our list here of commenters and see if we can't incorporate additional voices here. So I'd like first to call up Michael Cohen as our first commenter. And I believe Mr. Cohen is joining us virtually here.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair and members of the board, and apologies for not being there in person. Like California and others, my budget's a little tight these days. But really want to commend you for elevating this and providing an opportunity for the SSMP team to highlight its activities, and really want to congratulate the SSMP team. And this is a bit odd for me, but to praise them for all the work they've done this past year and since the last workshop. And I'm particularly sorry to be missing the event tomorrow and to see the filling of the SCH expansion pond, which I've been looking forward to for many, many years. And so that's a great, I think, marker for really a pivot from where we've been. And as many of the board members have said, from years of looking forward to seeing progress and to actually now tomorrow seeing some progress at the Salton Sea. A little, maybe an aside on the SCH expansion. We heard a little bit about desert pupfish and declining numbers of desert pupfish, and looking at expansion on the west side and the west and central ponds might be an opportunity to incorporate some different design metrics to really look at different species. And I think what we're seeing on the east side and the east expansion is a continuation of protecting fish habitat and expanding fish habitat. And of course, we've lost essentially all the fish at the Salton Sea. So that's a critical resource there. But maybe as the design process continues for the west and central ponds, might be an opportunity to revisit what species are particularly targeted. And I'm reminded that back in, I guess, 2006 to 2010, USGS and Bureau of Reclamation had I think it was a 100-hectare, 240-acre or so series of ponds near the Alamo River. And when those ponds were discontinued, decommissioned, and drained, there were 1 million desert pupfish in them. So certainly we know from experience that those kind of shallow ponds can be extraordinarily productive for desert pupfish, particularly at higher salinities, and maybe an opportunity as design considerations are reviewed for the western and central ponds to think about expanding the suite of species that those might be targeted to protect. I also want to commend your staff Chair, for the State Water Board staff. We sent in a letter really looking at a review of public comments historically, and didn't, of course, give Stephanie very much time to do that, but Stephanie did a remarkable job, I think, of turning around a review of at least the 2024 written comments. And I think her summary of that is an excellent resource, and I encourage people to look at that. And particularly, it highlights the value of transparency for community input and responsiveness, and a recommendation to continue to evaluate those. So I'm hopeful that next year's meeting, giving her considerably more lead time, she'll be able to look back not just on the 2025 comments or the 2026 comments for next year, but to do a retrospective on the written comments received over the years. And if some of those, the oral comments were recorded, to capture and summarize some of those as well, because I think that's a really good resource. And I note, I think she mentioned there were only 2 written comments this year, and that may be a reflection of perhaps people's excitement about the progress that the state has made this year, or maybe a reflection of some frustration as to where those comments are going, and not getting a sense of how they're being incorporated into future efforts. So hopeful that giving her more lead time, she'll be able to do a longer or deeper dive. And again, to commend her on the excellent job she did with very little time for this past year's, or this year's comments. And finally, just a quick aside, I guess, on the inflows. And I think what Sujoy was mentioning is really reflects inflows to the 2003 shoreline. And I think there's some comments earlier about water budgeting. So there's this, I guess, a delta between what happens to the water once it reaches the old shoreline, which I think is what those numbers reflect, and then how much water is actually reaching what maybe we can call it the remnant Salton Sea, or whatever's left of the Salton Sea now, because there's a lot of these 8,000 acres of wetlands are evaporating a lot of that water. The SCH ponds are going to be evaporating or consuming a fair amount of water. So it may be useful going forward for future years for the water balance to reflect, I guess you could call it, in-sea consumptive uses, or the delta between the 2003 shoreline and the current shoreline, because there's a fair amount of water that's lost there, and that may reduce the difference between those 2017 projections that Sujoy was mentioning and the measured inflows higher above that. And I have one. Yeah, so so finally, the last, sorry, one last comment on this was on the HABs. So we're seeing, I think, there's been a lot of concern from the community about air quality and air pollution. But I think there's a growing recognition of the water quality hazards that are being posed. And I think Emma was mentioning a little bit about the HABs being present, and some warnings go up around holiday time for when there's increased recreational use of the Salton Sea. So maybe highlighting more of that going forward in the annual report, and perhaps, again, trying to get scarce resources to the regional board to elevate the concerns about water quality. We're seeing a lot of research out of UC Riverside and other partners with Alianza and others at hydrogen sulfide emissions coming out of the lake, and chronic exposures to hydrogen sulfide, which is again related to water quality and sea itself. So looking at some of that, I think would be another important thing. And finally, everyone's mentioned how great these presentations have been. I'm hopeful that the SSMP team will post these presentations on the Salton Sea Management Program website in the near future. Thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Michael. Sorry you're not here in person with us, but glad you're here still yet virtually, and have been for all the workshops that we've been holding. And so your just institutional knowledge, your institutional leadership here is incredibly appreciated. And to your points and questions, when it comes to the presentations, we will make sure they are posted up on the website, on our Salton Sea website, so everyone can have access to those, use those, be able to repurpose them as well. There is a ton of great content, I agree. I appreciate the mention of the pilot projects, the ponds that were created in the early 2000s. I just have to give a shout out to Doug Barnum at USGS. I don't know if Doug is still at USGS, but you know, that was so much of his work along with Chris Schoeneman and a lot of folks that were here engaged really early on at the sea. We missed that USGS office down at the Salton Sea, but appreciate that USGS is still a real valid and important partner. And again, so much of the science and learning to even scale to where we are now was because of them. And just, Doug, if you're out there, really appreciate your contributions across all this. And thanks for the acknowledgement on the great work I know Stephanie did, and importantly, thanks for the request. Here asking that we really catalog and articulate the comments that we've received previously in previous workshops, what the follow-up has been. I agree that next year's workshop we'll try to delve back even a little deeper, and important to capture what has been this decade worth of workshops that the Water Board has been holding on the Salton Sea to kind of understand that progress and importantly, the continued responsiveness that we've seen. So thank you for your partnership with Alianza and other community groups and really requesting that. I think it's a really important, transparent step here for us as a board as we continue to ingest and understand comments, and importantly, want to show, well, what has been the response? What's the action that's been taken that's responsive to those comments? So thank you, Mr. Cohen. Again, just really appreciate your continued leadership here and engagement, and thank you for all those great points. Okay, now I will go to a list of folks that signed up to speak, but we haven't heard from yet. I'll note that only one of them I'm seeing currently on our Zoom platform. But I'll name out the names nonetheless in case folks are viewing us through another webcast or just the webcast and aren't on the platform. You do need to get on the Zoom platform. Please do just reach out to the clerk of the board if you're having any challenges at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov. So we have still signed up but haven't heard from Rachel Ladwala, Zar Tide, Tuong Fu No, Shant Shiahian. I believe, Shant, you're on the platform, so we will go to you. And then the other name we have currently is Ramona Swenson. Shant, I believe you're on the platform, so we can go to your comments next. And if for any of those names that I called, again, if you're viewing us through another platform or through the YouTube Live or CaliPA website, please do get on the Zoom platform. If you're here in the room, please do pop up. And additionally, after we hear from Shant, if there's anyone in the room here that is looking to speak, hasn't signed up, please do. We'll just let you pop up and be able to come up and speak. And for now, we'll kick things over to Shant.
And so, Chair Esquivel, we have given Shant Shailan, or Siahan, multiple opportunities to unmute, and it looks like they have done so now.
Hello.
Yes. Hi. Thank you for this opportunity to speak and comment. This is my first exposure to this whole initiative and what's going on. I am a newcomer to the Bombay Beach area earlier this year through the Mars College project, and we were learning about the desert ecology and the challenges that the environment is facing. So this was extremely informative and inspiring to witness the effort that's put forth, the coordination, and yeah, just the care to make a difference. There was a lot of questions like, why is the water retreating so fast? And this had a lot of answers to that. So I'm appreciative of that. One question, I don't necessarily, there's a lot of learning for me here from a project management and environmental conservation side. I guess one lingering question that I just heard in passing was that the species conservation habitat project is breaking ground tomorrow or something like that. Is that an event or something that was, I was trying to look up things about it. I did see an Audubon article about something that happened yesterday. They just posted on, I think related to that. So yeah, that's, I guess, my first question.
Well, thank you, Shant, and I really appreciate you participating here in the workshop. Welcome, and just thank you for yourself being part of this, learning collectively with us. And to your question, tomorrow's event is the flooding up of the, I believe it's the western half of the Species Conservation Habitat Project. I'm not sure if it's a public event, though. Looking to folks, it sounds like it's not generally open to the public, unfortunately, but there will be opportunity to visit the Species Conservation Habitat Project. And actually, I see Joe Shea popping up. So instead of giving maybe wrong information, I'll let Joe actually speak to that.
No, I was just going to say thank you so much for tuning into this meeting, and I'm glad that the information that we've provided has been helpful. We are going to turn on the project tomorrow. It's a little bit tricky because it's an active construction site, and we've got a bus going out there that I think is completely full. But if you want to send me an email or someone on our team, maybe I can get your contact info from the board and follow up, and we can just set up a tour and get you out to the site. We can definitely do that.
Really appreciate that, Joe. And we do have your email, Shant, and so we will be sure and give that over to Joe. And so you should be able to expect an email on how you can go down and visit the project, even if tomorrow's event isn't generally open to the public. So first question answered.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and this Audubon article that I was mentioning is water flows for the first time at the major Salton Sea Habitat Project, which I think is the same one. So yeah, the other one, there was in one of the Bombay Beach group chats, there was something about like a letter that was put forth for the group as a resident that to address the Imperial County Planning Commission about the lithium draft plan. I'm not sure if that's applicable here. There's a whole letter, and they wanted to have like an activist kind of movement to have the voice of the community heard. I'm not going to read the whole letter, but I guess in our email correspondence, I can forward that. And I'm not sure exactly if it's relevant to this particular thing, but I know that, mining and that whole initiative, which is kind of a looming thing, environmental concern about the environment and may cause drastic changes in the whole anatomy of the landscape, is probably related somehow. So I guess not necessarily about that commentary, and maybe I missed the early half of it, but like, what is the thought around the Lithium Valley kind of thing in relation to environmental conservation?
Thank you, Shant. That was a point that was brought up in the morning. Actually, I had a question similarly, which is, given the plans for lithium development and the very real overlay of this project and the restoration work that's going on, and then what may be planned for lithium development in the Salton Sink area, is important to coordinate. And Joe Shea responded with the fact that there is coordination going on between the Salton Sea Management Program and the CEC, and with locals, as planning is ongoing for the work around the development of Lithium Valley. So it is relevant. I appreciate, and I have seen that letter in concern, and I think here we're doing our best to make sure that we're ensuring that the state agencies are all coordinating and discussing so as to ensure that these things can be compatible, which I firmly believe they can, and actually can help benefit one another. So good points and good question there, and know that it is part of some of the consideration and discussion that's happening here as the Salton Sea Management Program continues to manage the retreat of the sea, but importantly, the restoration of it as well.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great to hear. And yeah, I also want to appreciate like this stream, how it's being streamed on multiple websites. Like that's what an awesome thing. I'm not sure. It made me curious about whether it's happening in other locations. I'm actually right now, I'm in the Bay Area. So, there's stuff happening here, but I'm tuning in because I care about that, that area as well. And I feel like there is a kind of relationship in California as a whole of, they're such contrasting environments, but there's some sort of like lesson about how they can relate with one another. So I really appreciate the the ability to tune in and how it's so readily accessible, as well as that hub initiative of the dashboard. Like that's so cool. Like that, I've thought of like what if there was this kind of thing to track all of the things and contribute as a community member and have this whole collaborative thing. So like I'm really looking forward to that developing next year. Is what I heard. Is the tracking of it, maybe it could be sped up, but I mean, no rush. Just it's really awesome. So yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
And thank you for those comments. Really appreciate it, Shant. I'm glad you were able to participate here. And yes, I agree. If there was one thing, silver lining around the hardship that COVID presented us all, it's the better ability for us to ensure that we have these virtual components that really help expand the scope of the commenters we can have and the ability for everyone to engage here. It is really critical for us as decision makers to have this. So thank you, really appreciate that acknowledgement. And thanks again for participating here in the workshop and providing us your comments. It's been really enriching. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Shant. Apologies, Shant. I would now like to go to Rushel Ladwala.
Hey everybody, my name is Rashil Lalavala and I'm a junior attending Palm Desert High School in the Coachella Valley. I'm currently a member of Alianza Coachella Valley's community science project titled the Salton Sea Environmental Time Series. And I really just sincerely appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today. And I was able to make a similar public comment last year at last year's workshop. During my time with Alianza, I participated in water quality monitoring at the Salton Sea, and I've come to understand both the science and personal impacts of environmental degradation in this region. And so today I'd like to emphasize 3 critical needs: increasing water monitoring coverage and efficiency, expediting the implementation of total maximum daily loads, or TMDLs, and improving public access to water quality data. First of all, we must increase water monitoring at the lake, not only in expanding the number of sites that are tested, but also improving the timing and frequency of testing. The current scope of testing is a bit insufficient to reveal the full scope of nutrient concentration changes or even seasonal variations. And so I believe that a programmatic approach to water monitoring, rather than a one-off project model, is essential to establish a reliable baseline and track long-term trends. I think that this will help us evaluate the efficacy of dust suppression, habitat restoration, and lithium extraction mitigation strategies in light of that recent $540 billion valuation. Also, depleted oxygen levels at the sea have caused hydrogen sulfide emissions, which can definitely have chronic health impacts over long periods of exposure. This monitoring must directly inform rehabilitation and dust suppression project implementations, rather than sitting idle in, unfortunately, currently inaccessible data sets. This is especially important as we, as community scientists, try to analyze the links between water quality, respiratory illness, and environmental restoration and general awareness. Second, we need to expedite the implementation of TMDLs for the Salton Sea itself, as although currently TMDLs do exist for tributaries like the Alamo and New Rivers, there's currently no enforceable TMDL in place for the lake itself, despite worsening conditions at the sea. So as a collective, we urge the Water Board to take immediate steps towards Salton Sea specific TMDLs and to fast track this process, potentially through emergency rulemaking or interim benchmarks. This would provide a much needed regulatory mechanism to cap pollutants and hold contributors accountable. And finally, public facing environmental data needs to be a bit cleaner and more consistent, as well as much more accessible. Community members, including myself, shouldn't need a technical background to understand the risks around them. And so we asked the Water Board to invest in public dashboards and tools that communicate water quality and TMDL status in a transparent and intuitive way. Anyways, thank you so much for your time and your commitment to the health of Salton Sea communities.
And thank you for your time and commitment as well, Rachel. It's really good to see you again this year. Your engagement here as a student is just so critical. As we talked earlier, there are holes and data gaps and a need for community science. And so your direct participation, your leadership, and importantly, vision here is a critical component of this discussion. And so just thank you for engaging. I really appreciate the recommendations here. Do know, and I'd like to acknowledge, our executive director, of the executive officer of the Colorado River Regional Water Quality Control Board, and one of the board members, Nancy Wright. The executive officer is Mike Placencia. Just want to acknowledge their presence here. When it comes to those total maximum daily loads that you spoke of and the water quality work, that is all ongoing here at the regional level. And so really invite you to plug in with folks there in the region, help contribute to what I know is an effort already to start to update those beneficial uses and look at the irrigated lands regulatory program to figure out, how do we start to reduce some of these nutrient inputs into the sea that are part of this challenge. So thank you. Thanks for your expertise and importantly, community engagement in all of this. It is what makes a difference and has been making a difference in these projects. And so it's incredibly appreciated. So thank you, Rachel, and thank you again for these great recommendations, and look forward to your continued engagement in all of this. All right, I think our next commenter will be Ramona Swenson.
I'm sorry, I indicated I was interested in watching, but I was not intending to make a comment. But I just want to applaud the state on their continued efforts to invest in and restore the Salton Sea.
More than fine, and thank you, Ms. Swenson. Really appreciate you participating and observing the workshop and even your quick, brief comment. It's really appreciated, so thank you. All right, I believe at this point, and I'm looking to folks in the audience, if there's anyone that would like to have commented and haven't had a chance to do so, please do just pop up. But I believe we may be at the end of our listed commenters here on the Zoom platform and here in person. Just going to give a brief moment in case anyone else pops up onto the platform. I know we're running a little ahead and concerned that there may be those that were intending to comment right at 5 or had scheduling issues. So do know we'll have some wrap-up comment and reflection here from the board. And as we do that, if anyone does come onto the platform, or if you're listening in and are looking to ensure that you provide comment, we'll be able to take you as you come to the platform. Then otherwise, please do just raise your hand in case I'm not viewing it, and folks will make sure and flag it for me. Well, it has been, I know, Nicola, yes? You did already provide us comment, Nicola. If you want, I can allow just a couple of minutes of additional comment, but please do try to be concise and brief for us. You need to turn on the microphone as well.
Hello. Thank you, Chair, for this second opportunity. I was hoping that you are going to give me a chance after panels, because Department of Fish and Wildlife, I was going to ask question, do they expect in 10 years and in 20 years increase of fish population, but they're not there anymore? And it's not a sarcastic question, although it could be defined as such because we all know the answer. But I wanted to hear that for the record. But they're not there anymore. But I was going to, since there is a lot of time, but I don't want to bother you with this, and my question was really, I was going to ask following panel 2, Mrs. Berry, and but it's okay right now, I'm sorry, they're not there. But if we have a little time, I know I already spoke earlier, if you want to give me opportunity to explain, to summarize a little bit more, I know people are waiting for opportunity to speak, because I doubt that you who make decision about this still understand what I'm proposing. It's very, very serious. So that was my, if you can give me later on, if there is any time, I would be glad to kind of summarize in 10 minutes or 15 minutes, would be important, or even less, but I was going to just ask you, is that possible? But it's my understanding 6:30 we will have, so in that case we will have a little time, but not, if not, it's not.
I appreciate that offer. I know you've submitted quite a bit of written materials as well, Mr. Nicola. I think that is something that folks can reference if they're looking for a thorough explanation of your proposal at this time.
Okay.
So thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
And
Thank
to
you.
your quick question, I do look to Fish and Wildlife in case, they want to just give a general response as to the expected trends on fish populations. So.
Can they answer that now?
We'll see if they would like to, Ms. Berry.
Great.
Is that okay?
Thanks.
Quick
Thank you very
response.
much.
Thank you, Mr. Nicola.
Like I mentioned in the presentation, we caught no fish in the Salton Sea. This was just from one sampling event, and we do intend to monitor every 3 years at the Salton Sea. But the salinity is, I believe Emma mentioned, is around 80 parts per thousand. That's more than twice the salinity of the ocean. And at those salinities, and if the trends continue, I do not expect any additional fish to be populating the Salton Sea.
The sea itself, but the species conservation habitat projects will then have additional fish, I believe, right?
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Yes, so that was the trends at the Salton Sea, but that is the whole intent of developing the SEH as replacing habitat for fish-eating birds, is to maintain the salinity at a lower level between 20 and 40 parts per thousand around marine salinity, so we can establish fish there and allow that habitat for fish-eating birds. Yeah, thank you for the clarifying.
Thank you as well, Ms. Berry. Appreciate that. And thank you again, Nicola. Appreciate that. All right. Well, again, we'll leave time in case there are new commenters that either come into the room and are looking to comment or pop onto the platform. But I just have to start with a lot of thanks. I know there's been a lot of thanks already given, but really appreciate everyone's time today. It's been, a nice chunk of time that we've had together here within this auditorium. Appreciate that, again, that this workshop has continued to highlight what is growing momentum, if not still yet challenges out there. But the amount of responsiveness we've seen just from last year when it comes to the boat ramp, when it comes to the data, the MIP, and importantly, the engagement with communities here has been just really appreciated across all the state agencies. I think for me, as I think about this next year, really seeing that dashboard come online, I think is going to be a really incredible thing, and look forward to seeing that live and active in a hub, ultimately, where community members, state agencies, all of us that are part of this discussion at the sea can see where the progress is going, what the data is showing, and start to create even more connections across this landscape that are making the real difference when it comes to responding to what is otherwise just an obvious human health crisis, ecosystem crisis that we're all here trying to manage ourselves out of. I appreciated Chant's comment, and I know comments have been made similarly, that we are learning across as a state. The Salton Sea isn't the only watershed that is experiencing these pressures of declining flows, climate change, continued need to reduce our dependency on stressed imported water supplies. And so I just really appreciate what is this continued learning that we're all collectively doing. And in this next year, look forward to seeing, importantly, those acreage targets continue to add up, to build momentum, but also, again, these softer items when it comes to the data dashboard that I think are going to be really critical. The other thing, if I can put out there, is that we do need additional boat ramp access at the sea, especially at the north end. We hear that as part of a constraint when it comes to being able to really do the water quality monitoring throughout the sea that's really needed. And so to the extent that, there can be more active discussion, whether it's at the local level with us as state partners, on how we expand that access, both for monitoring, importantly, but also for the recreational opportunities. The more we can get folks down at the sea, the more that we have ultimately allies and advocates that are here keeping us accountable, expecting more, and continuing to enjoy the sea as a recreational opportunity. But those human health discussions are so important to that. continue to unpack the impact of harmful algal blooms, what that is doing to local communities, so as to build confidence that if you are going to go and recreate at the sea, you aren't putting your own family and yourself in danger. So I think there's a way in which all of this data and information is building toward greater use of the sea, and just again, incredibly appreciative of everyone's time today, the state agencies and everyone that's come together. Again, year over year, we continue to see an advancement, but we have a lot to go. Looking to fellow board colleagues, they have any closing thoughts, any requests, as well as we think of next year's workshop. I think the other thing that is worth flagging again is the obvious timeline here when it comes to the current stipulated order that the board is working off of. We have these next years to start to think, well, what does the next phase of this work look like? And just would plant a flag that I think it's important that we start having those conversations already as to what the future of the stipulated order and the board's oversight looks like. This next year, as a conservancy stands up as well, I feel that we are in a different mode than we were 10 years ago. We have verifiable programs, funding, and here increasing agencies that will be part of this oversight and work. And so I just look forward to figuring out how we continue to fulfill our role and what that role looks like as the landscape of the sea changes just as much as the policy landscape does as well. So much appreciation and look to fellow board colleagues for their comments, thoughts, and again, any thoughts on what further folks would like to see up here, which is helpful into the coming year. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Esquivel. I think you covered it really well, actually. That was a very good list. The only thing I think I might add is I know there was a request for maybe a community member panel or some additional community input at this workshop. And so I kind of made a pin for that, and just reflecting on sort of the social science. I know that the Salton Sea Management Team has done extensive community engagement and has a much more rigorous program now than in the past. So perhaps next year is an opportunity to hear some of that reporting out at this event to just get a better sense for how that's been going, and also where and how you're adapting to the input that you're hearing in terms of incorporating some of that community input into the projects that are on the ground. I know you did weave some of that in. I think it's there, but I would definitely be open to hearing that more from the local community members themselves. That's all I had to thoughts.
Thank you, board member. And actually, before we continue with other remarks, closing remarks from board members, I did want to acknowledge, I see Zar Tide has been able to join the platform. And Zar, sorry to put you on the spot quickly, but wanted to be able to provide you an opportunity to provide public comment here.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I just got off work. Thank you for this. This was really great. I got to hear at least half of what everybody's been talking about, and I'm really grateful for the additional questions like the Lithium Valley one, because I wasn't here for that earlier either. And thank you for continuing to be a part of this organization and uphold just trying to save the Salton Sea. I didn't think I would keep seeing your face every time I've seen your face. I'm just really grateful. I just had one question. For the event that's happening tomorrow, would it be possible for it to be live streamed for the public to see?
I really appreciate that request, Zar, and look to Joe Shea in case he has a sense of that's something we could quickly be able to live stream.
Yes, so we did look into that. Unfortunately, the technological capabilities are a little bit difficult to get Wi-Fi access that would be needed to live stream it, but we are going to take a lot of really good footage. We have staff from the Department of Water Resources who are actually flying in from Sacramento tonight to be on hand tomorrow, make sure we capture that content. And then again, standing invite, if you want to come out and see it for yourself, please reach out to us. I'll we'll get your information as well, just so that we're in touch, and we'd be happy to try to set something up around a time that works for everyone.
Thank you, Joe. And Czar, please, you still have additional time here if you'd like to provide additional comment.
I have no additional comment right now, but I look forward to speaking at other meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Really, really appreciate it. And thank you again for participating this year. It's good to be able to have your voice and participation in all of this. Thank you. All right, I'm quickly glancing here to make sure, see if there's anyone else that has been able to join the platform, and glancing in the room. And okay, seeing none. Board Member Firestone.
Just echo everything you said, and I really, another thank you to all the folks that put this together, and the panels and report. I think we're really responsive this year in particular, and I think we should build on that for next year and agree. I think the highlights you already said, Chair Esquivel. As you said, we're entering a wind down phase of our 10-year plan oversight with just a few years left. And so I do think that the focus now is really on performance at this end, and truing up what all the work that's gone into allowing us to make the progress we need to in these next few years, and then and doing it in a way that's responsive and adaptive to what's going on the ground and community needs and multi-benefit and new science and all of that, but also really looking into what's next. And so I look forward to getting updates on what we're learning from the feasibility study and interim and long-term plans. So many different, and just thinking about reflecting on how things are changing. One of the things we didn't spend as much time on is on funding, and excited about what the state the voters approved, and the start of a conservancy. But there's a lot of uncertainty with our federal partners, and so I think one of the things for next year will just be to see how that evolves. And I'm really hoping that we can be in a place where we can really count on the vital partners that we have on the federal level and some investment there to make good on the commitment and prioritization that we have for this region. And then, I think we'll be keeping an eye on how long-term management decisions on the future of the Colorado River shapes up, and how we're making sure that what we're learning from this is factored into mitigation that we know is going to be necessary for any long-term future of the Colorado River. We need to make sure that we are being realistic with how much money it takes, how much, what types of impacts are happening. And so there's just so much learning going on. But, I'll just echo, this is really a bright spot for me in terms of, government stepping up to really listen to and improve commitment and processes to get outcomes on something really hard. When I started, certainly Chair Esquivel and many of you in the audience have been working on this for far longer, but there really wasn't a program. There really was not a lot of listening to and constructive communication with communities and responsiveness. And it's just, I really feel like day and night in terms of, or night and day, I guess, in terms of how that has shifted. Now, of course, we are far from where we need to be, and I think we all have a lot of anxiety on what the future holds. But I feel like we have a solid foundation and momentum and commitment to make sure that we're addressing the needs and being responsive to voices in the community to help develop projects and design projects, and being able to respond to that as they're being developed as well, and to learn, recognize when nature is creating its own emerging wetlands, bringing that into our planning rather than just thinking about it as an engineering managed system. The data hub and just having coordination and more transparency is really what we need to be doing if we're going to tackle such a challenging issue. So excited about that, and thanks for everyone's time.
Hear, hear. Thank you, board member. Vice Chair, anything to add?
I have really nothing to add. I think that you all wrapped it up real well. I did want to just take an opportunity. We've had many compliments going around, but wanted to compliment our staff also, because I think that, really targeting this agenda, it has been very helpful. I think the more targeted approach helps us to be more targeted, and now in, maybe looking to the future and being targeted with what we expect for next year. So thank you, job well done. And then I would just say ditto on the Colorado and on federal funding. And so I think next year a lot of those issues are going to be much more front and center. So hoping to have the agenda somehow incorporate those pieces. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And just thank you again to everyone. I really want to appreciate the clerk and staff that helped pull this together. Thank you to the school district and, importantly, Coachella Valley High School here for hosting us. And for those of you that traveled to come down here to the Coachella Valley, welcome. I hope you enjoy your time here. I know some of us are going to get a date shake after this. I recommend them. They're fantastic. And for all the community voices and those in the community that were here and present today, just appreciate it. I know you're all busy. You have jobs, lives, families. So the opportunity and space for you to be here, to be part of our conversation, is just incredibly appreciated. Look forward to what I know will be a lot of discussion even before our next workshop, but certainly look forward to the next workshop. And thank you all. Thank you for a really productive day and discussion, and look forward again to the continued progress here. We will see you all, at least for a workshop, in about a year. But for many, we will see actually on June 3rd, which is our next board meeting. So this board meeting is now adjourned. Really appreciate it. The next time we'll all be together as a board will be on June 3rd. We'll be back up in Sacramento. Thank you all. Be safe, be well, and much appreciation for today's discussion. So thank you. Travel safe, and see you all very soon.